plenty of infection in Chinese hospitals. You don't get it all. And so there is a percentage of people that are going to be infected no matter what in the hospital. I don't know what that percentage is, but and that's assuming the doctors do everything right. You're still going to be people that are going to get infected. Case in point, me. I went into the hospital 5 years ago. I have a disc problem with myself, so I had to have surgery. I had to have vaccines. It's like over there, and there's a great job. It's nice to me, no problem. So I made a got an infection at the hospital. And the infection, because I had an valve release 15 years before that, the infection lodged into the valve, and I had to have that released. And so within 5 weeks, I'm in the hospital for my back, and then I went to the hospital, and they have to do valve replacement, heart surgery, fracture chest. Do I have a case against them? Because look at that, I already need an infection. No, I don't, because certain procedures in certain cases go south. What percent in your risk? Now, that's assuming the doctors do nothing. And that's possible. Now, it could be that there's negligence there. Then they did this. And that is to be determined by the jury or the judge. And I mean, you certainly go to any practice attorney, that there's no issue. Your damages are huge. And that you go in line. I mean, that's no small deal. But I wouldn't be surprised if the judge or the jury, in fact, decides that it's not a mistake. But you still talk to a malpractice attorney no matter what you do. So, yeah, go to the website. Yeah, go to AORNOR.com. They'll refer you to an attorney. So, I know a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy. And that's what you interesting case. Never heard of prostate tonsillitis like that infection. Susie, hi Susie, welcome. Yes, yes. Parents are not supposed to wear kids are supposed to wear kids are supposed to wear but the answer to your question is yes. The state is low taxes for its benefits. Life insurance policy goes directly into the that is nothing is taken out of that. 401k as it is. So, insurance is gross. But, I make fun of everybody. It's just, I just do make fun of everybody. It's just, I don't care how many years trying to get out there from 90 to 60 something. It still shouldn't. It shouldn't. Now, as I'm going to tell you about that's what it's about. Car accidents, rocks target you. Not your fault. So, somebody suggested I created a purpose so many words advertise radio, television, billboards, and some of them are excellent, but some are just not. And so, what else can you call 888-888-8668, 888-888-8668. Visit YOURONE.com. This is Let's check we have information. The U.S. military has carried out another strike on an alleged drug trafficking. U.S. Pacific why they have killed two people in planned for unknown terrorists in the Eastern Pacific. No U.S. service members were injured in the operation. The military has now killed many alleged drug traffickers in the Eastern Pacific. Caribbean has not provided evidence that any vessels were carrying drugs. Scott Carr, President Trump is pulling the plug on the U.S. delegation's trip to Pakistan for police talks with Iran. Trump told Fox News today that seemingly caused Jared Kushner will no longer be making a 10-hour flight to Islamabad to, quote, sit around talking about nothing. Trump's decision follows reports that Iran's foreign minister had left Pakistan following the meeting with that country's prime minister. The president says the Iranians can call the U.S. anytime they want, adding, quote, smart glasses can help visually impaired runners in London. The glasses provide real-time audio cues to guide runners at someone. Experts say the technology is expanding and its still faces limitations around reliability and should complement existing support rather than replacing it. Smart glasses run a basic camera to capture visual input and artificial intelligence to analyze it. The information is then converted to audio delivered through speakers built into the frame. Deborah Marks, KFI News. Former President Barack Obama will be one of the final guests on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, CBS show on Thursday, March 21st, rather. On the Last Night Show, Colbert revealed that the former president will join him for an interview on May 6th from the Obama Presidential Center in Chicago. The Presidential Library will officially open to the public on June. Right now, we have a Caltrans project called 101. Highs will get mid-60s in Metro LA and Houston. Right now, 65 in Irvine, 67 in Little Woods. Live from the K5 properties, remind me to call your town. And you see, the mission is simple to improve the lives of people in the community and beyond. As Orange County's only academic health system, they deliver leading-edge discoveries, train future healers, and provide the highest quality care for the man and family. Now, you can tap into that expertise anytime with our podcast series, featuring UCI health experts on wellness prevention, mental health, nutrition, and everyday ways to just live healthy. Download and stream Live Well by UCI Health wherever you listen to podcasts. Use the radio in your car or anything else. Run in your car and AM or AM FM is simple. I feel Can't find AM 640 on a Saturday morning. It's like 520-1524. Call. So let's start with that's issued by the county sheriff. The sheriff can say yes or no. Anytime you change the laws, case in point, you live in LA County, it is almost impossible to get on just almost impossible. It's, they just don't have it now. Now, if you live in Orange County, the sheriff went to jail for somebody, anybody who got on some weapons. They just literally had to apply, examine where they had proper. So, and even without the sheriff, that's not enough. I mean, there are sitting here carrying out and argue defending operating after death threats. And I mean, part of them in all kinds of circumstances. It's very difficult. So this is how we count. Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, tell them that. First of all, they're just going to laugh and think. And second of all, what you're going to say is just going to be honest. All right, this happened. And that is, we have no more contacts at this point. So you know what ends up happening? And so here's what happens. You get to listen to my absolute favorite song. And I don't know if you've ever seen it. Mars Attacks. There's Martians down to Earth. They go apart and then their heads explode. Literally, their heads explode. And that's what's going to happen to you as you start listening for my favorite song and sit back and take a listen. And if you want to stop and suggest you call me 800-520-1554. Last one, please. Oh my God! Has some calls and gets dropped out. Sam, why are people hanging out? They just they realize what show we have here. I don't either. All right, let's get some trauma for it. I'll tell you that right now. We'll try to just get oh yeah, this definitely something going on. This is absolutely touching. All right, let's see what I can do. Wow. Try. All right. Jeff. Hi, Jeff. Welcome to very weird stuff. Pitchy. No, and I told him that is a weird one. They're doing some reception. Because look at this. Let's say I rent a piece of property and I rent to someone who is elderly and I need the money, right? And that's my only income. So this and the property is under market. Do I have to take my rent? Fairly early on, I had a partner in a partnership and I did service. I've been talking about for years. Part of his practice was eviction landlord tenant. And there was a case which a couple had died of cancer. And I literally had just a few months to wait. And my partner went for evicted him. And why? Because there wasn't rent being paid enough. And people that owned the property were also and if we kept those folks in, they wouldn't be able to pay the mortgage. And so the argument is that if you own this property and someone is not paying market rent and they refuse to pay, or you increase their rent legally and they refuse to pay, that's just the way it goes. So I don't know if the exception is that forces the landlord to keep people in a facility that's in place. And law doesn't let them do that. So I'm not aware of it. It's just a heartbreak. I don't know what you're going to do about that. Not much. Joanne, Joe, what can I do for you? No, that's not true. No, the law says you can claim within 6 months and let them know you intend on suing. That is the claim, not the lawsuit itself. Now, if you don't file the claim within 6 months, then you can't sue. But in your case, whether you made the claim or not, it doesn't matter. Police don't have to take fingerprints. They don't have to investigate. And one of the things that you have to know is that when they talk about the judicial system, the judicial system, your legal position and what's right and wrong are always the same. And here's what's going on with day workers. Day workers operate completely illegally. Now, if they collect your personal information from public records, purchase history, social media, and then they package all of this up and they sell it to advertisers, to scammers, advertising operatives, and even government agencies. That's licensed and it's perfectly legal and it skips the entire subpoena process and goes around the clock. How would it be legal? None of that is right. And so Cognitive fights back. Also, what Cognitive does is send requests to hundreds of these companies on your behalf. And they do it ongoing. Stop. Tell them to stop. They just do it later on your information. Not if you're using Cognitive. He stops them. Stop because I use it. So you want to keep your private and not have these big crazy information. Anybody who wants it, incognito.com is only for 60% off. incognito.com. Promo code INFO. That's incognito.com. Promo code INFO. And this is on the lawn, and let's check in with here's the latest. Mario Garcia, has a legal for Southern California soccer coach and is pleaded not guilty to killing a 13-year-old boy. James Reiner has written about the death of his parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner. He wrote about the murder on a Substack story that living that their brother Nick has been charged in their murder. And a $5 million shipment of meth was stopped by agents at the border in San Diego. We're going to what's happening on the water. Your house was made out of cheeseburgers when I walked by. Definitely have a serious structural damage. Easy severe for the bug man. Those termites are around right now. Not anything in mind. New or million cause this is why termite inspection areas. The bug man is offering free termite inspection. They can get rid of all the flags and repair any damage those nasty bugs cause. One of those perks because I've used the bug man to protect my home for the last 8+ years. The bug man is family owned and local, serving Southern California for 66 years to protect your home with a free termite inspection. That's right, it's a free termite inspection that'll help you defend yourself and save the bug man. Call today to also receive a free year maintenance program with a complete inspection service. Your free termite inspection that'll help you defend and save the bug man. That'll help you defend and save the bug man. This is Doug Allen. Here's what's trending. Lakers race a 6-point lead with less than 3 seconds left in regulation. The Rockets have taken a 3-0 lead in their first round series. On the ice, Ducks dominate the Oilers. They're up 2-1 in the first round. Second day of the NFL draft. Rams select Ohio State tight end Matt Spencer in the second round. Defensive offensive tackle King introduced in round 3. Chargers team Florida center Jake Slaughter in round 2. Dodgers fall to Cubs. Angels lose to the Royals. I'm Trey Baker. Run a business and not thinking about radio? You can have it because people are listening to radio more today than they did 20 years ago. And only iHeartRadio connects them more Americans than digital, even social. iHeartRadio can help your business. Call 844-844 iHeart. Our Byron Hawthorne. Let's go live before Crenshaw Boulevard is there is the right-hand lane on that exact same location. It's a out-drive project on the West 105 where the left-hand lane is shut down for electrical work. We are on empty with Crenshaw Boulevard. This goes until Monday at 5 a.m. So expect delays and numbers as these new situations between Central and Crenshaw. Also, a slow run on the one west southbound through Hollywood from Sunset Boulevard to the downtown Boulevard. The Southern California's most accurate traffic report is on Congress. This report is sponsored by Yellow. Find out news of buttons. Select one brand vehicles for $1 plus get free additional to each battery when you buy a select. Reverting for located at the 36 annual offers for Sunset. Also, It's spring break season, and I can't wait to party. After a nice and now, the top five races at the table. Number five. The Oasis Pool and Lazy River are open 7 days a week with Cabana or David. Cannonball! Number four. Happy Hour at Closing. Get half-price street and bar bites Monday through Thursday, 2 to 5 p.m. Right. Get happy for free. Fill up on the lowest gas prices than anywhere else. Usually at least $1 lower. And our travel center. And number two. Take a break from spring break. Visit Sage Spa and Salon. Relax, recover, and repeat. And the number one reason. We're giving away Polaris Razor on our ultimate. Earn entries now. Be here April 30th, 10 p.m. to win the Liberty Silver 2012. Thinking about refinancing your home for a monthly payment, it looked like rates were coming down. You jump back up when the flame started to drop. In fact, mortgage rates have been very low. They were changing loan figures. A loan exchange is a suggestion. Contact us now. Process your refinance application for no charge. Do it in a price. Tell us what rate you'll close with no closing costs at all. When the market drops to that rate, we'll notify you. Prepare your closing documents and close you at that rate in about 5 days. 27. Watch the market before you use it. This is short window of opportunity. If the market doesn't get there, the downside is that you wasted about 2 hours of your time, but get a real appraisal. The upside is that you can create more, and now that makes sense. So go to ROTHSCHILD.com and apply without cost or obligation. The ROTHSCHILD.com and MLS 1637539. Subject to credit approval. See website for licensing information, terms and conditions, equal housing lender. ROTHSCHILD.com. April 30th is Green Sox Day, a day to champion financial literacy and a chance to celebrate financial growth and progress. Green is the color of money, the color of wealth, and the color of financial freedom. Wear green socks. Post it, sharing, and tag hashtag Green Sox Day. Let's turn this simple act into a movement. Together, we can build an economy that works for everyone. Visit OperationHope.org. That's OperationHope.org. Grab your pair and become a Green Sox ambassador today.
It's very because in 2019, your boy was spicy. 2019, your boy was spicy.
Yeah, but in Suck City, right? But you're wearing high heels and skinny jeans, so.
Buddy, those are cowboy boots.
Right. In 2019, Nick Suck City. In 2019, Nick Suck City, right here.
Are they heels? Are you ready to go to the club?
Now,
It's kind of clubby to me.
So yeah, you need a boot cut. Yeah. You need a boot cut.
So now we take a poll. Let's get some cowboy cold me out. Some
Now we-
cowboy cold me out. Oh no, he's legitimately insane.
Just chilling, my man. I'll be right back. Sluts. It's coffee and Kabbalah, Kabbalah and coffee. Coffee and Kabbalah, Kabbalah and coffee. Fuck. It's 8th VR 5786, Saturday, April 25th. Fuck, I gotta do that thing. Oh, fuck. This shit is the worst. It's all this like, none of this motherfucker was like, motherfucker. And people love that shit. So they're gonna fucking queef when they see a rabbi doing it. West Side. Really? Dog, this is the. Oh, this is. Sucks. 120 days of this shit. No one really knows for sure Elubei, Elo Divrei, Elokim, Chaim, but this is the Missouri we live by. Broke it out Adonai, Elena, Megalama, Shirkat, Shana, but Mitzvah, Fitzivanu, Al Sefrat, Ha Omer. Blessed are you, Hashem, our God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the counting of the Omer. Today is 25 days, which is 3 weeks and 4 days of the Omer. May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beit HaMikdash to its place, speedily in our days and in celebration. May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beit HaMikdash to its place, speedily in our days. Amen. Selah. Oh, I gotta do this bullshit. Alright, so what's that mean? Today's shit's gonna be longer than normal. Why? Because it sucks. No, Rabbi, you sure do cuss a lot. You fuck yourself. J started watching you. Worst. Chabad timeline of Jewish history. Sick. Oh, are you fucking serious? Oh, fuck. This is the worst. Sucks. This is the worst shit ever. Stupid fucking bullshit. Stupid ass fucking shit. Bullshit. Alright, here's his bullshit. Really? It's the worst. West Side. West Side. What is this bullshit? Dude, remind me, no one fucking cares, dog. This is the worst.
With our being taken into exile yet again,
Yo, dude, the
Jewish history spans nearly 6,000 years,
so
beginning
long.
with the creation, approximately 4,000 years before the Common Era. It continues through the eras of the patriarchs, the Egyptian bondage, the judges, the First Temple Era, when the kings of Judah and Israel ruled, the Babylonian exile, and the Second Temple Era, which concluded with our being taken into exile yet again by the Romans. Throughout Torah study and
So what? 3761 creation of the world, Adam and Eve. 3761 creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, Chava. 3631 130 Seth, son of Adam, was born. 3526 235 Enosh, son of Seth, was born. 3436 325 Kenan, son of Enosh, was born. 3366 Mahalalel, son of Kenan, was born. Bet that guy sucked. Bet he was the worst. You think you're related to him? I bet we're all fucking related to that douche. Really? I mean, I'm related to everybody. Why? Why not? Why the fuck not? Don't suck. Alright, Mahalalel, son of Kenan, was born. No one cares.
Our faith in GD and his promise of redemption were our constant companions, providing the Jewish people with a divine compass through every challenge and change. Which era would you like to jump to?
All of them.
Creation of heaven and earth, and Adam and Eve. The forefathers. Living in Egypt. Traveling through the desert. Judges and early prophets. Kings and the first holy temple. Exile in Babylon. Building of the second holy temple. Greek cultural domination. Kingdom of Judea, dynasty of the Shashmanaim. Roman client kings and rulers, the Herodian dynasty. The Talmudic era, the Mishnah. The Talmudic era, the Gemara. The Rabbinate. The Janine. The early Rishonim, the Crusade massacres. Later Rishonim, persecutions and expulsions. The great scholars of the Shulchan Aruch and Torah consolidation. Early Acharonim and East European massacres. Acharonim and early Hasidim. Later Acharonim and the changing society. The Holocaust. The modern state of Israel. Traveling through the desert. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1313 2448 the Jewish nation crossed the Red Sea. Minus 1313 2448 the revelation at Mount Sinai and the giving of the Torah. Minus 1313 2448 Moses broke the tablets. Minus 1312 2449 Moshe came down Mount Sinai with the second tablets. Minus 1312 2449 the tabernacle was erected. Minus 1312 2449 the spies returned from Canaan with bad news. Minus 1274 2487 Aharon and Miriam died. Minus 1273 2488 Moses died. Exile in Babylon. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 423 3339 Gedaliah ben Achikam was killed. Minus 421 3340 Daniel interpreted Nebuchadnezzar dream. Minus 410 3352 Ezekiel prophesied about the future by Hamadash. Minus 372 3389 Daniel read the writing on the wall. Minus 372 3389 Daniel was thrown into the lion's den. Minus 371 3390 Zerubbabel led the return to the land of Israel. Minus 373 391 building of second by Hamadash commenced, then halted. Minus 366 3395 Akashverosh II made his great banquet. Minus 362 3399 Esther was taken to the palace. Minus 357 3404 Esther took action against Haman's decree. Minus 355 3406 Mordecai proclaimed the celebration of Purim. Minus 353 3408 building of the second Beit Hamikdash resumed. Minus 349 3412 the second Beit Hamikdash was completed. Greek cultural domination. Timeline of Jewish history. Jewish history spans nearly 6,000 years, beginning with the creation.
I knew
Approximately 4,000 years before the Common Era. Creation of heaven and earth, and Adam and Eve. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 3,761 creation of the world. Birth of Adam and Eve, Shabbat. Minus 3,631 130 Seth, son of Adam, was born. Minus 3,526 235 Enosh, son of Seth, was born. Minus 3,436 325 Kenan, son of Enosh, was born. Minus 3,366 395 Mehalil, son of Kenan, was born. Minus 3,301 460 son of Mehalil, was born. Minus 3,139 622 Chanuk, son of Ur, was born. Minus 3,074 687 Metushalach, son of Chanuk, was born. Minus 2,887 874 Lamech II, son of Metushalach, was born. Minus 2,831 930 Adam died. Minus 2,705 1,056 Noah, son of Lamech II, was born. Minus 2,225 1,536 Noah began the construction of the ark. Minus 2,205 1,556 Yafet, son of Noah, was born. Minus 2,204 1,557 Shem, son of Noah, was born. Minus 2,203 1,558 Shem, son of Noah, was born. Minus 2105 1656 Methuselah died. Minus 2105 1656 The Great Flood covered the earth. Minus 2103 1658 Arpachshad, son of Shem, was born. Minus 2068 1693 Shalach, son of Arpachshad, born. Minus 2038 1723 Eber, son of Shalach, was born. Minus 2004 1757 Peleg, son of Eber, was born. Minus 1974 1787 Reu, son of Peleg, was born. Minus 1942 1819 Sirach, son of Reu, was born. Minus 1912 1849 Nacharai, son of Sirach, was born. Minus 1883 1878 Terah, son of Nacharai, was born. The forefathers. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1813 1948 Abraham, son of Terah, was born. Minus 1803 1958 Sarah, daughter of Haran, was born. Minus 1788 1973 Abraham married Sarah. Minus 1765 1996 dispersion from Babel after building the tower. Minus 1761 2000 Terah left Ur Kasdim with his family. Minus 1755 2006 Noah died. Minus 1743 2018 The Covenant, Brit Bain Habitarim, with Abraham. Minus 1738 2023 Abraham settled in Canaan. Minus 1727 2034 Ishmael, son of Abraham, was born. Minus 1713 2048 Abraham circumcised himself in Ishmael. Minus 1713 2048 Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed. Minus 1713 2048 Isaac, son of Abraham, was born. Minus 1677 2084 The Act where Isaac was brought on the altar by Abraham. Minus 1677 2084 Sarah died. Minus 1653 2108 Jacob and Esau were born. Minus 1638 2123 Abraham died. Minus 1603 2158 Shem, son of Noah, died. Minus 1592 2171 Isaac blessed Jacob instead of Esau. Minus 1576 2185 Jacob went to Haran. Minus 1574 2187 Eber, great-grandson of Shem, died. Minus 1569 2192 Jacob married Leah and Rachel. Minus 1566 2195 Levi, son of Jacob and Leah, was born. Minus 1562 2199 Joseph, son of Jacob and Rachel, was born. Minus 1556 2205 Jacob left Haran. Minus 1553 2208 Benjamin was born. Minus 1545 2216 Joseph was sold. Minus 1533 2228 Isaac died. Minus 1532 2229 Joseph became Viceroy of Egypt. Minus 1526 2235 Kahat, son of Levi, was born. Minus 1523 2238 Jacob, and his family, went to Egypt. Living in Egypt. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1506 2255 Jacob died. Minus 1429 2332 after Levi died. The enslavement in Egypt began. Minus 1393 2368 Moses was born. Minus 1355 2406 Joshua was born. Minus 1314 2447 Moses encountered the burning bush. Minus 1313 2448 The Jewish nation left Egypt. Traveling through the desert. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1313 2448 The Jewish nation crossed the Red Sea. Minus 1313 2448 The revelation at Mount Sinai and the giving of the Torah. Minus 1313 2448 Moses broke the tablets. Minus 1312 2449 Moshe came down Mount Sinai with the second tablets. Minus 1312 2449 The tabernacle was erected. Minus 1312 2449 The spies returned from Canaan with bad news. Minus 1274 2487 Aharon and Miriam died. Minus 1273 2488 Moses died. Judges and early prophets. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1273 2488 The Jews crossed the Jordan into Canaan. Minus 1,258 2,503 The appointment of the land of Israel was completed. Minus 1,245 2,516 Joshua died. Minus 1,228 2,533 The rule of judges began with Othniel ben Kenaz. Minus 1,188 2,573 Ehud ben Gera became leader. Minus 1,107 2,654 Shamgar ben Anath died. Minus 1,107 2,654 Deborah became leader. Minus 1,067 2,694 Gideon became leader. Minus 1,027 2,734 Abimelech, son of Gideon, became leader. Minus 1,024 2,737 Tola, son of Pua, became leader. Minus 1,003 2,758 Jahir, the Jalidite, became leader. Minus 982 2,779 Jephthah, Hagiladi, became leader. Minus 969 2,792 Elon, Hazabeloni, became leader. Minus 959 2,802 Abdon ben Hillel became leader. Minus 951 2,810 Samson became leader. Minus 931 2,830 Eli the Cohen became leader. Minus 907 2,854 David was born. Minus 890 2,871 Samuel became leader. Kings and the First Holy Temple. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 879 2,882 Saul was appointed king. Minus 877 2,884 David became king of Judah in Hebron. Minus 869 2,892 David became king of Israel in Jerusalem. Minus 837 2,924 Solomon became king. Minus 833 2,928 The building of the first Beit Hamikdash commenced. Minus 827 2,935 The first Beit Hamikdash was completed. Minus 797 2,964 Solomon died and his kingdom was divided. Minus 797 2,964 Rehoboam, son of Solomon, became king of Judah. Minus 797 2,964 Jeroboam ben Nebat became king over Israel. Minus 718 3,043 Elijah went up in a chariot of fire. Minus 677 3,084 Joash renovated the Beit Hamikdash. Minus 619 3,142 Isaiah began his prophecies. Minus 574 3,187 The first two of the 10 tribes were exiled. Minus 566 3,195 Another two of the 10 tribes were exiled. Minus 562 3,199 Hezekiah became king of Judah. Minus 556 3,205 The last of the 10 tribes were exiled. Minus 548 3,213 Sennacherib invaded the land of Judah and retreated. Minus 533 3,228 Manasseh, son of Hezekiah, became king of Judah. Minus 463 3,298 Jeremiah began his prophecies. Minus 458 3,303 Josiah renovated the Beit Hamikdash. Minus 442 3,319 Jerusalem was conquered and Jehoiakim, was exiled. Minus 443 3,321 Joachim burned the Book of Lamentations composed by Jeremiah. Minus 434 3,327 Jerusalem was conquered again and Jehoiakim was exiled. Minus 433 331 Jeremiah persisted in prophesying calamity. Minus 429 3,332 Ezekiel prophesied in exile. Minus 425 3,336 The final Babylonian siege of Jerusalem. Minus 423 3,338 The walls of Jerusalem were penetrated. Minus 423 3,338 The sacrifices ceased in the Beit Hamikdash. Minus 423 3,338 The first Beit Hamikdash was destroyed. Exile in Babylon. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 423 3,339 Gedaliah ben Achikam was killed. Minus 421 3,340 Daniel interpreted Nebuchadnezzar dream. Minus 410 3,352 Ezekiel prophesied about the future Beit Hamikdash. Minus 372 3,389 Daniel read the writing on the wall. Minus 372 3,389 Daniel was thrown into the lion's den. Minus 371 3,390 Zerubbabel led the return to the land of Israel. Minus 373 391 building of second Beit Hamikdash commenced. Then halted. Minus 366 3,395 Akashverosh II made his great banquet. Minus 362 3,399 Esther was taken to the palace. Minus 357 3,404 Esther took action against Haman's decree. Minus 355 3,406 Mordecai proclaimed the celebration of Purim. Minus 353 3,408 building of the second Beit Hamikdash resumed. Minus 349 3,412 the second Beit Hamikdash was completed. Building of the second Holy Temple. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 348 3,413 Ezra led the second return to the land of Israel. Minus 335 3,426 Nehemiah returned to rebuild walls of Jerusalem. Minus 313 3,448 Ezra died. Minus 313 3,448 Simon the Zodic met Alexander the Great. Minus 313 3,449 the Minyan Sharo began. Greek cultural domination. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 273 3,488 Simon the Zodic died. Minus 246 3,515 72 elders translated the Torah into Greek, Septuagint. Minus 143,621 the revolt of Mattatyahu the Shashmanaim. Kingdom of Judea. Dynasty of the Shashmanaim. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 139 3,622 Judah the Maccabee ruled. Minus 139 3,622 the second Beit Hamikdash was rededicated. Minus 138 3,623 Hanukkah was declared a festival. Minus 133 3,628 Judah the Maccabee was killed in battle. Minus 133 3,628 Yonatan, son of Mattatyahu, ruled. Minus 127 3,634 Shimon, son of Mattatyahu, ruled. Minus 119 3,642 Yohanan Harkanos, son of Shimon, ruled. Minus 93 3,668 Judah Aristobulus, son of Yochanan Harkanos, ruled. Minus 91 3,670 Alexander Yanai, son of Yochanan Harkanos, ruled. Minus 73 3,688 Queen Shalamzion, Salome Alexandra, wife of Alexander Yanai, ruled. Minus 65 3,696 Aristobulus II, son of Alexander Yanai, ruled/TD. Minus 61 3,700 the Romans gained control of Judea. Minus 61 3,700 Harkanos II, son of Alexander Yanai, ruled. Minus 43,721 Antigonus, son of Aristobulus II, ruled. Roman client kings and rulers, the Herodian dynasty. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 36 3,725 Herod I ruled. Killing all the Shashmanaim. Minus 33 3,728 Hillel became the leader of the Torah scholars. Minus 19 3,742 Herod I began rebuilding the second Beit Hamikdash. Minus 11 3,750 renovation of the second Beit Hamikdash was completed. 1 3,761 Archelaus, son of Herod I, ruled. 8 3,768 Hillel died. 10 3,770 Archelaus was deposed by the Roman Emperor. 21 3,781 Agrippa, grandson of Herod I, ruled. 28 3,788 the Sanhedrin moved from the second Beit Hamikdash. 44 3,804 Agrippa II, son of Agrippa I, ruled. 53,810 Rabban Gamliel, son of Shimon, grandson of Hillel, died. 66 3,826 Vespasian arrived in Judea to reassert Roman authority. 69 3,829 the second Beit Hamikdash was destroyed. The Talmudic era. The Mishnah. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 74 3,834 Ar Yohanan ben Zakkai died. 86 3,846 the Sanhedrin moved from place to place, under Ar Gamliel II. 133 3,893 Bader fell, and the Bar Kokhba revolt ended in tragedy. 134 3,894 Judaism was banned, and Ar Akiva was imprisoned. 189 3,949 Ar Judah Hadassi completed the Mishnah around this time. The Talmudic era. The Gemara. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 219 3,979 Rab left the land of Israel and settled in Babylonia. 247 4007 Shmuel was the Talmudic authority in Babylonia. 254 4014 Ar Yohanan was the leading Talmudic authority. 294 050 Ar Huna was the leading Talmudic authority. 298 4058 Ar Yehuda was the leading Talmudic authority. 304 060 Ar Kista was the leading Talmudic authority. 309 4069 Rabba was the leading Talmudic authority. 321 4081 Ar Yosef was the leading Talmudic authority. 325 4085 Abedi was the leading Talmudic authority. 338 4098 Rabba was the leading Talmudic authority. 359 4119 Hillel II, who established the calendar, became Nasi. 392 4152 Ar Ashi was the leading Talmudic authority. 427 4187 Arashi died after the compilation of the Gemara. 475 4235 The Talmud was complete when Rabbi II died. The Rabbanan. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 551 4311 Mar Zutra proclaimed Jewish self-rule in Babylonia. The Janine. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 589 4349 The Talmudic Academy of Pumbedita was reconstituted. 609 4369 The Talmudic Academy of Sura was reconstituted. 614 4374 The Persians conquered the land of Israel. 614 4374 The Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 629 4389 The Byzantine Empire reconcaved the land of Israel. 636 4396 Aritzhak was the last Jayon of Neharde, Virushuver. 637 4397 The Arabs conquered the land of Israel. 645 4405 One of the Takanat Hajanim was enacted at this time. 755 4515 Arak Jayon left Iraq for the land of Israel. 759 4519 Ar Yehuda became Jayon of Surah. 759 4519 Halachat Idalat, B.A. Hag, was written at this time. 788 4548 Another of the Takanat Hajanim was enacted at this time. 858 4618 Aramrum, who wrote the Siddur, became Jayon of Surah. 928 4688 Rabbi Sa'adia was appointed Jayon of Surah. 955 4715 Four captives were ransomed at around this time. 968 4728 Arsherer became Jayon of Pumbedita. 997 4757 Arhai became, the last, Jayon of Pumbedita. 1038 4798 Arhai died. And the academies of Babylon declined. The early Rishonim, the Crusade massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1040 4800 Rabbi Jerusalem Agola died. 1088 4848 The river arrived in Spain from Morocco. 1096 4856 The Crusaders destroyed Jewish communities. 1099 4859 Jerusalem was captured by the Crusaders. 1103 4863 The Rip died. 1105 4865 Rashi died. And the era of the Tosafot began. 1135 4895 The Rambam, Maimonides, was born. 1144 4904 The first, recorded, blood libel took place. 1147 4907 The Crusaders attacked Jewish communities. 1147 4907 Rabbi Anutam was captured by the Crusaders. 1148 4908 The Rambams and the Radak's families left Cordova. 1165 4925 The Rambam visited the land of Israel. 1171 4931 Rabbi Anutam died. 1175 4935 The Rashbam died. 1184 4944 The young son of the Ari was killed. 1187 4948 Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 1189 4949 Ar Yaakov d'Orleans was killed in London. 1190 4950 Jews were massacred in England in the Third Crusade. 1191 4951 Rabbi David Kimchi, known as the Radak, wrote his commentary. 1194 4954 The Ramban, Nachmanides, was born. 1198 4959 The Ariabit died. 1204 4965 The Rambam died. 1236 4996 Rampaging mobs massacred Jews in France. 1242 5002 A massive burning of the Talmud took place in Paris. 1244 5004 Jerusalem was sacked by Egyptians and Turks. 1252 5012 The Inquisition began to use torture. 1267 5027 The Ramban left Spain and settled in the land of Israel. 1275 1030 The Ramban died. 1286 5046 The Maher Amir Rothenberg was imprisoned. 1295 1050 New works advanced the study of Kabbalah. 1295 1050 The era of the Tosafot concluded at around this time. Later Rishonim. Persecutions and expulsions. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1295 1050 All Jews were expelled from England. 1293 5053 The Maher Amir Rothenberg died in prison. 1298 5058 The Rheinfleisch massacres began. 1298 5058 The author of the Mordecai and Hagahot Maimoniyot were killed. 1305 5065 The Rashba placed a limited ban on philosophy. 1305 5065 The Rosh and his son, the Tur, arrived in Spain. 1306 5066 All Jews were expelled from France. 1310 5070 The Rashba died. 1325 5080 Jews were massacred by the Posteros Crusaders. 1327 5088 The Rosh died. 1336 5096 Jews of Germany were massacred by the armed letter bands. 1338 5098 The Ralbag wrote his commentary on the Bible. 1349 5109 The Black Death massacre swept across Europe. 1367 5127 The Ran, Rabbi, and other scholars in Spain were imprisoned. 1391 5151 Jews of Spain were massacred. Many were forced to convert. 1391 5151 The Rabbi and Rashbats left Spain. 1394 5155 The final expulsion of Jews from France. 1413 5173 R. Yosef Albo was in a forced debate with Christians. 1421 5181 Jews in Austria were massacred in the Wiener Gezirre. 1475 5235 The invention of printing was used for Jewish books. 1481 5241 The Inquisition was established in Spain. 1488 5248 R. Obadiah de Bertinora settled in Jerusalem. 1491 5251 Columbus consulted R. Abraham Zacuto for his travels. 1492 5252 All Jews were expelled from Spain and Sicily. The great scholars of the Shul Chan Arik and Torah Consolidation. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1493 5253 R. Yitzhak Barbanel arrived in Naples from Spain. 1496 5257 All Jews were expelled from Portugal. 1516 5276 The Ein Yaakov was printed. 1516 5276 The Turks, Ottoman Empire, conquered Eretz Yisrael. 1525 5285 R. Yosef Yasselman saved many Jews during the Peasants' War. 1553 5314 A mass burning of Jewish books took place in Rome. 1563 5323 The Shulchan Aruch was completed by R. Yosef Karo. 1575 5330 The Shulchan Aruch was published with supplements of Rama. 1572 5332 The Arizal died in Tzfat. 1573 5333 The Maharal came to Prague. 1573 5334 The Maharshal died. 1575 5335 R. Yosef Karo died in Safat. 1599 5359 The Maharal returned to Prague again. 1614 5374 The Maharsha became rabbi in Lublin. 1616 5377 The Tosafot Yom Tov commentary was concluded. 1621 5382 The Shalom arrived in the land of Israel. 1629 5389 R. Yom Tov Lippman Heller was imprisoned in Prague. 1645 400 R. Uel Sirks, the Bach, died. 1646 5406 The Shech and Taz, on Shulchan Aruch, were printed. 1648 5408 Jews were massacred by Shmielnicki's forces. Early Akaranim and East European massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1654 5414 The first Jews settled in New Amsterdam, New York. 1655 5415 Many Jews killed in Russian and Swedish invasions of Poland. 1656 5416 Jews were permitted to live in England. 1656 5416 Baruch Spinoza was excommunicated. 1673 5433 The Magen Avraham, on Shulchan Aruch, was completed. 1676 5437 Shabtai Tzvi died as a Muslim. 1689 5449 The Beit Shmuel, on the Shulchan Aruch, was printed. 1698 5458 The Baal Shem Tov was born. 1702 5463 The Nehemiah Yahoshua's family was killed in an explosion. 1712 5472 The Sibtei Chachamin was arrested. 1724 5484. R. Yaakov Kulai, Miam Loizi, arrived in Constantinople. 1727 5487 The Mishnah Elimelech died. 1734 5494 Jews were massacred by the Haidamach bands. Akaranim and early Hasidim. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1741 5501 Igor Hashayim arrived in the land of Israel. 1747 5507 Ar Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, Rumpel, died in Akko, Acre. 1755 5510 Ar Jonathan E. Beskutz became rabbi in Hamburg. 1754 5515 Ar Yechezkel Landau, known as the Noda by Yehuda, became rabbi in Prague. 1757 5518 The Frankists instigated mass burnings of the Talmud. 1759 5519 Frankists supported blood libel charges in public debate. 1765 5520 The Baal Shem Tov died. 1764 5524 The Council of Four Lands, known as the Ba'at Arba Herzog, was discontinued. 1768 5528 Despite resistance, the Haidamachs massacred thousands. 1772 5532 The Maggid of Mazuritz died. 1782 5542 R. N. Adler and Chatham Sofer visited the Noda by Yehuda. 1786 5546 Har Elimelech of Lizins died. 1791 5551 The Pale of Settlement was established in Russia. 1793 5553 Jews suffered in Reign of Terror of French Revolution. 1797 5558 The Vilna Gaon died. 1798 5559 The Bal Hahanya was released from first imprisonment. 1799 5559 Napoleon led an army expedition through the land of Israel. 1806 5566 The Judah, Ar Haim Yosef David Eshelot, died. 1806 5566 The Chatham Sofer became rabbi in Presby. 1809 5570 Ar Levi Yitzhak of Berdijek died. 1810 5571 Ar Nachman of Breslov died. 1814 5574 Ar Akiva Eger became rabbi in Posen. 1814 5575 Koznitzer Maggid and Yehudi of Peshizka, both died. 1815 5575 Joseph of Lublin and Ar Mendel of Rimano, both died. 1819 5579 Anti-Jewish riots spread throughout Germany. 1827 5587 Russia began conscripting Jewish children to the army. 1845 600 Ar. Yisrael of Ruzin was released from imprisonment. Later Akaranim and the Changing Society. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1843 5603 The Tzemach Tzedek of Lubavitch was repeatedly arrested in Russia. 1846 5606 Sir Moshe Montefiore visited Russia to help local Jews. 1848 5609 Ar Yisrael Salander left Vilna. 1851 5611 Ar Shimshon Raphael Hirsch became rabbi in Frankfurt am Main. 1859 5619 Ar Menachem Mendel of Kotsk died. 1864 5624 The Malbim was imprisoned, and then expelled from Romania. 1866 5626 Judashe Haram, Tiferet Shlomo, and Tzemach Tzedek died. 1873 5633 The Chapit's Haim was published. 1874 5634 The Minchat Chinook died. 1878 5638 Petah agricultural settlement was established. 1881 5641 Many Jews began leaving Russia after a wave of pogroms. 1886 5646 Ar Shlomo Gans Fried, author of Keetzer Shulchan Aruch, died. 1892 5652 Ar Haim, Brisker, became rabbi in Brisk. 1905 5665 The Sfat Emet died. 1905 5665 Many Jews were killed in official Russian pogroms. 1911 5671 Chazanish was published. 1914 5674 Over 500,000 Jewish soldiers fought in World War I. 1918 5678 Over 60,000 Jews were killed during the Russian Revolution. 1923 5684 The Daf Hayomi study cycle commenced. 1927 5687 The 6th Lubavitcher was released from Soviet prison. 1938 5699 Jews were attacked in the Kristallnacht pogroms in Germany. The Holocaust. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1939 5,699 Germany started World War II. And mass killing of Jews. 1941 5,701 Nazi Germany unexpectedly invaded Russia. 1941 5,701 200,000 Jews were killed at Babi Yar and Ponary. 1942 5,702 400,000 Jews of Warsaw were sent to death camps. 1943 5,703 Nazi Germany experienced massive losses in the Battle of Stalingrad. 1943 5,703 The remaining Jews in Warsaw staged a massive uprising. 1943 5,703 Jewish uprisings at Treblinka, Sobibor, and Bialystok. 1943 5,703 The Danish people quietly rescued 93% of their Jews to safety. 1944 5,704 300,000 Hungarian Jews were killed in 3 months. 1944 5,705 Uprising in Auschwitz death camp just before freedom. 1945 5,705 Nazi Germany was conquered. And World War II ended. 1945 5,705 6 million Jews were killed by the Nazis during the war. The modern state of Israel. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1947 5,707 Publication of the Talmud Encyclopedia was commenced. 1947 5,708 The United Nations divided Israel. 1947 5,708 Arabs attacked Israel to gain territory. 1948 5,708 The State of Israel was established. 1948 5,708 Israel was invaded by many Arab countries. 1949 5,709 The War of Independence in Israel ended. 1950 5,710 All Jews left the ancient Jewish community of Iraq. 1950 5,710 Almost all Jews of Yemen emigrated to Israel. 1951 5,711 The Lubavitcher Rebbe accepts the mantle of leadership. 1956 5,717 Jewish forces invaded Egypt and conquered the Sinai Desert. 1967 5,727 The Lubavitcher Rebbe established the Tefillin campaign. 1967 5,727 Jerusalem reunited under Jewish rule in the Six-Day War. 1973 5,734 2,500 Jewish soldiers were killed in the Yom Kippur War. 1974 5,734 The Lubavitcher Rebbe established the Shabbat Candle Campaign. 1982 5,742 massive enemy arsenals were discovered in Lebanon. 1987 5,746 The first international conference of Chabad Lubavitch emissaries. 1993 5,753 A secret agreement signed in Oslo. 1994 5,754 The Lubavitcher Rebbe passed away. 2008 5,767 Deadly terrorist attack at the Chabad house in Mumbai. India, kill 6. 2020 5,780 Israel signed Abraham Accords, normalizing relations with UAE and Bahrain, soon followed by Sudan and Morocco.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, an Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. All right, everybody. I really can't believe I'm saying this, but after 13 sessions, we are now on session 14 of this what was supposed to be a 9-series exploration of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And of course, 14 sessions is still too few. I could basically keep teaching this class one day a week for the rest of my life and still not exhaust all the things there are to say about the Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And I'll be also very honest, this last session is going to in some ways be the thinnest, because this is where my expertise really runs out, and I'll be very frank about that. It's just honestly the case. My expertise, I hit a wall, and my wall really is really with Hasidism. I don't know nearly as much about Hasidism as I probably should. Still learning about Hasidism, and everything from roughly the 18th to the 21st century is where my gap is. Everyone has gaps in their knowledge, and I think it's important to acknowledge the gaps in our knowledge, not to pretend we know things we don't. And it's definitely from Hasidism forward that that's the real gap in my knowledge. Not that I don't know anything, but there are certainly people out there who know a lot more than I do. In fact, I've just invited a good friend of mine to do some talks, maybe at least a talk at Congregation Tchia about Hasidism, because I really do feel like I gave it short shrift and it deserves a lot more attention, a lot more deep attention than I gave it. And so I've reached out to a good friend of mine who knows a lot about Hasidism to maybe do a lunch and learn. So we'll see if that works out. But at any rate, welcome to I would say welcome to the end, but it's not the end. It's welcome to the ellipsis, the ... Because, of course, Kabbalah is not going to go away anytime soon. Jewish mysticism, Kabbalah is doing actually a lot better now in the early part of the 21st century than it was doing in the middle of the 20th century. In the middle of the 20th century, I would say that Kabbalah, in some ways, was at death's door, and it's doing much better now. So in a substantial way, we're not saying goodbye to Hasidism or goodbye to Kabbalah. Rather, we're saying ... It's going to continue to grow and change. And I've heard really cool and exciting things about developments in the Haredi world, where we're getting sort of new and dynamic Kabbalistic thought. And if we do end up moving to Israel-Palestine, at least for a few months next year, I'm looking forward to kind of getting into that and seeing what's going on in the Kabbalistic world there in Jerusalem. Well, as we marked last time, the sort of post-Shabbatai world is, I would say that it's actually more sophisticated in many ways than the Shabbatai world. The Shabbatai world is marked by a relatively thin understanding of Kabbalah, really. And that's part of why Shabbatai City was so successful, is that people really didn't understand what was going on. They weren't really versed in Kabbalah. And when you read something of a very technical nature, you can be overwhelmed by it and very convinced by things that simply aren't really true or deep. They can sound deep when in fact they're not. And I think that's true of a lot of things that went on in the Shabbat movement. They sounded Kabbalistic and had a Kabbalistic veneer, but if you scratch the surface even a bit, you realize that the kind of reasoning that justified the stuff that went on with Shabbat Tzvi and Frank was, I think, pretty facile. And I think that once people actually scratch the surface of it and realize, oh, this is just, gold gilding, they abandon it pretty quickly. So the years after Shabbatai Tzvi's apostasy and after the whole business, what you get is a kind of conservative backlash in the world of Kabbalah, and that shouldn't be surprising. This whole Shabbatai business was a complete disaster. And so what ends up happening is it's kind of a closing of the ranks. That is to say, in the Kabbalistic world, after this, what people end up doing is returning to the Kabbalah much like it was in the period before Shabbatai, where things were a bit more closed off, a bit more guarded, a bit more silent, which I think is probably not always for the worst. And so the developments within Kabbalah, in fact, the developments in Kabbalah since then have been relatively conservative, which is to say, we don't see major developments outside of Lurianic Kabbalah. There's never really been a significant post-Lurianic Kabbalah. It's at some point become commentary and footnotes to Isaac Luria. And so that relatively conservative moment, that relatively conservative movement marks Kabbalah from about the mid-17th century all the way until now. And as we talked about last time, two major Kabbalistic schools developed in the aftermath of everything. One of those in Jerusalem, led by the Mizrahi Rabbi Rabbi, and another in Brody in Poland. And those two will become the central schools, so to speak, of Kabbalah, the big schools in the period after that. But of course, it's worth pointing out that Kabbalah also developed very highly technical Kabbalah in Baghdad, in Kurdistan, in Morocco, and Marrakesh was a huge Kabbalistic center. So Kabbalah continued to develop in the aftermath of the Shabbatai Tzvi business, especially in the Sephardic world, without really a hitch. And I think that has a lot to do with the fact that the Sephardi world was much more stable than the Ashkenazic world at that time in terms of social stability and Jewish education. But again, I think I mentioned this several times ago, that a lot of the people that were really seduced by the Shabbatian movement were people who had only recently really come back to Judaism. And so they don't really anchored in Judaism in a very profound way, in a way that, for instance, the communities in Marrakesh, the communities in Baghdad, they've been there for 1,000 years. Easily 1,000 years. And so when they looked at the whole Shabbatai Tzvi thing, they were like, no. So because they had a much deeper education. So the Sephardi world was a bit less affected by the whole thing. And so it's not surprising that in Jerusalem, who never accepted the whole Shabbatian business to begin with, they excommunicated him as soon as they could, that one of the largest Kabbalistic schools in the aftermath of all of it will develop. And as I mentioned last time, the two Kabbalistic schools take very different directions. The school of Beitel in Jerusalem is going to take the form of really intense concentration or kavanah during prayer. And that school, again, will last basically until 1969, when the last adherent of that school dies, which is amazing how long the school lasted for hundreds of years, although very tightly guarded, very disciple-student oriented. And of course, the other is a Klois in Poland. And that is going to be largely influenced by Polish and Lithuanian Kabbalah and Jewry. And Polish and Lithuanian Kabbalah is going to be mostly remarked by its intense intellectual Kabbalistic speculation. And so out of that world is going to flow a mountain of highly intellectualized Kabbalistic systems that are going to basically try to do the work of systematizing Lurianic Kabbalah, especially vis-a-vis the older Cordoveran system, which I prefer. This period also saw, as I talked about last time, the rise of Hasidism. Hasidism is probably the most important, no, it's not probably, it's the most important movement in Judaism probably in the past 300 years, and Hasidism went on to spawn an entirely new system of Judaism, a new system of social relations, a new system of customs, a new system of dress. All kinds of things have come out of the Hasidic world. A whole new style of song, the Nigunim that I'm sure all of you are very familiar with, come out of the Hasidic world. And so it's from that world where we have a focus on extreme piety, but also piety that's meant to find the divine in the everyday. It's a piety in which God is lurking all about you, but you can't see God. The divine is everywhere. I think of the line from the Quran, which I can easily imagine a Hasidic Rebbe having written, where the Quran says that Allah is closer to you than your jugular vein. That image in the Quran has always struck me as incredibly evocative. And I can easily imagine someone like Nachman of Breslov having written something just like that. So the idea that the divine is that close to you, the obstacle is just you and your ego, or fundamentally you and your lusts and your desires. It's your desire to get rich or to have fame or to be loved by someone or whatever. It's these things that get in the way of your relationship to the divine, but that the divine for the Hasidic movement is right there. You just have to do the work of bitul, of erasing the barriers between you and the divine. And it's in the erasure of those barriers that one can experience the divine in the everyday, including even in the movements of one's physical body, the sound of a bird. Some of the Rebbes were even alleged to be able to understand the language of the birds. They would listen to birds sing, and they said they're singing, they're having theological debates, that the Rebbes could understand the Vogelsprache, and that the Vogelsprache allowed them to hear the debates among the rabbis of the birds, which I always found a beautiful idea of sitting in the forest, listening to the birds, rather than just hearing like the rest of us, normie people that all we hear is birds. The Rebbes, they don't hear birds, they hear the debates among the birds about God. And so I always found that to be a very beautiful example of Hasidism, where it's you're not just hearing bird sounds, you're hearing theological debates among the animal world. So again, according to the Hasidic idea, it's the deep desire to experience the divine in every aspect of life, and to cleave to God, Devekus. The Devekus is the clinging to God, and you cling to God, and the way that you do this, at some level, by cultivating a relationship with a kind of shamanic character in the Hasidic world. This is the Rebbe, or sometimes there are tzaddikim, tzedukim. There are these righteous people who have a unique relationship with God. They are intensely holy. And of course, these Rebbes go on to set up various courts, and those courts really operate a bit like royalty. They still do operate a bit like royalty to this day. And so you have a loyalty to the Rebbe, to your Rebbe. And the Chassid encounters the divine primarily through the Rebbe, and it's in that Rebbe Chassid relationship that Chassidism really grows up into becoming the sort of court-like spirituality that it is today. We'll talk a little bit about how that's gotten a little stranger, especially with the Chabad Lubavitch movement, which I forgot to mention much in the later slides, which I'll need to talk about that in a little bit as well. But we'll see how that develops. So, as we stopped last time, the sort of cliffhanger from last time was that what I think that no one really realized in the aftermath of the whole Shabbatai Tzvi thing, that as much as the Shabbatai Tzvi business was a disaster, no one really saw what was happening in the background that was a bigger deal. The same year that Shabbatai Tzvi converted to Islam and apostatized was 1666, and I'm sure as many folks in the room know, 1666 is a dynamite year in the history of science. It's the year that Isaac Newton discovered or invented calculus. Of course, he discovered and invented at the same time as Leibniz. There's a bitter debate about that. It's also the same year that Newton discovered the fundamental nature of light, and also he basically figured out Newtonian physics as we know it now. And he published all that in 1666. This is called the Year of Miracles. So at the same time that Newton is figuring all that out, inventing calculus and all this stuff, that's the year Shabbatai Tzvi converts to Islam. So it's difficult. I know that for many people, and for me too, when I think about Shabbatai's conversion, I think of it as a medieval thing. It's something that happened a long, long time ago. And I think of somehow Newton not having happened a long, long time ago. Newton feels very modern to me. It feels like I could just sort of, we could play chess with something together, like Star Trek. And they happen at the same time. They happen the exact same year. And so what's coming down the pike, and what I think that the Jewish world did not see in the aftermath of this entire Shabbatai Tzvi business, was the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment was happening all around the Jewish world, in France, and in North America, in England, and Holland, and Germany. The Enlightenment was developing a huge, completely new worldview that was dynamically breaking from what had come from before, with its emphasis on rationality, its emphasis on experimental science, its emphasis on extreme logic. And so we're beginning to get philosophers like Descartes, like Spinoza. Spinoza's philosophy rejects there's a God separate from nature. It's just nature, and nature is God, and God is nature. It's the same thing. We're getting the mechanistic philosophers, the philosophers that believe that all of nature is like a giant machine. If you study it carefully, you can understand how it works, and if you understand how it works, you can predict it, and therefore you can make it do things for you. This incredibly mechanistic philosophy, which is in many ways really wonderful, and in many ways I think quite bad. Inside the Jewish world, they never saw this coming. It just sort of landed on their doorstep. When I say landed on their doorstep, what I really mean is Napoleon showed up. What Hegel called the world spirit on horseback. Napoleon shows up in Central Europe and even Eastern Europe. Remember, he marched all the way to Russia. So everywhere Napoleon went, recall, he brought with him these Enlightenment ideas. His army was a sort of enlightened army, as much as armies are ever enlightened. And Napoleon brought with him the metric system. He brought with him French revolutionary ideas. He brought with him the idea that if you're a citizen of a country, then you should have equal protection under the law. There should never be second-class citizens. Either you're citoyen or you're not. And if you are citoyen, you have the rights and privileges of everyone else that is protected by the rational law. And of course, I'm not saying Napoleon was perfect or anything like that, but he was a big enough deal that Hegel thought at some level he represented the very movement of Geist, the very movement of God in the realization of Godness in the world. And of course, Hegel got disappointed with it later, but it made a big impression on the young Hegel. And so this is at the same time that the Hasidic movement is taking off. And so when these two movements come into conflict with each other, come into contact with each other, there's going to be a break-off in the Jewish world where some Jews are going to become very attracted to Enlightenment values, and they're going to incorporate those Enlightenment values into the Jewish world. And that is called the Haskalah, the Enlightenment. And I think for almost everyone here in this class, and almost probably everyone hearing my voice, all of us are pretty enticed at some level by Enlightenment ideas. The idea of equal protection under the law, that you can't be just killed because of what you believe in, that we have a rational system of weights and measures, not only do in this country, but most countries in the world, that the scientific, the very fact that I'm talking to you through this machine is proof of the success of the Enlightenment. So for many Jews, the Enlightenment was the solution to so many problems in the Jewish world, both in terms of the inner backwardness of the Jewish world, what they thought to be a superstitious world ruled by elite dynastic rulers who divine the will of God, and who knows how they figured these things out. And they believed in werewolves and vampires, and they believed in all this stuff and Kabbalah. Many Jews were very disenfranchised with that and wanted to rush into the world of the Enlightenment, and they did. They did. In fact, for the Jewish folks here, I imagine for many of the Jewish folks in this class, you are the children of the great-great-great-grandchildren of the masculine, of the Enlightenment folks. Because the Enlightenment was very, very successful, again, for better and for worse. So what ends up happening is that this new kind of rational Judaism, the integration of Enlightenment values with Judaism became, incredibly polarizing. We also, speaking again for the Jewish folks in the room, we live in an incredibly easy world compared to our ancestors, because in many ways we can adapt both worlds. We can be religious, and we can be in the Enlightenment somehow. Well, there was no middle ground in the 18th century. Either you jumped ship and you joined the Enlightenment camp, or you stayed behind in the shtetl and you stayed in the world of the pre-Enlightenment, or the traditional world, I suppose one could say. And so, in the traditional world, they realized how much of a threat this was. They were terrified of this, and they doubled down on the traditional aspects of the world. And so, in many ways, both Enlightenment Judaism and Haredi Judaism, that is to say, the black hat, ultra-Orthodox Judaism that we recognize now, are both actually creations of the Enlightenment. So I know that sometimes Haredi folks like to pretend as if they're the legitimate continuers, inheritors of a discrete, continuous line of Judaism reaching all the way back to Moses. And if you ask them, Moses wore a black hat and spoke Yiddish. But I guarantee you he did. The reality of the modern Judaism is at some level, all of it is a response to the Haskalah. It's all a response. Either you double down on tradition and you retreat it into the world of of the dynastic world of the Hasidic world or the Lippish world, or you drifted off into the secular world and you tried to make a go at either becoming assimilated or you tried to balance out both. And assimilation was the largest, the earliest, quickest movement. So what we have here basically is a choice between at some level assimilation, right? As much as those countries would allow you to assimilate, whether it's the French or the Germans, and as you know from the terrifying history of how this will go, it will fail. Assimilation ultimately was a failed strategy. It did not protect Jews in the end, and neither did God. By the way, it wasn't like the Haredi people were protected when the first Panthers rolled in. And so what we have is a dualistic, a polarized world by the 1700s in which there are Haskalah Jews, and then there are traditional Jews. And the world becomes polarized, it becomes increasingly polarized. Now, that's not to say that Kabbalah stops. If all the kinds of things that have not stopped the Kabbalah hadn't stopped them, whether it was the Crusades or the Shabbat Tzvi event or whatever pogroms would have stopped the Kabbalah, well, this whole Enlightenment thing didn't stop it either. And so many of the traditional centers of Judaism in the medieval or in the early modern world, they continued to produce Kabbalah as if nothing was going on. I mean, for them, they may have not even known. And so, especially in the Hasidic world, there is a huge outpouring of literature. This is a time period where the folks in the Chabad movement, who I'm sure many folks have had contact with, they began very rigorously developing their movement. Also, it's worth pointing out that the Chabad movement becomes sort of the intellectual center in many ways of the Hasidic movement. They become much more interested in the world of the mind and the world of the intellect as opposed to just the world of the emotions. And so the Chabad movement actually becomes much more of a rigorous system of Hasidic philosophy as opposed to just singing songs and being happy or whatever. So this is a period of people like Rabbi Nachman of Breslov, which I imagine most folks have heard of. Nachman of Breslov is probably one of the most famous Rebbes of this time period. He's of course known for his deep spiritual reflections and his existential torment that he experiences. He was a person of great highs and great lows. I guess most historical people who we end up remembering are kind of manic depressive in this way, and so Rabbi Nachman is known for this extreme joy and extreme sorrow he was capable of feeling. And ultimately, he's going to give rise to the Neo-Hasidic movement, which we'll talk about in a minute, but also the Nanach movement, which I imagine if you've ever spent time in Israel, you will at some point encounter some Nanach guys, which tend to smell as pious as they are. They wear the knit caps with Nanach written on it, and they listen to techno music and dance around, and they're generally, I don't know what the right word is, pious to a fault. Something. So those guys are out there and they're a big deal in the Neo-Hasidic world. Of course, also at this time period, probably one of the most important modern Jewish philosophers and mystics is also writing. This is a Ramchal, Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, who's probably the greatest traditional Jewish mind of the early modern period. And Luzzatto wrote a mountain of stuff. It's really, I was looking over some of it today and I was like, my God. This guy wrote 50 books. I mean, I've probably read one or two of them. He wrote 50-something books. It's an enormously huge output. But the Ramchal is known as a young man for having had a spiritual experience where he had a magi, or a spiritual teacher, began to reveal him all kinds of spiritual things. He was relatively young when this happened, and you can imagine that in the aftermath of the Shabbat Tzvi business, no one wanted to hear about anyone talking to spirits anymore. And so he kind of got kicked out of Italy a little bit. He kind of got expelled from Italy, and this led him on a journey through Europe. And in his journey through Europe, he ended up writing, like I said, a ton of stuff. His two most famous books are Derech Hashem, The Way of the Lord. Derech Hashem is probably the most systematic collection or systematization of Judaism that incorporates both philosophical issues and Kabbalah into one system. Derech Hashem is a really, really great book. You can get it in Hebrew and English if you want to study it. It's a fantastic text that really does the work of combining the sort of philosophy of the day, although the philosophy at that point is a little outdated, but it's still a very amazing book. His other major book is a book on ethics, Masilah Yesharim, which is also just really, really great to read, and also you can get it in English too. And both of these books have gone on to become basically classics in the Orthodox world. There's even study sessions, so they study these books over and over and over again all through the year. So Derech Hashem and Mesli Yesharim are classics of Judaism. They become classics of Judaism, and again, they incorporate Kabbalistic and non-Kabbalistic philosophical elements into one text. Again, Chaim Luzzatto is probably say he's the most important rabbi of this period at some level. He's probably the most important rabbi of this period, and so very, very important guy. Also, over in Eastern Europe, they're also continuing to do classical Kabbalah. A lot of what's happening at this point in Kabbalistic texts is a lot of systematization texts, which are trying again to systematize the Lurianic system. But also there are a lot of encyclopedic texts where they're just going through and trying to list things, describe what things are. One of the problems that comes along with more technical Kabbalah is that the Hebrew language just isn't actually that good at doing philosophy. There are a lot of technical reasons why this is. German is a far better language for doing philosophy, even than English. And Hebrew is a sort of clumsy language when it comes to doing philosophy. And it's also a bit of a clumsy language when it comes to doing Kabbalah, ironically enough. And so a lot of the technical terms in Kabbalah are very, very confusing. And a lot of what happens during this time period is the encyclopedizing of Kabbalah. And one of the more famous encyclopedias that gets written at this time is one of the books I would love to see translated. I have it downstairs, but I can read it. But, they are translating it. It's beyond me. But it's the Sefer Karnaim. Sefer Karnaim is an encyclopedia of the Klipot. The Klipot, as you may remember, are the shards left over in the process of creating the world, and those shards that are left over are actually demonic. Those are the demons that sort of haunt the Lurianic world, and it's an encyclopedia of all the demons. And so we actually get a systematic account of the evil detritus left over from the creation of the world here in the 18th, 19th centuries in the Sefer Karnaim, which is a fabulously interesting text. You can read it online if you want to read it for free. Of course, you have to read it in Hebrew. There's no English translation to my knowledge. Now, as you probably also know, in all of this, through the 19th century, the amount of anti-Semitism in Europe doesn't go away. Anti-Semitism has always been there in Europe. There's always been European anti-Semitism. Well, the anti-Semitism gets a new added dimension. As you might imagine, as Jews become more and more part of secular civil society, there's also anti-Semitism that emerges at the level of discrimination of Jews in secular civil society. Of course, the most famous and infamous example of this is the Dreyfus affair in the 19th century in France. And so, with this uptick in anti-Semitism and the ongoing reality of anti-Semitism, there's sort of three distinct ideas basically about what to do about it. One idea is the traditional idea: double down on being pious and God will protect you. Been a going theory for many thousands of years, but that theory no one's given up on yet. So one is double down on being pious and God will protect you. The other theory is that at some level, you just need to get out of Europe. Europe is just a death trap. We've been living in Europe now for 1,000 years, and for 1,000 years, it's just been a nightmare. It's just been pogrom after crusade, after blood libel, after witch hunt, after whatever. It's just that the Europeans are never going to accept us, and at some level, eventually they're going to try to kill us all. It's just a matter of time. Turns out they were right. So what do? You leave. You leave Europe. You pack your bags, and you leave Europe. And in the mid-19th century, that idea takes the form of secular Zionism. This is where Haskalah Jews, enlightened Jews, decide as a group that the situation in Europe is basically untenable and we need to leave. And this is the emergence, of course, of very, very nascent Zionism. Now, it's two things that are worth noting here about really early Zionism is that it was entirely a secular movement at first. In fact, it doesn't really get to have much religious backing until the mid-20th century, frankly. And so Zionism was a secular, largely socialist movement, although not all of it was socialist, not all of it was socialist in the way we recognize it now. And that movement, while it did accept some messianic themes, and it was sort of apocalyptic in its narrative, in its the way that it talked about the world, it wasn't really informed by Kabbalah. but I think that it was informative. If you read a lot of the language of the early Zionists, you will see a lot of the exile redemption language. You will see a lot of language that is coming in from the Kabbalah, although I think it's mostly through social osmosis, right? So let me make that more clear, put a finer point on it. The Zionist movement early on was never influenced by Kabbalah directly, although I think that there is some messianic and some Kabbalistic ideas that have reached into Zionism, mostly because of sort of social osmosis, because of Jews, and they've been raised on a diet of Kabbalah and Torah. So that's one part of it. The other part of it with the Zionist movement is that, from a religious perspective, it was completely remote. It was completely an Avera. The religious world rejected Zionism very early on. And when I say the religious world rejected Zionism, most of the religious world still rejects Zionism. It still says Zionism is a toxic ideology that is harmful to Palestinians, and it is irreligious. It's blasphemous. It's straight up heresy. And so this early, and even the Reform movement very early on, even the Reform movement in Germany, at the very beginning of the Reform movement, they rejected Zionism in 2 major conferences. So even at the very far progressive end of the Jewish world, Zionism was very unpopular, at least to start. And it remains unpopular now, at least in the Haredi world, as folks have been watching the very wonderful show Shtisel, the soap opera, basically. You'll know in Shtisel, right, every time that they bring the Zionist up, Shulam's brother always says, he refers to the Zionism, he refers to Zionists as the evil people. He always calls them the evil people. And so this is a thing that develops early on in the response to Zionism. So it never became religious until much later. In fact, I would say that in many ways it wasn't until Rav Kook, who we'll talk about in a minute, and it certainly wasn't until I think after the 8-Day War that in a big way you get religious Zionism when you recognize it now. I think it's a relatively minority movement until then. The Kabbalah, of course, continues to develop, right? It's not like the Kabbalah stops. Slide. Oh yes, this is a mistaken slide, but there's an extra thing down here I want to talk about. This I must have not mucked this slide up. But anyway, the last thing I want to talk about here is that in the 19th century, what also happened in the non-Jewish world is there's sometimes what is referred to as the occult revival. The occult revival was a re-interest in occult sciences, alchemy, and sort of a romantic interest in this stuff. And what you get are people like Ebenezer Sibley and Barrett, who are people who published the Magus. You have a bunch of people really interested in the occult again, and this sort of occult revival that occurred primarily in the 19th century also incorporates some older elements of Christian Kabbalah, and they ultimately develop a new form of Kabbalah out of Christian Kabbalah that gets referred to as the Hermetic Kabbalah. And this is a completely non-Jewish, occult-centered version of the Kabbalah, primarily used for engaging in ceremonial magic. So we have elements of Freemasonry being combined with elements of Renaissance magic, and then that being fused together with some elements of Kabbalah, and that develops what we now refer to as the Hermetic Kabbalah, which is another third branch of Kabbalah that is developed. There's, of course, Jewish Kabbalah with a K, there is Christian Kabbalah with a C, and now this develops eventually in the early, in the 19th century, the 20th century, into Hermetic Kabbalah with a Q. And these forms of Kabbalah continue into occult practice all the way to this day. So again, in the 19th century, Kabbalah undergoes another mutation, although not a Jewish mutation, but primarily in the non-Jewish world, primarily in England, actually, where this occult revival will take place. And so the Hermetic Kabbalah is out there and it proves very popular. There's a whole big world of people whose spirituality is wrapped up with the very sophisticated, very complicated system of correspondences, typically referred to as the Hermetic Kabbalah. So as I mentioned, right, just a minute ago, one of the other strategies, right, so we have one strategy, double down on being traditional. The other strategy is leave, go to Palestine or wherever. And the other strategy that I mentioned a minute ago, too, is assimilation. Assimilation was a very daring strategy, and perhaps I think one of the more difficult, and I think that many of the people who did the job of assimilating, I think, get written off as traitors or something. I think it's really unfortunate the way we talk about that generation of folks. But assimilation was a really difficult task of trying to maintain two things at once. It was trying to maintain being Jewish and also trying to maintain your identity in a world that rejected you. Trying to be German and be Jewish, whatever German Jew meant. And the problem was that the Orthodox world hated you because they thought of you as a sellout, and the Germans never really accepted you either. And you could do anything, almost, right? I think of people like Husserl. Husserl was the great German philosopher whose son fought in World War I and still got fired when the Nazis took over. They never could become Jewish enough. In fact, even for the anti-Semites, for the Nazis, the more that the Jews assimilated, the more dangerous they were. They were almost hiding among you. And so there was something about this that the strategy of assimilation was always going to be at some level a losing game. But what ends up happening, at least in the academic world, is that, or at least in the religious world, rather, I should say, is that Judaism early on had to basically come to look like Lutheranism. They had to make a Judaism that looked as much like the Lutheranism of the 19th and 20th century as possible. And that movement became the Reform movement, right? Ethical monotheism. And if you look at the Lutheran movement and the early Reform movement, it is amazing how similar they are. Even the choir, it's just like the organs and stuff, right? If you've ever been to a classical Reform synagogue, the organs and the choir, and they even moved Shabbat to Sunday mornings and all kinds of stuff. They were desperately trying to fit in. And again, at one level, one way of looking at that is they're trying to sell out. But again, I think that the more that you accuse them of that, you walk a mile in their shoes and understand how devastating the reality of anti-Semitism was at that time and how awful it would get. And at the same time, I admire them. I admire the courage it takes to try to figure out a way of being German and Jewish, being French and Jewish in a world that you basically rejected by both sides, no matter what you do. I think it's very heroic and a very difficult path to march. On the academic front, part of what had to happen to justify the viability of Judaism is to justify it to the world of the theologians. And that's the theologians largely of Lutheran theology in the mid and late 19th century, which, as you probably imagine, as you may know even, German scholarship at this time was some of the most amazing scholarship in the world when it comes to the Bible. This is a time period where critical source theory was being developed. This is a time where the Bible's being systematically studied, scientifically studied for the first time. This is where Hebrew is really getting into the manuscripts of these things. It's really a time period of enormous erudition. In fact, I would say the German biblical scholarship of 10 years probably produced more erudite scholarship than has been produced in 30 years of what we do. It's amazing. These guys, they just knew 15 languages. They just did. That's just how they worked. They didn't have the whole Bible. They just had chunks of the Hebrew Bible memorized. So the scholarship was very driven by Lutheran, pietist, very careful scholarship. And so what's emerging at the same time is the attitude to do the same thing in Judaism. And the attitude to do the same thing in Judaism was largely spearheaded by a group of Jewish Haskalah scholars, and this movement became known as the Wissenschaft des Judentums movement. And Raza, I'm going to beg your forgiveness if I mispronounce my German stuff as I go. So the Wissenschaft des Judentums movement, the scientific study of Jewish books, was a movement in the academic Jewish world to study Jewish literature using all the modern tools at that time of German scholarship to study religious literature. And they had to make a decision about what they studied, because what they studied and what they published basically represented Judaism to the outside academic world. So, what did they study? What did they publish? Well, Talmud. They focused their energy on the Talmud. Why? Because the Talmud, for one, is a highly systematic, highly argumentative book based in logic. They can argue that Judaism is irrational because the Talmud is rational. The Talmud is a book of arguments driven by logic, and therefore Judaism is logical. Right? So we have the ethical components in the Hebrew Bible, and we have the logical components of the Talmud, and therefore Judaism is respectable because it's a paragon of logic. Well, guess what isn't very logical? Kabbalah. So, what did the Wissenschaft Judentums movement do? Ignored it. Basically pretended that it wasn't there. Why? Because it was embarrassing. It was superstition. It was occultism. It was nonsense, made up, fraudulent stuff. For them, for the Wissenschaftliches Judentum movement, Kabbalah was an embarrassment. It needed to be put back into the darkness of the Middle Ages because it made Jews look crazy. If you've been listening to some of the stuff I've been saying over the past 14 weeks, thinking to yourself, God, that sounds nuts. Well, it does sound nuts. And can you imagine a bunch of Jewish scholars presenting that to a bunch of erudite Lutheran scholars being like, yes, Judaism. We believe that God masturbated reality into existence. What? That's not going to fly, right? It's going to make them hate you. It's going to reinforce every negative stereotype about the Jews. The Jews are irrational. They're driven by superstition. They believe in nonsense. The Wissenschaftliches Judentum movement had to make a decision, and the decision was not Kabbalah, Talmud. And so early on, Kabbalistic literature was largely put on the back burner, to put it politely. And as you might know, at the same time this is happening, this is also the same time that all of the movements in Judaism are beginning to form. The Reform movement, the Conservative movement, the Masorti movement, the Reconstructionist movement begins in the early 20th century. All the movements, even modern Orthodox Judaism, all of the movements in movement Judaism in the non-traditional Jewish world, all of them look at some level to the Wissenschaftliches Judentum movement, and they base their Judaism at some level on the Judaism being pumped out by places like JTS, by places like German Scholarship, by places like Cincinnati, the Reform Seminary. And guess what? None of those places are doing. None of them are doing Kabbalah. Why? Because it's embarrassing. They do not want to look like crazy people. So the Kabbalah is totally sidelined for 2.5, 3 generations by scholars. Completely sidelined. And it's sidelined at a decisive moment in Jewish history. What is that decisive moment? The emergence of the movements. So if you grew up in a movement, the Reform movement, the Conservative movement, if you grew up in any of the movements, their scholars were simply not being trained on Kabbalah. And because they weren't being trained on it, they couldn't teach it. And because they did teach it, it was abandoned in the movements. This is the reason why, for folks who grew up, especially for folks who are a bit older than me, if you grew up in the movement Judaism world, you've never heard about Kabbalah. There's a reason why. Because the rabbis you had never learned about it. And that's because the generation before them never learned about it, and the generation before them made a decision not to learn about it. And that's what happened. Effectively, Kabbalah becomes decanonized by the modern Jewish movement. Modern Judaism basically decanonizes it. So the Zohar, Sefer Yetzirah, all the literature we've talked about basically goes back on the shelf. And what comes back is Talmud, if you're lucky, but mostly Tanakh. That's the reason why you will never really see in the movements until recently studies of Kabbalah, studies of Talmud, even Talmud. I mean, for folks who grew up in the movement world, how often did you all study Talmud? How often was Talmud something that you would be encouraged to study or heard about much? Yeah, see heads shaking no. Yeah, even Talmud, right? Even Talmud was sidelined. And you can imagine, Talmud sidelined, then surely Zohar's going to be sidelined. So that's one part of the story. A huge part of the story is that Kabbalah didn't go away. They still did Kabbalah, studied Kabbalah in the traditional world. It's in the progressive world that it was abandoned. It was decanonized in our world. And it's only now limping back into canonization. And I think it needs to be recanonized more quickly than that. Of course, the other thing that happens, and it's this time, is in the mid-20th century, and there's no way to avoid the elephant in the room. It's, of course, the Holocaust. The Holocaust devastated, obviously, European Jewry, but in terms of Kabbalah, it really devastated the Hasidic world. And the reason why it devastated the Hasidic world, as you might imagine, is the Hasidic Jews live basically in these very tight-knit social networks. They are distinctively dressed. They look very Jewish. They have payas. They dress like Jews. Targeting them was the easiest thing in the world. They all live in the same shtetls and ghettos. So liquidating them and killing them, putting them on these cattle cars was very, very easy for the Nazis. So the Hasidic world was incredibly destroyed in the Holocaust. I think proportionately, and Roz would be obviously the better expert at this than I would be, that the Hasidic world suffered apocalyptic levels of devastation in the Holocaust, just because of they were basically sitting ducks, and also their theology prevented them from leaving. So many of them, because they rejected Zionism, did not try to flee to Palestine. They thought it was religiously forbidden to flee to Palestine because they were also tied to the Rabbi. They also didn't want to individually leave, right? They were tied to this person, and so if the Rabbi didn't leave, they didn't leave. And lastly, right, they looked the part. When the Einsatzgruppe group moves in, they're there. They're living in that shtetl, and they're there with that Rebbe. And it doesn't take but an afternoon of a really blackout drunk group of Einsatzgruppe to do the deed to basically eliminate an entire Hasidic dynasty. And chas v'shalom, that happened. It happened over and over and over again in Eastern Europe, especially Hungary was especially badly hit. I think 1 in 4 Satmar people were killed or something like that in the Holocaust. It's just a devastating apocalyptic story. And as you know, the only people keeping the light on at this time, in many ways, for Kabbalah are Hasidic people. It's the people in Eastern Europe. It's the traditional people. They're the ones keeping the lights on. And with their execution by the beasts that were the Nazis, the light goes out. The light went out. It was a devastating blow to Kabbalah. Now, luckily, our Sephardic brothers and sisters, Sephardic folks, they were still doing Kabbalah in Morocco. They were still doing Kabbalah over in Baghdad. Still doing Kabbalah in Northern Africa. So it wasn't like that the devastating blow that was dealt to European Jews meant the end of Kabbalah. But it is just important to say that the Hasidic movement and European Jewry was a very important center of the development in Kabbalah, and the Holocaust uniquely and profoundly destroyed some elements of that continuity. Luckily, they did survive. Many of them survived, and they would regroup. Some of them in America. And in fact, the 2 largest groups, Satmar would eventually, like the Satmar Rebbe Teitelbaum, eventually made his way out even before the war or in the middle of the war. And the Lubavitch Rebbe also made it out as well. And they refounded their Hasidic dynasties in Brooklyn, Holy Land, real Holy Land, which is Brooklyn. So Borough Park and Crown Heights, respectively. You can go visit the Holy Land. It's just right over there in Brooklyn. Folks know this, right? That Israel is just a borough of Brooklyn. The real Holy Land is over there, just around Coney Island. So, the rebound, folks. The rebound. How did this all rebound? We have the Holocaust. We have the Haskalah. We have the Wissenschafts- Judentum movement. How did this rebound? Well, it rebounded in a couple different ways. The rebound, in many ways, began with a young maverick philologist. People forget that Gerhard Scholem, also people forget that he was Gerhard Scholem. He got Gershomized later when he made Aliyah, but Gerhard Scholem was a young maverick philologist. He studied language. That's the reason why his scholarship is so top-notch. You can read everything in the original language. And Scholem made the crazy argument that Kabbalah deserved to be academically studied. It just deserves academic. It's part of Jewish history. We need to study it. And so in the 1920s, Gerhard would do all the heavy lifting of reading basically every single Kabbalistic book he could get his hands on in the archives. Every single one. And being the good German scholar that he was, he did that. And unlike the Wissenschafts- Judentum movement that rejected the importance of Kabbalah, Gerhard Scholem argued convincingly that there simply was no Judaism without Kabbalah. You just couldn't do it. You couldn't imagine Judaism without it. Judaism was just as important, or Kabbalah was just as important in the history of Judaism as Talmud, as anything else. So, Scholem argued over the time that Kabbalah had to be reintegrated both academically and historically into the history and thinking about what Judaism was. And this was by no means easy, folks. When Scholem, who was already an established scholar at the time, was invited to speak at JTS, give a lecture at JTS at the Jewish Theological Seminary there in New York, when he was allowed to speak, the justification for him being able to speak was that, well, look, the Kabbalah is nonsense, right? Kabbalah is Narishkeit. Kabbalah is nonsense, but, right, Narishkeit ist Narishkeit. Aber die Geschichte des Narishkeit, das ist Wissenschaft. Right? Nonsense is nonsense, but the history of nonsense is science. So Kabbalah is nonsense, but the history of Kabbalah is science. It's worth studying as historical information, but God forbid anyone be a Kabbalist. That's ridiculous. That, by the way, was coming from the most famous most famous progressive Talmud scholar in 20th century history, Saul Lieberman. Probably one of the most important Talmud scholars of the early 20th century, the Talmud professor at JTS. Basically invented modern sort of quasi-secular Talmud education, Saul Lieberman. That's how Sholem was introduced. Can you imagine being introduced at the JTS by basically saying, yeah, what you study is nonsense, but because you study it as history, as something we used to do, it's legitimate. But God forbid anyone actually be a Kabbalist. That's completely crazy. So Sholem really had to walk an uphill battle. He fought an uphill battle the entire time to get legitimacy for what he was doing, which is unimaginable now, considering that Kabbalah is so legitimate, so mainstream. But Sholem had to fight that battle, and in many ways on his own. Luckily, he was a very capable scholar, and he was able to do it. Sholem brought with him an army of students. He attracted a great deal of students, folks like Moshe Yedel and Joseph Don, other folks who have gone on to become themselves leading scholars in the world of Kabbalah. His students were also perfectly willing to criticize him, and they did. They made careers criticizing him. Folks like Moshe Yedel really showed how important Sholem was, and also how incomplete Sholem was. And we have a whole new generation of scholars, Yehuda Leibs and Zahi Weiss and all kinds of just Roni Moroz is a huge group of scholars that blow my mind with every book that they write. And so the academic study of Kabbalah is landed. It is now totally legit if you want to study Kabbalah in college. You can take an academic level Kabbalah class and no one's going to bat an eye. You're going to sure, part of Jewish history, etc. At the same time, there is an emerging, relatively small movement of religious Zionism, led by, of course, by Rav Kook. And he would eventually give rise to religious Zionism as we know it, although Rav Kook wasn't terribly influenced by, wasn't a huge Kabbalist, but certainly a lot of the Lurianic themes of exile and redemption will play a part in the rise of Zionism. The most important, I think, Kabbalist to come really in the early to mid 20th century would be Rabbi Yehuda Ashlag, the Baal HaSulam, the master of the ladder. In the Baal HaSulam he would make Aliyah into Israel, and he would compose two incredibly influential works. The most important, I think, is his commentary on the Zohar, a text that he took, I think, 10 years to write, called HaSulam, the ladder. And this is a both introduction to the Zohar, but also a commentary on the Zohar. And he translated Zohar out of the crazy Aramaic that it's in into a very modern Hebrew to make it accessible to a whole generation of people who otherwise would not be able to read it in the original Aramaic. He published it in basically modern Hebrew, modern Lashon Kodesh Hebrew, and so it's much more accessible in the modern Hebrew. So many people who read Zohar now in the Orthodox world, and also many people who study Isaac Luria are going to study many of his ideas at some level through the lens of Rabbi Yehuda Ashlag, who also developed his own sort of like interesting communist theory. There's, in fact, I think a kibbutz that's based on some of his ideals in northern Israel, Calvinism. So Yehuda Ashlag becomes a very important, I think, probably the most important character in all this. Another character that I don't mention in this that I can't believe I left out, of course, is Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, blessed memory. Schneerson, of course, was the head of the Chabad Lubavitch movement, and what's important to know about him is that, he became one of the most important founders of the Kiruv movement, that is to say, the outreach movement among Orthodox Jews and Hasidic Jews. So if you've ever been to a Chabad house, that's because Rabbi sent someone to make one, basically, at least most of them. And Menachem Mendel Schneerson founded this enormous Kiruv network of the Chabad movement, and he was just a hugely important figure in the history of 20th century Judaism. It's really hard to downplay all the really important things that he did. But one of the things that's worth mentioning here that's important is that will be important going into 21st century Judaism is that when he died in the 90s, it was already believed in his lifetime that he was the Messiah, and then when he died, people really began to believe he was the Messiah. And so there is a movement in the Chabad world. It's not a super big movement. I don't think it's as big as it was in the late 90s. And it seems to be mostly localized to Brooklyn and Israel, especially at Kfar Chabad, where they believe he's the Messiah. Also, I have a monitor here. This is some kind. So I have, so at any rate, the Menachem Mendelssohn was believed to be the Messiah, and I studied briefly at a Chabad yeshiva, and I definitely met people who believed that he was not only not dead, but that he had been taken into heaven somehow bodily, and that he was going to return really soon, and that his return would be heralded by Jews adopting more Torah, and that basically he was kind of occluded, and his occultation would come to an end, and the Rebbe would reappear as the King Messiah. Of course, you can still go to Crown Heights, you can still go to Brooklyn, and you can still see crowns, images of the Rebbe's flag, which has a typically yellow with a crown that it says Mashiach on it, Messiah. So there's this huge Messianic movement, which again could be a whole class unto itself, inside of the Chabad Lubavitch movement, where they do believe that their late leader is the Messiah, and this is causing some serious problems in the Chabad movement because it is such a movement based on outreach. Although in my experience and what I've been told by folks who've grown up in the movement, is that largely the kind of people that the Messianic stuff appeals to are typically people like Baal Shuvas, people who convert back to Orthodox Judaism, and younger people. But most of the more established Chabad world doesn't really get down with this Messiah stuff. Although I think they do still control 770, which is the main synagogue in the Chabad world there in Brooklyn on Eastern Parkway. So the Chabad movement has this Messianic thing going on, which is super weird and interesting. For the folks who are in Michigan who are hanging out with me in this class, you probably have never heard about this or heard about it only briefly, because the Shem Tov family, which is the larger Chabad family here in Michigan, is a very old Chabad family. They were sent here as shluchim, emissaries by the Rebbe way back in the 70s or 80s, something like that. But they were the leading force in many ways of the anti-Messianist movement. They really thought the Messianist movement was dangerous. And the Shem Tov family, which is very powerful here, at least in Michigan, has never been on the Messianic camp, and I don't think the Messianic camp has ever gotten a foothold in the Metro Detroit area when it comes to that stuff. That's different other places, but I don't think that the Messianic camp has ever gotten a foothold here. But go to Brooklyn, go to 770, it certainly is there. All right, the last two things I guess I'll mention before we really wrap up is the rise of the Neo-Hasidic movement. As folks know, the Neo-Hasidic movement was pioneered by folks like Martin Buber, who came out of the Hasidic world but maintained a lot of, nostalgia isn't the right word, but wanted to sort of modernize and expand the Hasidic movement outside of the dynastic structure. And so many of the tales of the Hasidim and a lot of Hasidic spirituality became sort of exported out of the Hasidic world and then imported into the modern Orthodox world and the conservative world especially, and the Reconstructionist world most recently in the sort of the Chavurah movement of the 1970s. This is a period of Carlebach and stuff like that for folks who grew up with Carlebach at the time. And so it's in that world that we have the rise of what might be called the Neo-Hasidic movement. And this movement has proven to be extraordinarily popular in the Jewish world. And there are great luminaries in the Neo-Hasidic world, folks who recently passed away, like Rabbi Shlomi and Art Green, who was one of Alana's teachers, actually, in Hebrew College. He's probably one of the premier Neo-Hasidic leader in the world right now. It was really funny at Purim, but he and I got to have a few drinks together and talk about Kabbalah briefly. I feel like I had a great honor to be able to hang out with one of these Gaons of the Neo-Hasidic movement. And so I got to spend some time with Art Green when I was up in Boston with Alana. So the Neo-Hasidic movement is alive and well, and I think it's popular as ever. I would say that it's actually growing in popularity. And with folks like Joey Weisenberg and other kinds of folks who are really channeling sort of Hasidic ideas into music, that stuff is going to continue to be popular. The last thing I'll mention, and this is the thing I imagine some folks already know, is of course mainstream pop culture Kabbalah. The Kabbalah Center, led by Rabbi Berg, which has received a lot of criticism, but whatever, I think that it's a legit form of Kabbalah as much as anything else is, at least from an academic perspective. The Kabbalah Center is they have outfits all over the world. It's sort of franchises kind of, and they teach a very specific kind of Kabbalah that is tailored toward celebrities, basically. There are non-celebrities that get into it. It's a form of sort of kind of new age meets traditional Kabbalah, but this is made famous by folks like Madonna, and I think Britney Spears was into it for a while, which I think even Britney Spears has a Hebrew tattoo on the back of her neck. Some kind of Kabbalistic tattoo. I don't know whatever sense Kabbalistic tattoos make, but you go, Britney. She's from Mississippi, so I think they were home state people. So good, me and Britney go back. So people like Britney Spears and Madonna have also embraced Kabbalah in a pretty profound way. And apparently, I think Madonna quit doing concerts on Friday night because of her commitment to certain kinds of Kabbalistic beliefs. I think that the material girl's from here, right? She's from Bay City. Madonna's from Bay City. So the material girl's from here. So you have Rabbi Madonna, who has gone on to become influenced very heavily by Kabbalah at some level in her spirituality, although I don't think she's ever converted to Judaism. And there are many other people who've been influenced by the Kabbalah Center. Now, the Kabbalah Center is very polarizing. It's very controversial, and they've gotten some trouble with money stuff, unsurprisingly. A religious organization getting involved with celebrities and getting in trouble for money stuff. Could you believe that? So the Kabbalah, in many ways, in the 1990s and 2000s, really went pop culture, with a lot of pop culture folks, musicians, and other folks becoming really influenced by Kabbalistic ideas, and those ideas becoming very mainstream, right? Very mainstream. Folks, Kabbalah Chai. It's gonna live. Kabbalah is gonna survive us all. It's back. The Kabbalah had gone through a couple thousand years or 1,000 years now of turns and twists and messiahs, dead messiahs, apostate messiahs, a mountain of books and commentaries. It's really gone through, I think, almost every kind of travail a religion can go through, a philosophy can go through. No philosophy that I can think of has gone through it this much. Platonism or communism or whatever. Kabbalah has gone through so much, and it's had to transform and adapt itself. And when I think about the Kabbalah, that I'm very happy and very glad to be alive now, because we're now living in, at some level, the golden age of Kabbalistic literature. More Kabbalistic literature is available to me than anyone else in history when it comes to accessible information. More Kabbalistic teachers are available. Secular Kabbalistic education is available. And a class like this is a completely secular academic class on Kabbalah. Also, you can go to dozens of teachers of Kabbalah to become a Kabbalist. And Kabbalah is accessible to people it was never accessible before. Women, LGBTQ folks, it's accessible in a way that it never was before. And so I say that Kabbalah Chai, Kabbalah lives, and Kabbalah will live, because we are living in an age where the Kabbalah has finally been able to, at some level, withhold its secrets. You have to work hard to become a Kabbalist. You need to learn Hebrew, learn Aramaic. You might have to move to Israel. You have to move to Brooklyn. You have to do a lot of heavy lifting if you really, really, really want to get into Kabbalah. But you can't. It's there. So much of it's on the internet. Right? So much of it you can get via interlibrary alone. You can go buy books right there on Amazon and learn secrets of the Kabbalah that would have been utterly inaccessible to 99% of the Jewish population most of history. And there they are, immediately available. Even English translations of things like the Zohar, with the Pritzker edition of the Zohar, massive 12-volume Pritzker edition. There was no standard English translation of the Zohar prior to that, not really. And now, for the first time in history, we have access to all 12 volumes of the Zohar, and new things are coming out every day. So we're living in a golden age for the study of Kabbalah, and we're living in a golden age for those who want to be Kabbalists. And I have to say that I'm really happy, and I feel really blessed, and I feel really grateful that all of you have decided to come along with me on this 14-week journey through the history of Kabbalah, because I feel very lucky that I have the privilege and honor to be able to to learn about Kabbalah and share what little I know, and to know that there are people interested in learning about Kabbalah and learning what little I know. And so I just want to thank all of you who hung out with me over the course of the past 14 weeks to learn some Kabbalah together, and to learn about Kabbalah and learn that this tradition is beautiful and strange and science fiction-y, just all over the place, weird and wonderful. And so I just want to express my deep gratitude for everyone who's dropped in for a class or stayed for all 14 or whatever.
What if you watched it while
and really blessed, really
yourself
thankful
at least 3
for
times
everyone
straight?
who's having
Really?
time,
Yeah, why not?
who's taking the time to
You know everything
learn
about it?
Kabbalah
Yeah, I'm
with me,
fucking
and giving me
Kabbalist
the opportunity to learn more about Kabbalah in preparation of this class. So that's it. Thank you.
You're welcome, Doc.
Thank you.
No big
It's
deal.
an honor and a privilege to be able to
Yeah, it's my
conduct this
pleasure.
class. And I look forward to learning with all of you soon, whether Kabbalah or not. I'd love to do a Zohar class. It's like my secret desire to do is do a big Zohar class. Both study Zohar and also study about Zohar. Where we have I imagine kind of a class that would be structured like a science class, where you have a lecture in the lab. The lecture would be like this, but then we'd have a lab. And the lab would be like studying the Zohar and studying it. So I imagine that's my dream gig. Is a lecture lab class. It'd be Zohar lab, which I have to say is a little more exciting to me than organic chemistry lab. So the Zohar lab. So anyway, folks, that's be up to the community and up to y'all. We can do that at some point, but I guess again, I'll just end with saying thank you, and I'm so happy that folks will come along with me on this journey. And it doesn't end here. I will definitely say that. Like I said, we're not ending with the end of Kabbalah. We're ending with ... because Kabbalah is going to outlive us all.
Serious?
Welcome back.
That's
And
not here
thank
nor
you
there.
for
Anyway,
joining me as I
Bill
explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism
Well,
and Kabbalah.
center of
Again,
the
if you'd like to
University
support
of
my work,
Vermont,
providing
California.
accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, magic, and hermetic philosophy, consider supporting my work on Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
Are you fucking serious?
this no secret shadow scores that companies use to judge a fair family. Fellow customers be ignored. That's why I use Copy. It works quietly in the background. Like your personal data, people search sites, data workers, and databases you probably don't even know exist. And Copy is busy removing high-name info from hundreds of databases. Don't stop there. They keep sending follow-up requests. Your data stays removed, protecting you from spam, scams, and real digital threats. Remember, they can't scam you if they can't find you. Take your personal data back with Copy. INCOGNI is how it's spelled. Get 6 years off your regular rate. Use my name, Rich, at copy.com/rich.
Mondays feel like Fridays. How you guys doing? There's a lot of audience and podcast listeners in here again. Almost 90 something at Full Tony. Hi everybody, how are you? Happy Monday.
I'm in the whisper too. What do you even say? I don't know.
Use all that technology. I mentioned the case-to-find case like on both the iPhone and the Samsung. And I looked it up. And it's like these
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from the Road Famous Comedy Store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 2. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe!
What? Holy shit, everybody. Welcome, everyone. Happy Tuesday evening for you. A rare Tuesday edition of Kill Tony. Happy to be preceding the great other comedy store show known as Roast Battle. Happy Tuesday to you all. Welcome, everybody. How are you guys? It's like a real live show in here. Speaking of live show, you guys that are live here in the audience are part of episode 91, which is basically the first live streaming Kill Tony ever.
And HD.
You guys are double live. There are people around the world that can hear your laughs and your reactions. So thank you for being here. This is very exciting. We've always wanted it this way, a new sound system, a new streaming live show out of an old historical club like the Comedy Store. And as of right now, it's bumping. I'm looking at it.
Yeah, and just to note that there's going to be two versions of Kill Tony, at least for a while. What you're watching online, the live streaming one, that's just so you guys get a taste. You get, so you get your episode the day it comes out. But then we also are going to be releasing a 4K version of Kill Tony with better sound, better video, about a week to 2 weeks out. So it's going to be a whole different new thing.
Higher quality.
Yeah.
Higher quality for all you listeners. I got to meet another group this week in Vegas.
Yeah, we have 110 people watching right now.
Wow. We are over capacity of the fire hazard of the belly room. And I just tweeted it, so maybe more people will be joining us. So let's do it. It's fun. We have it again. We have one sponsor only. Her name's Elise Lane. She cooks us a meal every week. She's at the Girl with a Pan on Facebook and Instagram. She's Elise Lane on Twitter. Tonight she made us grilled chicken caprese sandwiches. I had some weird tofu thing. It's good.
It's great. It's in my hands like oil.
Well, you pretend like that's anything different from your usual creepy self. Guys, it's a live show, and anything could happen. Like, normally we would have cut that beginning part of banter out completely, but no, you saw it. It just happened. We talked about Brian's greasy hands for a second too long. Guys, every week lately we've had a musical guest, and some of you guys that are here in the actual room got to hear him earlier because he plays while the audience gets sad. He puts on his own little cool concert here, because why not? While people are seating, have a live show already going on. He's one of my favorite artists that I came across in 2014, one of my favorite new musical guest. Put your hands together for the great Pat Reagan, everybody. With a brand new song every week. Kill Tony exclusive, the musical work of Pat Reagan.
Hey guys. The audience, I don't think is very happy to see me, Tony. I think they're like, you already did your part on the show. Because as Tony was saying, I warmed it up. Here's a song, though. You guys want to hear a fucked up song? All right, here's a fucked up song. It goes like this. The mic's a little hot. Uh-oh.
Fuck yeah, super live.
Yeah, super live. All right.
Super duper live
oh
show.
My gosh. Uh-oh. Yeah. Please to God. Here's my song. Sorry for the aggression. Walking down the street, it all seems beautiful to me. I stand up straight and seem to walk a little faster. Going to the shop and making talk with Mrs. Block. You know, she's got the happy face of a disaster. Yes, and everyone smiles and waves at me. And I wave and smile back. But there's one thing that they don't know. I've got a gun in my backpack. 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 If they only knew, they probably shit their pants. Oh, make a stinky, stinky doo-doo. But they're unaware of the real circumstance. I've got a gun in my backpack. A fucking gun in my backpack. I stole it from a dead man, and now it's in my red backpack. Nobody knows I got a gun in my backpack. Nobody sees I got a gun in my backpack. I'm walking down the sidewalk with a smile and a gun in my backpack. Oh, a gun in my backpack. An ounce of weed in my backpack. A bag of jizz in my backpack.
Pat Reagan with another brand new song that we've never heard before. Super live, streaming. He's on Twitter at Patty Reagan. Buy his album. Pat Reagan is a piece of shit. Pat Reagan Smells Like Shit. That's available on iTunes and Spotify for free.
Check out him and Jeremiah Watkins, you might know from Thunderpuss. He did a great video for Funny or Die, or something like that.
Yeah.
Really great.
Yeah.
The drug video.
Yeah, they're hilarious, and we're very excited about Pat Reagan's new Kill Tony Fest. Guys, every single week on this show, we have a head of security. Normally, it's a young rising comic coming through the ranks who is a head of security for us, keeps us safe, and asks questions, tries to learn from the rest of us. This week, we have our most credited patriot of all time. He's actually a Kill Tony super regular guest, a Death Squad powerhouse, one of the most credited comedians we know and get to work with, one of my very best and funniest friends. Put your hands together for the great Stephen Brody Stevens, ladies and gentlemen.
Listen.
Wow, our best patriot ever. Chelsea lately, Hangover 2, Due Date. Enjoy it on Comedy Central, his own Comedy Central half-hour special. You got it. Push.
second one.
Yes! Live in the flesh. You've seen him on everything. Comedy Central, HBO, HBO Go.
Here, check 2.
There he is, live in the flesh. He's our patriot.
Excited to be a part of the first online show. You know, Tony, I have HD also. I finally got HD.
You did?
Yeah. Mark disease.
You did it again. Brody's already on fire. Have a seat.
It's great to be playing the role of Iron Patriot when I worked with Iron Man. Due date, you got it. Robert Downey Jr. opening scene.
Oh, yeah, you were in that.
Yeah, thanks for not applauding. I don't want me to sit.
What about after the opening scene? What happened after that?
I went home. After that?
Yeah. Did you come back or anything?
No, I was one and done.
Oh, okay.
I do one scene and I get out.
I love it.
You know, that's how I do it. I'm excited here. Hello, Internet. Hello, high definition. I'm excited. Welcome to Us Stream. You could probably just turn off your little microphone thing. You don't really need to wear it. You're screaming into the microphone. So I'm getting yelled at for screaming after I did 2 hours of professional audience warm-up today in front of 150 people.
That's right.
So I come in here and I am up maybe 2 percentage points than I normally am, and I get beat down. You don't do that to me.
Brody's got a little bit of a soft side. He's a rugged patriot.
Yeah.
Brody, I'm really excited to have you on. You're talking about your 2 hours of crowd warm-up that you did on At Midnight today.
Yeah, I've been fired up recently. You know, people don't see the dark underbelly of show business and what it takes to make an Emmy-nominated television show. You got it, At Midnight. Nothing. Great.
I love it. Well, Brody.
I'm excited to see the fresh crop of talent.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to work with your 2 guests. It is always an honor to be here with Tony Hinchcliffe and Red Band. Let's do it.
Right. Here we go. Every week we have 2.
Josh, just unplug that microphone.
Every week we have 2 new guests come on. And yes. Yeah.
You know, I'm here being positive. You know, I'm being a good sport. But let's keep, you know, the headpiece in. I'm doing this. Let's be nice to me.
No. But the headpiece goes to a speaker that's on your kneecap.
Right.
So they can't hear any of this.
Why am I doing that? What?
So this is what it is, man. Grind. You know, you funny. You're just funny without bits. Look at you.
Huh? Is the couch that you're sleeping on?
Why am I doing that? What?
So this is what it is, man. Grind. You know, you funny. You're just funny without bits. Look at you.
Huh? Is the couch that you're sleeping on?
I didn't hear him.
Is the couch that you're sleeping on in the kitchen of the place that you're sleeping? Like, why are you losing so much sleep over the thought of food? What is it? Like, do you really fucking sweat when you think of, like, aches and shit?
Why do you keep on adjusting the microphone
Jesus Christ.
for the last 10 minutes? Well, the microphone doesn't go as tall as me. When it comes down, you think I'm going to get laid?
Jesus, this guy's like a giant 7-year-old. A giant 7-year-old lesbian. That's what you are. It's unbelievable.
It's Fortune's brother.
Yeah. It's what less fortunate beamster right there. But yeah,
When you know you're not going to get laid by anybody who's worth laying, you just go fucking eat everything you can. Look, man, you gotta change the attitude.
Yeah.
These women out here fuck everybody.
Yeah.
Oh, shakalaka get pussy. I know you can.
Go get it, Michael. That's Michael Perkinson going to get some pussy.
Right.
Michael.
Is this your real Twitter handle? Is this your Twitter handle now, Michael? This thing you wrote here? Okay,
I
follow
think
him
I
on
just
Twitter.
got Michael Perkinson's disease.
Whoa, look at that. He went for
Classic
it.
bit. Tweeted.
Follow Michael Perkinson on Twitter at Gerber Baby Grown Up. So
But I
fun.
called him a couple of Campbell soup.
Yeah. I've called him a lesbian all 3 times that he's been on. Works every time because he really does. He looks like a giant
He's
lesbian.
happy. He's a happy guy.
Looks like that one that if you played softball and she was on the mound, you'd be like, oh fuck. This is that one that fucking throws the thunder. Like it's like a 103
overhand.
Yeah. Arthur's just throwing fastballs.
Got a side arm, underarm.
Oh shit. Alright, here's another new name that sounds like they haven't been on before. Put your hands together for Peter Barrera. I don't see Peter Barrera, and so that means he just got blacklisted. Brody, make some funny noises.
How dare you? With this Peter guy, he got nervous. He thought I was going to go after him. That's what makes you a tougher comedian.
There you go.
Michael, thank you very much. Who picked you up? Access Paratransit?
There you go.
You got it, the new Uber.
Nailed it. Fuck yeah. So
Yeah, let's do it.
your next comedian goes by the name of Eric Carter. We know this guy. Hillbilly. This guy is a real hillbilly from the South. He just fell down the stairs and immediately picked himself up. He's from the South. Eric Carter, everybody.
Oh man, it's great to be out here, but I nearly fucked up earlier. I wanted to feel like I'm living in a big city, so I didn't drive. I took the metro, and I went to Highland. Instead of going west, I went east, and I noticed like the Hall of Fame, the Walk of Fame dropped off, and then I looked up, and that's a little Armenia. I'm like, shit, this ain't Beverly Hills. But I just walked in here, puffing and puffing, and thank you, but just moved out here New Year's Eve, moved from the South. It's fun being a Southerner, but people give you a lot of hell. People always assume that I'm a racist based on my accent. That ain't true. I have a friend that's black. He got caught in the fire 2 years ago, and he's still pretty burned up. But for the past few months, I've been working on oil rigs. And if you think I'm a piece of shit, you should see my operator out there. This guy had too many felons to be a Marine. He proudly bragged.
Jesus Christ, Eric, what'd you do?
Dude, I literally just walked in. I mean, like, I'm
So
still...
why did we have to know about that? That took 30 seconds off your time just doing that. 30 seconds.
And then you did a joke about, are you saying that your only black friend is a white guy who got in a fire a couple years ago? Is that what you said?
He's 1 out of 3.
Wow, you went for it, huh?
Yeah.
He's 1 out of 3. Were the other 2 white burn victims as well?
The other one has frostbited the entire
No,
body,
they're
and
black.
the other one...
No, they're legit black guys.
They use oil. They're legit black guys.
They use our oil.
Okay.
So,
Work on an oil rig.
so are your black friends, or could one say that your black friends are some riggers?
Yeah.
That's good.
That is
Whoa, how did you think of that?
Yeah.
You should have wrote that down while that fire was happening.
So, Eric, you're from the South, you're flustered. Where'd you walk from? Why
I got off at Highland, and I walked the opposite direction for 5 blocks. And then I saw the 101. I said, shit. And it was like 7:40, and I walked basically 4 fucking miles, puffing and puffing.
why'd you keep walking? Why didn't you take a bus or something?
I don't like buses.
What about a lift? That would have been $3. Why did you jump off that bridge?
The 101, baby. Even if you survive the landing, a car's gonna hit you any second.
But it would have been way funnier than what you did.
Yeah.
I was excited for your material initially because it was a great bit. Like, oh shit, I walked the wrong way on Highland. I got to Little Armenia, and little Mark Ellis, who likes a happy ending, is like, oh shit, here comes a punchline. And then you just went into your first joke, and I'm like, wait, that was like half your set. It was just the setup to why you're on stage. And there was no joke.
As a Southern, I like the accent. I like it.
Is it real?
Yeah.
Too soon.
What part of the South are you from?
Mississippi.
Yeah, that checks out.
That part.
So, when did you see your first black person?
3 years ago.
Really? Holy shit.
So y'all ain't got no TVs now?
Black and white.
They still show him as black. Like,
They still don't show him as black on black and white TV.
On those black and white ones, they're still
Ain't no
white.
black programming on black and white TV.
Oh my God, Eric.
They think the Simpsons missing.
So you were on an oil rig for a few months. What's that like?
It's hell, especially up in North Dakota. 6 inches of snow, below 20 degrees.
So like, what do you do? How many hours a day are you working out
12
there?
to 18.
Right, and then what do you do after work? Just go to sleep and do it again. That's all there is to do. So what would you do for fun while on the oil rig? Because you were out here for a while, you got a taste of the Hollywood life, and then all of a sudden you're on an oil rig in North Dakota, deep in snow. What'd you do to entertain yourself?
Well, they set us up in nice cabins, so if I was home, I
A
just
nice cabin to you, what's that, like an
Fake
outhouse, a Job Day John, one of those fucking, like, what do you consider a nice cabin?
That was a double wide trailer.
Right, fuck yeah. Exactly double the size of a trailer that you're normally used to.
So, did you have any prostitutes out there?
It was like the Wild West. There were a bunch of them, but I stayed away from them. STD's really high in that area, higher than Hollywood.
have you ever gotten an STD?
Google Blue Waffle.
I saw that.
What's a blue
Don't put
waffle?
the image in my head. Blue waffle disease.
Oh shit.
What the hell is
What's a
it?
blue waffle disease?
My tour manager told me to Google it, and it's really high in North Dakota.
That's not the real thing.
Yes, it is.
No, blue waffle is not a real disease. That just
Yes, it
looked
is.
like a blue waffle. Somebody called it.
I hear Megasha Jackson saying yes it is, and by the look of her lips, she knows about blue waffles. If there's blue waffles happening, Megasha Jackson knows about it. Eric, have you ever been with a black woman before?
Yes, I have.
What was that like?
Oh, look how intense.
Right, exactly.
I've had 3 of them.
Did she know
What?
she was with you?
Yeah. Sisters love me.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
3
yeah,
sisters?
yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying. It's
As soon as he
sisters.
found out,
I thought he was saying that all 3 black women that he hooked up with were sisters. I forgot that they called themselves sisters. I thought people were actually
You
buying.
just went from room to room to
Right.
room in a house. Like, can I get your grandma too?
Eric, tell us about being with a black woman. What was that like?
How was it to see that like that hair for the first time? That patch of like pubic hair.
Well, I was fortunate enough these shaved.
These shaved.
These shade, these.
Not they shaved. You said these shaved.
Yeah.
As in, no, like, they're not even human beings. Is that what you're saying? These shaved. That's like saying this bucket shaved. Like, it's like you can't believe that they would do that themselves.
I missed this shit.
Right, exactly. It's just so natural. He doesn't even know what's wrong.
No, I know.
He doesn't even see what could possibly be wrong.
It's like you're describing the ordering experience on Amazon. Like, you're just like, nah, I'll go not shaved. I don't want to deal with that shit.
They had pretty asses. They were shaved.
Wow. Dude, there's a black guy right behind you who's going crazy right now.
Hey, Bill, you ate that pussy, didn't you?
One of them I did. I didn't eat the other 2.
Well, no, the first one, yeah, tried.
But the other 2, they were so damn worn out after I thrusted it to them. You know?
Wow, yeah.
Well, I forgot them. Jimmy locked that pussy. I thought Jimmy threw that pussy. So,
What was your favorite thing about being with a black woman that you don't get when you're normally with white men?
It's gonna sound kind of crazy, but I like that coconut smell. Like black girls have good scent.
Oils.
It all comes back to the oils. You can see
Megasha
sales just went up again.
This oil totally drowns out the smell of blue
What's
waffle.
so quick, motherfucker? What's so...
No, it doesn't do that. Doesn't do that. No, it's not that strong.
Smell of coconuts that you
yeah,
like.
it's yeah, I get it sometimes.
What's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Have you ever been serious about a young lady?
Just a year. I travel a lot, so I'm never in one place for too long.
Oh, you a player? Look at you.
You're a walking Allman Brothers song. You just keep moving from oil rig to oil rig. And now you're here. How long are you going to be here before you go back to rigging?
I guess whenever I run out of money.
Do you have a date yet? Like, do you have a prognostication as to when that's going to be?
No, I just got a serving job over at City Walk at a Mexican restaurant.
Hola. How you doing?
Oh my God.
Me Yamo.
Hey, Mexican women love
Hey, you
food.
want some kind of burrito or something? I like the tacos Bel Grande.
These cooks speak English back then. These cooks speak English.
Try the blue nachos.
Yeah. Can you tell us the restaurant? Can you give us a little pitch? Like, what would be, what if you came up to us as a table? Like, what would be your
I
opening
haven't
line?
started yet. Just filled up my W-2s, but
Is it Camacho's?
yes.
I've been to City Park.
You just
10 or 20
You
times.
just guessed the restaurant? Holy
Yeah,
shit.
Camacho's, it's right there. It's next to, they got an
I've
IMAX
worked
there.
at Mexican restaurants before.
I bet you have.
One in Dana Point, one in Waco, Texas.
Busted the place.
So, like, give us your opening line. What's it gonna be? Talking to the mic.
How are y'all doing today? Y'all welcome to Camacho's.
Let's go to another restaurant. Let's get out of here. Eric Carter, there he goes, everybody. It's on Twitter at Call Me Say. Anything else for Eric?
Oh, man. I'm upset when he was serving. He skipped me. He said, he went over me.
He didn't look at you at all.
He knows where his tip's coming from. Come on, Byron.
We got a different water fountain for your friend.
You know, guys, I was saying we're talking about oil, and Mark's a big football fan. There's a football player who's really into oil. You know, the Redskins, Ron Riggins, Diesel. Yeah. Guys, I knew you wouldn't get that joke, but as soon when I say something and then I'm done, then you laugh. That's called a joke, and that's why I hang out with Major League Baseball players and whoever I want to. It's a positive energy, and I look for the fun in it. Hey, Brody, there was a pitcher that was really into oil, too. Do you remember him? Oil Camp Boyd. Right? Thank you. I got it. Why did I get that? Ask me something not about sports.
Eric Carter's on Twitter at Call Me EC. That was Eric Carter, everybody.
Eric Carter, everybody.
What do you think?
Yeah.
What do you think
Good
of
Twitter
Eric,
handle.
Brody? What's the Brody report on a Southern boy like that?
I worked at Red Robin. I understand what he's going through. I like this. I like how he put down his coasters. That's his table. He'll check back after 2 bites or 2 minutes. Those are the rules. Always keep the water. You know, always filling up water. You're gonna do good there, and Camacho. Is it Hector Camacho's? Is that who owns it? Hector Macho Man Camacho?
Macho.
Do you guys read newspapers or anything at all? Because I'm throwing out basic stuff and I'm getting zero.
I pulled another name out of the bucket.
Go ahead.
Just
I'm
gonna
gonna
go-
start getting sexual. All right, that's where we're going next. That's what you sickos respond to.
Jesus,
Start
Brody.
masturbating.
All right, bro, you know it's a good live show when Brody starts threatening to masturbate. I pulled another name out of the bucket. We know this young man. He just had his head shaved on this show a couple weeks ago. So you know he's going to be hilarious. Put your hands together for Kenny Lyon, everybody. There he is.
I got straight A's in school, straight absences. I'm going to Sunday school. They're teaching me how to scoop ice cream from the Holy Book of Banana Splits. I'll give time back for this.
What?
He's offering to give time back to the show.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I see what you're doing there. Say the banana splits one again.
I'm attending Sunday school. They're teaching me how to scoop ice cream from the Holy Book of Banana Splits.
Michael Perkinson's just clapping because you said banana splits. I love it. So you come in with all the confidence in the world. You know, a show where you only have to perform.
Kill Tony. Thank you. That's why I
Stay with Kenny. Just stick with me. Over here, buddy.
This guy got a sponsor.
Just relax, Kenny. Just take it all in, okay? You did 13 seconds now.
Let's wait.
Now, did you come out here with the intention of just doing 13 seconds? Like, if you get picked, you're like, I'm gonna do the one thing about the A's and the absences, and then that joke about banana splits that makes no sense whatsoever. But I'm gonna sell the dog shit out of it and just go and give him my time back. Like you thought, like was that the plan the whole time?
That and now this.
Well, yeah. Well, I know this is the part of the show where we do that, but I'm talking about during your set. You just felt that in the moment.
Yeah, I did those two. I started. I opened with those two jokes. All of yesterday. I did 4 mics. I did basketball store.
Now at the other mics, did you do more time than the 13 seconds, or it also on those mics did you just drop the mic afterwards and walk out? Like I'm gonna give the rest of you y'all time like that. Whatever that beautiful line was that you said. Now, how do you feel now with the new shaved head? You had a big pair of dreadlocks.
You like it better?
I love it. I love it. My job loves it. Actually, my job, my boss is Jay Thomas. He was Sam Kinnison's old manager.
This guy gives more shout-outs than like 106 Jams. It's unbelievable. Like next one goes out to Megasha Jackson, my sweet love.
If you didn't know, he had long hair, but last week and hit a knot or nest, and it was just dead hair, and it looked like he had a bump.
Yeah, what you need to know about Kenny Lyon is that he smokes pot constantly. Like he's a really big freeloader of pot, and he just stands around anywhere around the Comedy Store where he thinks people are smoking pot, and he'll just join you if you start smoking pot. That's just exactly what he does. And so he's trying to clean up his life a bit, so he got rid of this disgusting, matted, wormy-looking dreadlock that he had. He shaved his head on this show for an astounding 3 minutes of complete silence. It was a total failure. I never should have booked it that way. And so now, Kenny, this is what's happening. What's the job that you work at?
I'm an usher at the Dolby Theater.
You're an usher at a theater.
They do the Academy Awards.
Wow.
Did they recognize you when you came back to work after you had shaved your head?
No. They thought that I was, they were doing a...
They're like, he kind of looks like that guy we fired last week.
Hello.
Kenny, did you get to work the Academy Awards?
Yeah.
What was that like?
Yeah, man, it's the best, man. It's the best.
3 years in a row you've been working there?
I try to hook up with chicks, the whole thing, man.
How does that work out for you?
Yeah, I kind of got close because, I'm right there guarding the door. So
wow.
That I had also.
Yeah, what you see at the Academy Awards?
It's all old popcorn.
Did any like hot starlets try to have sex with you? Was anybody like, oh shit, Manny?
No,
I want to fuck Manny Pacquiao with leukemia? You can't just hi-oh really great jokes. Kenny, that's
you
not
can't hi-oh 2 jokes that went more than your entire set. That's kind of illegal.
So, Kenny, during the Academy Awards, do you ever get mistaken for Maddox, Angela Jolie's child? Now that's a joke.
There you go.
That felt good. Thank you, Kenny, for being a part of that movement.
I love it, bro. You guys gotta watch Brody when he closes the
Kenny,
bedroom.
they know. You and the shout-outs, Jesus Christ. Non-stop. Now, you live with your mom, and you said that she was going to be really happy if you cut your hair, and this is like the update on that. How's mom feel about the new haircut?
She's still mad that I don't have a full-time job.
Right.
She's laughing.
Wait, but you got the theater gig, so how many, did you just work the Oscars?
Pretty much.
And then you're off the rest of the year?
Yeah.
I'm clocking out, bitches. See you in 2016.
You see people in a theater one day a year?
Wow. How can you...
I don't know what your mom think as an immigrant, though. Where we from in America, nigga, you made it.
Hey! Yeah! Living a dream! Yeah, you made it, Nick. You made it.
Whoa, Brody,
I
getting
almost said it.
excited over there.
I almost said it. I'm sorry, guys.
Be careful. The guy from Breaking Bad sitting right next to you, the black guy. Oh shit, there he is. I saw him eating potato chips out of a backpack earlier. It was the highlight of my night. I know there's just one little bag of potato chips in the backpack, but I was picturing like if the whole backpack was just potato chips when he was eating them. It was like the most adorable thing, but I didn't want to draw attention to it.
It's like a kid's book. It's a magical backpack that keeps creating potato chips. It's never ending.
There There he is, everybody. All right. Kenny, thank you so much. You're wacky.
Solid.
Once a year? Shit.
I just want to say it's an honor sitting over here with former Major League Baseball player Tony Gwynn.
There he is.
May you rest in peace.
Yeah.
Did you get that? You got the
Yeah. Brody Stevens. On
John Riggins and so you're through athletes that are still alive. So now we're just going to reference dead athletes.
A question that I always ask my guests when they're on for the first time is, was there anything you said or did when you very first started stand-up comedy that you can't believe you did? You know, like how probably at some point, like Megasha's going to look back on tonight's set and wish that she said other things. You know what I mean? Like probably.
There were a lot of Hawaiian shirts in my past.
Whoa!
There's a lot of Hawaiian shirts in my past.
That's a classic youthful
When I landed at the Comedy Store 10 years ago, I had a lot of Hawaiian shirts when I do the open mic. It was like, that was my funny show. Like, how would everybody know I was funny unless I had the Hawaiian shirt? And on really big Saturday nights, I had the Hawaiian shirt with a Van Halen shirt underneath the Hawaiian shirt just to double up how much I fucking love the party.
Shit. I get the feeling Byron's not going to have the same answer as that. Hawaiian shirts and Van Halen t-shirts underneath them for you, Byron?
No, I say it's pretty much fucked up things. Like I said. I call it later.
Ooh, wow. Whoa! Wow, was she Asian?
Yeah, she was
Was she Asian? That's like the Asian N-word.
Yeah, she was a Vietnamese woman. She was talking on the show. Vietnamese talking on the show, and I was like, "Hey, shut up, kook."
Damn.
And she was like, "You shut up, nigga," and the whole place got silent.
Whoa.
Everybody else was white, and it was like a standoff. And I was like, you know what? I deserve that. I apologize.
Always let the Vietnamese win. That's just the American way.
Yeah, I fucked up.
I guarantee you, right after that set, they set up a white kid in a Hawaiian shirt to clean up the room, just to put everything back together.
Oh,
you know how many people it takes to kick out an Asian woman? A vote.
Here's a mistake. Doing the Gong show in Atlanta was a mistake because they booed. They like to boo. And I was on stage and my gong just flew at my feet. Instead of them hitting it, they said, they was like, you know what to do with it. Ooh. As in
my
gong
God.
myself, you know what I mean?
Did you do it? That's so
No, I
funny.
kicked the gong into the audience. And a nigga just threw himself at the gong. It was horrible.
Wow, that's amazing. I hear horror stories out of Atlanta.
Are we going to bleep out the N-word on this podcast? Because I'm an audition. I'm an audition.
All right, Brody.
This is like a no-win situation for me.
You're
You guys know that, right?
You're killing. People are going to rave about
doing well.
Yeah, you're crushing.
Yeah, you crushing.
We have a great synergy, Brody. We work together.
I don't know. I'm on the chat room. It's not looking good.
Don't worry about that.
You know what? I'm loving the show. Let's keep pushing.
Here we are. We're at the part of our show where every week we have two regulars that go up and do a brand new minute every single week. It's insanity. All of our fans have gotten to watch them grow. Like over the last year and a half, a brand new 60 seconds each week. They do it as well. So put your hands together for your first comedian going up tonight. We know her as the college dropped out of her senior year at the University of Florida. Once she started stand-up comedy here at the Comedy Store on this show. Brand new minute from the very funny Kimberly Condon, everybody. Here she is.
What's up, everybody? 50 Shades of Grey is coming out pretty soon. And a lot of girls were really into that book. That was a really big thing a few years ago. A lot of chicks masturbated to 50 Shades of Grey. Not me, I couldn't. Too many paper cuts. I'm just kidding. I really don't know how people do that. Like, I don't know how people masturbate to books. Like, what are they like? Ooh, words. I like that noun. Like, I don't get it, you know? I'm starting to realize that I have a type of guy, and that type is unavailable. And I don't know if I like unavailable men because my father was unavailable, or mean guys just get me wet. The other day, a guy messaged me on Facebook, and he said he would give me $25,000 if I gave him a blowjob. And I'm not a prostitute, but I feel like $25,000 buys a lot of Listerine.
Kimberly Congas. A brand new minute. That's fun. You did it again.
Thank you.
Anything for Kimberly, guys? What do you think? Brand new minute each week. How would that affect you? How would you guys handle that?
Have you used the previous minutes in other sets, or was it just like now it's just a challenge to do this show, and then it's like fuck that minute, it's not that good?
Wait, I don't understand the question.
Like, do these minutes translate to other shows you do?
Oh yeah, I use them in some of them.
Yeah, the good ones.
Yeah.
The good ones go to the overall.
I go back and I look at them and I pick ones I like, and now they're all starting to connect because they talk about a lot of the same things.
I saw you before. I definitely think it's good, and I think what they're doing is a good exercise. Like, I wish I would have had it when I started. I'd probably be like,
You are a paid
You're not a paid regular? You've been a paid regular like 6 months.
Yeah. Fucking 2 years. Yeah, there you go. Even Brody's a defendant.
they pay attention. Basically, what I'm saying, I think this is a good training ground.
Absolutely.
They
Totally.
wasn't booing the shit. Like, ain't nobody booing. You know what I mean? This is great. I would love to go to this environment.
Have you ever read 50 Shades of Grey?
I tried to. That's why I made the joke because I just don't get like how people can do.
You tried to read the actual paper version of it? Or?
Yeah, and then it was just like really sexual on paper, and I was like, you could just watch it more.
Right.
Do you think you've gone so far down the porn path that now a mere book can't get you off anymore?
I'm pretty deep in the porn path. Probably.
Well, this is interesting.
I don't know. Books, I found a book in this chick's drawer. I got this drawer out of condoms and shit. And
They do?
really like, yeah.
They do.
Women condom drawers, they condoms don't match. Now we got a box. All the condoms got the same wrappers. Female condoms, they don't match. You just be like, which size is my size? You know?
Right.
Like going to the
all the
Foot Locker or
options.
some shit.
Yeah.
It's weird, man. 2 vibrators, 1 broke. And a book.
Is this true? Are all the drawers the same? Do you have a
don't-
drawer like that?
I don't have a bucket or a broken vibrator, but I do have different condoms.
They
And
collect
a
condoms, man.
We do.
So if you get a guy back to your place and you like him enough, are you just like, go to the drawer?
Yeah, I send it to the drawer.
Send him to the drawer. He's like, there's no fucking books in here? You're like, sorry. It's...
Kimberly,
Yeah.
it's a personal question.
Yeah.
Did you happen to lose your virginity at Barnes & Noble?
There you go, Brody.
That's
You're
all
nailing
great.
it. Yeah.
That's going on my demo reel.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Fuck yeah, Kim. You did it again. Another new minute.
You're looking more comfortable on stage.
Yeah.
I am?
Yeah.
I don't feel like it.
I mean, it don't matter. As long as you look, you'll never really feel that way. You might, but yeah.
Confidence. I was going to say that, but I'm trying to keep my words to a minimum.
Yeah.
Very
Thanks,
confident,
Rabbi.
Kimberly.
It's always going to be hard, you know. You never really get that much more comfortable on stage because once you keep doing good, then your expectations just go high with whatever you're doing. You know what I mean? So you're gonna.
And that the Listerine joke was the best joke we've heard all night. It goes like Listerine joke and then like McGeisha's advertisement for a website.
Right.
The oils.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know how you did that joke you did, and it didn't hit like you wanted to, and you just like, you kept going?
Yeah.
That's how you know you get comfortable on stage. Yeah. Like, okay, fuck it, let's go.
There you go.
And by the way, there's a great open mic out in the valley. It's in my apartment, and
Whoa, Brody.
too. I'm on fire.
He's going for it.
Closing strong, Brody.
There she goes, everybody. The great Kimberly Condon.
Yes.
She goes. She's on Twitter at Kimberly Condon. She was on the Joe Rogan Experience with me, Brian, and your next comedian, the final other regular who does another new minute each week, normally talks about something goofy and breaks it down bigger and expands an inanimate object into something wackier than that. Very funny. Put your hands together for Sarah Weinstein, everybody.
I don't understand people who have spice racks. I just don't feel like it's necessary. I feel like they want to be taken seriously in the culinary world. There is no need to have 16 spices. There just isn't. What the fuck is coriander? Why do you have that? It is not the late Middle Ages. We're not going to be trading spices for furs and silks, guys. Thyme, but with a TH. When you sound that shit out, it's like thyme. Like you have a lisp. It makes no sense. Saffron? What do you use saffron for? Cumin? Spelled like cumin? C-U-M-I-N? It's confusing. Alright.
Crush Fest, all on one thing, stayed in the pocket, spice rack all the way. That's great.
I have no time for that. No time for that.
Yeah.
You're totally right. I mean, at first I was like, wait, how are you going to talk about spice? I love nutmeg. It's like cinnamon, you know, and then you're right. There is so many fucking spices that just suck. What do you even use them for?
You did a great job of picking out the obscure spices that people have still heard of.
Right.
Like, nobody knows what the fuck coriander is or what it's doing in your food, but we've all seen it there before.
Right. A lot of people think that cinnamon and saffron are just Megasha Jackson's sisters. But the truth, is there's spices as well.
I like that one. What you really need to have like a kitchen set when I'm done. You do like a minute joke of all the different things like silverware.
Yeah, we've heard a lot of this kitchen stuff, and that's why it's really exciting for me to see Spice Rack and see that it's like already sort of ready to go. Like, that's what's crazy about what they do is writing a new minute each week is 52 writing minutes a year. So if only half of that sticks, that's amazing.
There's your half hour.
You can wire it together.
If the stand-up doesn't work out, do you have a background in culinary arts?
I mean, I can fuck around in the kitchen. I can, like, make it taste decent. You know?
Michael Perkinson just came in his pants.
You just raised the roof, too.
You literally raised your hands like you were on Space Mountain when you just heard about a girl that might be able to cook you halfway decent shit.
Yeah. Anytime a girl says the word kitchen twice, Michael freaks out. Look at that doofball. What is he? You're gonna make it, man.
I can't believe you brought down the security at Jurassic Park by yourself. Like, that was so crazy.
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Damn you, Newman.
Wait, we got a show. I think that you and Michael should go on the road together. You just say, what the fuck is coriander? Then he tells everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
That actually goes well in Blue Waffles. You guys just unite us.
You guys would be a great team. Nothing better. Nothing better. I was going to call him a pig again. Forget it. Seasoning something.
You're not that fat, by the way. Like there's a lot of...
But your face is, so don't clap that hard. Guys, I love it. That's Sarah Weinshank crushing for a minute. Mary Kimberly Condon. We're watching monsters grow here week after week with those two. She's Sarah Weinshank. Princess Shank on Twitter.
Like to see her spice rack.
Whoa, Brody going for it again. Somebody let Brody jerk off on them, please. He's getting a little horny over there. Brody, you're on Twitter at what? All Things Brody? Brody is me friend? What is it now?
Brody is me friend on Twitter. Thank you very much. And once I settled in here, I felt we all connected.
Totally. Great synergy. Thank you, Brody. You're one of our best Patriots ever, especially on this first ever live streaming episode. Big shout out to @Josh Martin Comic. Josh Martin sitting right over there in the ugliest t-shirt in the world. He has been hustling around all day, setting everything up. Panicked at one point. We've done 91 episodes. He's never panicked to me before. Was panicking before this one. Told me that I should give him the information about the Patriot not dressing up earlier than 10 minutes before the start of the show.
Is that me?
Josh, I think you might be taking things a little too seriously. It's okay. Yeah, he was upset that you were only wearing gloves.
You're mad at me, Josh?
No, it wasn't that.
He called it unprofessional.
Yeah.
He told everybody.
But thank you guys.
Maybe it was.
And to our amazing guests, 5150 Ellis on Twitter, Byron Bowers on Twitter, Schmoes Know. Go get that on iTunes. Subscribe on YouTube.
Yes.
Schmoes Know is unbelievable. That's where I check into for all my fun movie reviews. Because I love fucking movies. How great is Birdman? You with me?
Well, Birdman, I think it should win Best Picture.
I totally agree. Hopefully when Kenny Lyon's seating people at the Kodak Theater, you can slip that in the envelope. Byron, anything else you want to promote? We are live.
Geico every Wednesday at 11:30.
That's a popular show.
Wow.
And the Eric Andre show. That just ended. So tune in. I'm gonna check out something else this year. I will. ByronBowersLive.com and Facebook and Twitter and all that shit.
Lovely. Thank you guys so much. I am doing the 311 cruise at the end of February.
What is that, Tony?
311 performs on a cruise ship with like 4,000 of their biggest fans. There's a bunch of other shows that go on. I'm opening for 311.
Wow.
A band that I love. No big deal. Just getting paid to perform with a band that in high school I would save my money to go see, which is pretty fucking surreal. So I'm excited about that.
420 Vancouver, guys. That's what, 420.
Tweet at Comedy Central that you want to see Tony Hinchcliffe on the hashtag Bieber roast. Annoy the dog shit out of them until they simply can't take it anymore. Do whatever it takes to try to get me on that thing so that other people that don't watch podcasts know how amazingly hilarious I am. 2 million total views tonight on our live stream. 2 million. I'm pretty sure we went over the fire capacity of the belly room. Thank you so much, live audience. Red Band, anything else? Love you guys. Thank you. Roast Battle is next. Roast Battle. Midnight.
Comedy Store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 2. Give it up for Tony!
Yo! Fuck yeah, everybody. Here we are. Happy Monday to all of you. How exciting. I'm glad that so many people were able to make it out. Welcome to Kill Tony, everybody! Here with the one and the only Brian Redband. Brian.
Hi.
How you doing, buddy?
Horrible week this week.
Oh.
I got roofied. A male roofied me. It sucks.
That's insane.
I know.
All right. In other news, fucking crazy shit always. I'm doing, you know what, I'm going to save that. Let's do something that we've been doing every week. First of all, our one and only sponsor is sitting right over there, ladies and gentlemen. It's Elise Lane.
Yes.
She's a gourmet chef. She cooks food every week for me and the guests, and we give her a shout out on the podcast, and she gets to meet comedians. Comedians like, for example, Russell Peters, one of the richest comedians in the world, who now hired Elise Lane as his private chef, everybody. That's right. She gets to laugh in a Malibu compound while cooking food. Tonight she made us another great meal. Tonight it's herb and garlic crusted pork tenderloin with caramelized stone fruit caponetta over grilled sourdough. She's on Twitter at Elise Lane and Instagram and Facebook. She's the girl with a pan. Elise Lane, everybody, our one and only sponsor.
So great.
Making you hungry when you expected to just enjoy a good comedy podcast. We like fucking with you. Every single week, lately, we've had a musical guest who comes on and does a brand new song each week just to get us warmed up and started a bit. Now, the last few weeks, he's actually been playing while the audience gets sat in this room. And he's been shaky about his confidence. He talks about it outgoingly before the song, awkwardly. It's a beautiful thing. He talks about how he thinks it won't work, how maybe it doesn't help. But here we are again. Even though you saw him while you got seated, the podcast listeners, it's Pat Reagan, everybody. Here he is, doing a brand new song. The Kill Tony Musical Challenge, a brand new song every week.
Well, you know, Tony, the audience just can't get enough. So we gotta give them what they. And this is. I'm just gonna play a short little song, guys. This is a blues song. Blues fans out there. This song is called "The Hard-Boiled Egg Blues." It goes like this. Hard-boiled egg. Gosh! I'm just gonna play it. Will they be able to hear it on the podcast? Let me help you out.
Josh Martin dropping the ball. There's a runaround producer, Josh Martin, coming 45 seconds too late, everybody. That's what that looks like. I think he's got it. Jesus. Whoa. Wow.
Josh, what are you trying to do over here,
Hi,
man?
Josh. You just come in, turn everything up, and then run away?
Just run away? Didn't even tell me what happened.
Christ, this guy's out of control.
It's
It's like he's against the show.
yeah.
I mean, he talks about it all week. He lives for it. Then it's go time, and he's nowhere to be found. Comes in, turns everything up.
The comic stylings of Josh Martin, everyone.
Yeah, there he goes. There he goes, walking the wrong direction. Ladies and gentlemen, our musical guest tonight. We've done something fun the last few weeks. So we're going to edit all that out. No, I'm kidding. We actually don't edit it. Pat Reagan, everybody. Here he is.
The Hard-Boiled Egg Blues, ladies and gentlemen. Hard-boiled eggs. I spread my legs and pop one in. I'm shoving hard-boiled eggs up my ass on a Tuesday morning. Well, these hard-boiled eggs drive me crazy. I feel like such a dirty little whore. One egg feels good, but two's amazing.
A new article that makes the argument that spam is no different than advertising, except one is controlled by the institution and the other is not. And we should not see spam as necessarily negative, because at the end of the day, it's really hard to define. In many ways, spam is art. Please give a historic breakdown about spam, how it was about rations after World War II, its definition, its etymology, all that.
One more time for Pat Reagan, everybody. Every single week we have a new head of security who keeps us safe. This week will be no different. This guy is hilarious. Normally, it used to be a guy in an Iron Patriot suit. It's evolved so much that this guy's just wearing a set of gloves tonight. Funny guy, one of my good pals. Put your hands together for George Perez, everybody. Fuck yeah. The Mexican. You're Mexican, you're a roaster. George Perez is an insult guru. We once roasted each other for like half an hour straight one time. George, you've been on the show a couple times. You're hilarious.
Thank you.
How's it going?
It's going good. It's going good.
How would you make fun of Josh Martin if you had to make fun of him? Josh, get over here.
He looks like he has an ingrown hair on hair.
He has an ingrown head, I'm pretty sure he's trying to say. That chicken, I just can't. There's a weird smell going on, Brian. Like, you have to eat before the show from now on. You can't just eat and breathe in my face. Like, this is out of control. This whole thing's backfiring. I'm like, we'll have a food sponsor. It's going to be great. I didn't actually expect you to start, like, eating dinner right in front of you on a
I think
podcast.
it helps.
And the way that you eat, it's just unbelievably disgusting.
Have you not realized I do it on? This is the first time you.
No, it's not like a funny, I do it on purpose, it's a joke. Like, I don't know what it is. It's terrible. It's food.
I know,
Ryan.
but since you're vegan, I thought it would be funny if I
It has nothing to do with the fact that I eat healthy and I'm in good shape. It has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with the smell of pork being blasted on my face. You're facing this way. I'm trying to talk to George over here. Guys, back to the show. I guess it's that caramelized stone fruit campanetta that I'm smelling. Oh, shit. George, are you excited about tonight's show?
I'm excited, bro. I never had gloves that lit up.
Fuck yeah.
I feel like I can pull people over, like, pull over. Feels weird.
I love it. This train is rolling along at 1,000 miles an hour, everybody. So let's just get the show started. Tonight's guests, two of the funniest people that I know. Doug's been on the show a bunch of times. It's Andy's first time. We're so excited to have him. Get good and loud for our guests. It's Doug Benson and Andy Haynes, everybody. Here we are. Fuck yes. All right. I don't drink Coke. Let's do this.
That's my Coke.
Okay. Switching it up. Doug, you want a drink? Doug, you want a drink?
I would like
Have one in soda, please.
Is that the drink?
Brian read my mind.
Fuck yeah. Somebody roofied Brian this week, he said.
What?
Make the argument, though, that spam and advertising are exactly the same thing,
I don't know.
except
Who
one
roofied me, but
happens
I was only on my
with
third drink, then out of nowhere, everything just started spinning, and I ran to my car, just sat, passed out for an hour. woke
control,
up,
and the other does not.
I felt
And the
drunk,
reason why spam is
muscle
seen
relaxer.
Somebody's
as
dick didn't wake you up?
No.
dangerous is because the system cannot control it.
I'm in my car.
In many ways, spam is like art.
There's nothing in there.
Bill, stop it.
Right.
Cosby joke.
Yeah.
So, well, I'm sorry, Brian. I didn't even know that was a two-way street. I'm going to watch what I drink now because I always thought I could just have drinks and no one would try to drug me.
Yeah. Now, George is one of my toughest friends. George, you've been in prison, right?
Yes.
What do you know about roofie? You ever been roofied? You ever roofie anybody? What's the deal?
I roofied somebody once. But, like, I had a bad conscience, so I gave her a Plan B pill, too.
Wow, followed it up.
Somebody came with some material tonight.
Yeah. I love that.
Take
That
notes.
was natural.
There's no way that's a true story. I already have 3 babies' moms. What? I already have 3 babies' moms, so I didn't want 4. You have 3 babies and 3 moms? Yes. Oh, you really are a patriot. Holy shit. He is really adding to this country.
Fuck yeah.
Are those like those as seen on TV glue light things on your hands?
Yeah.
Thanks for the cocktail.
That's the patriot part. We have them in a very, when I have, extremely, extremely funny patriots, I don't make them put on the costume.
Oh, wow. So
Yeah.
any patriot that comes in and you make him put on the costume, he doesn't think I'm funny. But, I got to work this whole fucking dog and pony show on my face.
Yeah.
The funny guys get to come on and just have the wrist things that are really cool. Just go, pew, 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 pew.
Yeah.
Like, this is amazing. Yeah, I'm fucking scared of you.
It's perfect.
You should have
Shoot
another one
those
on your
things at me.
chest. Yeah.
I wasn't in the budget.
Okay.
Right.
I feel like I'm in an episode of Locked Up, and my cellmate has weapons. That's what I feel like.
Well,
The audience isn't feeling it, so let's move on.
Yeah.
Everyone's scared of you. That's my point.
George, what's your, every week, the Patriot asks the guest a question. What do you got for tonight's guest?
Mr. Benson. Oh, shit.
That's you.
Nobody says Mr. Benson unless they're going to rape you.
Yeah.
He's going to attack me in the parking lot.
Enjoy your drink, though.
What's up?
I know you smoke a lot of weed. I don't know if you do coke or anything else.
No, sir.
But, do you ever watch animal porn?
Isn't that just
I
wild?
thought he would ask me something challenging, but it's true and also just the right thing to say. No. I'm sorry, I meant. Yeah, see, I'm going to judge the other comedy that comes up on stage because I am a pro that said nay. And got some groans from the audience. That's no matter how long. This is my lesson for everyone here tonight. No matter how long you've been doing it, you're not above getting a fucking groan.
Right.
From a bullshit crowd that got into a free show.
No doubt about it. George, what's your question for Andy Haynes?
You done a lot of late night?
Wait a second. I get animal porn, and he gets a question about his career? Unfair. Because also you said you smoke a lot of pot and then went to animal porn. What's the connection there? Do you think pot smokers are into disgusting things?
Yeah.
We were wrong. Yeah, you got booed by a lady.
That's okay.
How does that feel? Not so iron. Feels soft and sad.
God, there's a lot of sexual tension between Doug and George.
Because he kind of reminds me of, I don't want to get into it, but...
Whoa. Somebody wants to steal your wallet or something?
I came in here with a beef with the whole Patriot premise.
When I say make it publishable, don't say anything. Just give me the publishable version, please.
Just die, right? And you guys think of something new,
Right.
instead of making him want to kill himself because he quit a successful podcast like this 2 seconds before it became successful, and now has to watch it all the time while other guys pretend to be him. And one of the people that pretends to be him doesn't even have to wear the outfit.
Right.
Just gets to do his job.
Right.
That fucking guy came here on a bus every week.
Yeah.
Where he had to just stand on the bus because he couldn't sit down in the outfit.
Yeah.
This guy gets to wander in, throw on a couple of gloves, and pretend it's winter and while it's 80 degrees out fucking side because we're in Southern California. How weird is this weather?
But Doug,
It is.
Doug, the Patriot can now watch it live streaming.
Yeah.
So
it's like he's
That's
here
what I'm
with
saying.
us.
It's even worse. You're just rubbing it in like fuck you, guy who used to do this job that we just didn't get along with. It wasn't like you did anything horrible.
No, we got along with him.
You did anything horrible. You just didn't vibe with him.
We did vibe with them, but
You came on my podcast and it was a train wreck because
because then we were done. That was it.
That was it.
That was the
That's what
moment you
finished.
were
You
finished.
never killed the Patriot. Now you have a guilty conscience.
We
I
never.
do have a guilty conscience, but I won't put him on my show.
You realize we never talked to him again after your show. Like that was it.
I've only talked to him in sad tweets I didn't respond
He basically quit Kill Tony live on Getting Dug with High.
It was not a smart move on his part to do that. I agree.
He's trying to impress you, I
He
think.
should have hung in there. Well, he just didn't understand how the business works and thought that one appearance on my show that nobody enjoyed
Right.
would turn into a
Especially
gig.
Yeah.
He thought he was in after that.
Oh,
and
that
that
was
went very poorly.
Yeah, that's the worst thing. Like, if anybody ever says, like, if I'm on the road and they're like, hey, Tony, man, I saw you on Getting Dug with High, like, my heart just melts immediately. So it's by far the worst thing that I've ever done in my entire life. I mean, that episode of that show, and I was so excited to do it, too. I'm like, I smoke pot all the time.
I dare say part of the problem, other than him, Iron Patriot being annoying, was another big problem was you got more quiet than I've ever seen you in your life.
Right. Yeah.
Brian was not only up and into it and happy, he was blowing hits into Iron Patriot every single time he took a hit. He would blow it at him. And like it was his girlfriend and they were trying to save money.
I was so...
I swear he must have gotten so fucking high inside that suit, and that's not the best place. High is not the best place to be when you're not professional. Even a professional comic, I probably shouldn't do it.
Right.
But he definitely shouldn't have been.
I got too high from the very beginning. I treated it like a regular appearance on a show, so I got there all coffeeed up, and and then I got high as fuck immediately, and then the Patriots started getting out of control. So the reason why I'm not talking during it, most of it, isn't because of how high I actually
You were just
got.
distancing yourself from the whole experience.
I was so furious that if I would have started talking about it, I knew that I was gonna.
But dude, during the first break, hey, you know what, Brian, Doug, do you agree that Patriots not working out? We should walk him off the set now. That's all you needed to say.
Back on
That's
it, we
all
would have
you needed
done
to
that.
say.
It was only supposed to be in the second half, but you asked to have him on the whole thing. Yeah.
Because you guys, he was the co-host of your
by the
show
way,
at the time.
We're missing out on a great podcast. While rationalizing the worst podcast any of us have ever done.
You hadn't fired him yet when I said, hey, bring him along. Like, I thought, like, that was the show. Like, you guys were into him.
I think he's dead.
It was
There's just a suit
serious.
walking around with a dead guy
There's a
in it.
suit on a bus right now.
It's just programmed to go from the home to here. It smells horrible.
I'm just saying, get the guy that wears the rabbit costume all the time, or get somebody else to stand there. Just stop making it a crosswalk.
I just wanted to have
burn on the guy that used to do it.
I wanted to have a different porn star or naked
Perfect, great idea. Why, Tony, listen to your friend Brian.
Yeah, it's a great idea. I mean, she could just really
You're doing a great job tonight, though. But
well.
next week's going to be a porn star.
So get into porn over the next week. Still do this.
Porn stars are great if they don't have too much dialogue. If they just pipe in every.
There's no way. It's
every
not
just like a
happening. Do
Patriot?
not encourage these ideas, Doug. I don't know why you're going along.
I'll tell you, a
with
porn star standing over there in a.
Doug wants to own the entire live podcast realm.
They don't even have to wear a sexy outfit.
He wants the show to fail miserably. Put a porn star on the podcast.
Nobody wants to listen to a porn star. You're right.
No,
for small amounts of time, like just to give like a sentence here and there, that's perfect.
Have somebody writing their microphone so that they only get to speak when spoken to. And every once in a while go, hey, porn star, what do you think about this? And she'd be like, I'm wet. And then you move on.
That's right. It'd be perfect. And we could keep the speaker box in her crotch instead of outside of her crotch. It could be inside of her.
George Sweat too, guys. It's easy to translate. You can get the best of both worlds.
Damn it.
All right, I've said too much. Let's look at some new comics.
Let's do it, guys. This is episode 92 of Kill Tony. Over 40 comedians signed up for the chance to do 60 seconds in front of us and then talk with us afterwards.
I've been telling comedians all over town that's the last thing you should do.
Doug is so anti. Right.
Like, do not sign up for Kill Tony until your minute is fucking killing everywhere in town.
Right.
Then come here. Don't try shit at Kill Tony.
Work out the minute.
You work it out. Because it's a podcast and people are listening and now watching. Look at that live feed. Is live feed working this week?
Yeah, there's 180 people watching.
Wow, look at that.
Come on, you 180 people. Tweet to some friends. Get some more people to watch. Or come watch me on YouTube. Go watch Getting Benson at 1:15 tomorrow is when we go live. Pacific time.
All right. Yeah, well, here we go. Comedians, they sign up for the chance to do 60 seconds. Guys, you know your time's up when you hear the sound of a kitty. That's what it sounds like. Isn't that adorable? That means wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. There we go. There it is. Yet another.
It's much more involved than it needs to be.
Yeah.
So many animals. A lot of mixed messages like, oh, crickets, so it's boring, but so stop.
There's a horse too.
I think so, yeah.
It gets a little longer every week.
And there's a puppy that goes back to the GoDaddy puppy mill.
I don't get it. GoDaddy, what does that mean?
GoDaddy had a commercial where the punchline was that the puppy that ran off with the Clydesdales comes back home and they're happy to see that puppy, and then they put it in a truck because they're selling the puppy. And then animal activists got angry at this commercial and insisted that it not show in the Super Bowl. So guess what? It didn't show during the Super Bowl. Wow. Because the punchline was a fucking dark, funny twist that some people didn't like for their own personal reasons.
And now more people saw it on the internet than anyone would have ever saw on the Super Bowl, probably.
No. But
Red
you would have seen more people on the Super Bowl. But you're right. Like, it is it is a bit of an apples and oranges situation. They still got some publicity out of it for sure, and that commercial showed on a lot of I saw it when they told about how it got pulled from the Super Bowl. But that's just amazing that in this world where free speech supposedly reigns, a satiric commercial gets pulled from the Super Bowl.
I bet you it got pulled, and I bet they didn't have to pay the $15 billion for the commercial, and almost the same amount of people, if not more, saw it.
No, I bet the NFL and what network was it on this year? NBC, The Blacklist. That's what played after it. I bet you they wouldn't fucking give in for a second. They just say, "Fuck you, your commercial." I think they showed a. Did they show a replacement commercial?
Never mind.
And what was it? Was it an old GoDaddy commercial? A guy sitting at a desk.
Yeah.
All right. I didn't say describe yourself during the Super Bowl.
This is the part of the show where the comedians actually come up and do 60 seconds, everybody. You ready to get this thing started or what? And we talk to them. It's crazy. Your first comedian tonight doing 60 seconds. We know this guy. We're
supposed to try to stop them from talking, right? We're supposed to yell over the entire thing.
No, Doug. You've done this show 6 times.
I don't get it. I don't get it. This is my impression of you when you play the games on Doug Loves Movies.
I do that on Doug Loves Movies.
How does this work again? Every time.
What's going on? The final game that you have is it's loopy.
It's so hard. It's like people that are high would never figure it out.
It sort of is, man. That's a crazy game.
All right, here we go.
Watch Doug Loves Movies, please, everybody. I love that show. Check out the one I did in Sacramento. That was a lot of fun.
That was super fun. Amy Adams.
And the Boys to Men references throughout the whole thing. This guy, great young comic from Chicago. We've met him a couple months ago. Artist, funny guy. It's Ian Ellis, everybody. First one out of the bucket.
Stop fucking shit up, man.
Sorry, I was just trying to move it over at a cable clock.
There are people out there that are trying to find themselves. How the fuck do you lose you? Seriously, I tried drugs, tried alcohol, I can't get rid of me. If you don't know who you are, I'll tell you, I'll save you the trouble. You're the person that gets to decide how you react to all of your own thoughts and emotions. That's it. That's as special as you are, a monkey that chooses. My philosophy is this. You're a monkey. You're not a gay, you're not a Muslim, you're not a Jew. You're a monkey. And unlike any other monkey on the planet, you can choose the right thing. So choose love. Anything else to live again.
There you go. 49 seconds from Ian Ellis.
Choose love.
Giving time back to the room.
Are you running for president? Or,
I think I just started my period.
I got a question for you, buddy. That's part of why, the mics are acting weird, so that's why I tried to move it, just move a little bit over that way more. There you go.
It's not a question, that's a direction.
That's so great, the way you just said that. That's not a question, that's a direction. Are you familiar with a comedian named Mitch Hedberg?
Shut your dirty mouth, you filthy whore.
That must be one of Mitch's Hedberg punchlines. Because that'd be weird if he just said that to me. So that's the first thing, is stop sounding like Mitch Hedberg in your delivery, which might be hard to do because you love him and you may already have a similar way of speaking that he had.
Also, you're really high.
Yeah.
Man is a detective.
Why would anyone need a receipt for a donut? That kind of thing. Don't mimic his delivery. But that being said, you're clearly professional and said some things that even though the audience wasn't laughing, I pointed at you guys a couple times when I thought you might should be laughing because there was some clever turn of phrase there. What do you think, Andy Haynes?
I think there was a good premise there. but you didn't like turn it for me at all. Like it was just. Also, for a while, it sounded like you were gonna go on a racist rant. You're like, you're all monkeys. I was like, all right, I want to get off this stage while this is happening. But I mean, obviously, you got some good stoner vibes coming out, and you're like, you want to. But there was no turn. Yeah, like we're monkeys that make choices, but what surprised me with how that revelation is made.
Yeah, as high as you are right now, I'm guessing you were a lot higher when you wrote that. I'm trying to picture how high you must have been then, to where you're just like, you're not a gay, you're not a Jew. Like, I bet it all looked really clear then, huh?
Yeah, you did gay, which is sexuality in two religions.
Yeah,
it should have been like you're not a paraplegic or whatever.
I like how you're reacting to this part, because it's been pretty insulting, and you seem to be having a good time, so you should definitely, hopefully you can sign up for Last Comic Standing, where they do this sort of thing to you, and if you can handle it, it seems to be a virtue.
What is that? What are these weird attacks on Kill Tony?
It's some weird sexual
What's
thing.
going on?
No, I was just comparing it to how on Last Comic Standing, they when they're doing their critiques, if you get offended, then you're out of luck, because you have to hope that they'll change their minds because you're agreeable and are willing to take their notes.
Yeah,
their bullshit notes. Like nothing we say tonight is really, like, any little thing we say isn't going to make them a stand-up comedian.
Right.
It's just all little building blocks. But he can pick or choose which criticisms to.
He can definitely roll with the punches.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You ever do a
He's
roast
agreeable.
before?
He's agreeable, which could work out in the comedy world, because that's part of, like, clubs will book you because you are not a pain in the ass to have around.
Well, I can't feel anything, so that's probably.
Do you listen to your own sets? I mean, do you listen to the podcast now?
How do you know he's high?
Do you listen?
I'm just saying, it might be his personality. Are you high on marijuana right now?
I'm high as shit.
Okay, good. All right. Just wanted to double check. Now attack.
So when you listen to it, do you ever listen to it sober? And when you listen to it sober, are you like, what the fuck am I talking about? Or are you like, oh yeah, that's so crazy.
I should try that sometime. I should listen to it when I'm sober. But what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, do you critique yourself or listen to yourself at all?
That's what my podcast is I put out a new.
Wait, you have a podcast?
I put out a new 7 minutes.
What's your podcast called?
Listen to podbean.com.
Yeah, just blur it out and slur it out as much as possible. No one knows what you just said.
Ian Ellis, podbean.com.
Oh my God, what an complicated fucking name for his thing.
Well, it's that easy to
Look
get
for
to.
Ian Ellis on iTunes.
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, check out my podcast. It's seeingfangandflowers.com /classify.
Ian, what's the big twist of your podcast? What do you do that's different?
Gotta have a big twist these days.
I'm not saying you would have to have a big twist. I'm leading into yet another funny topic, Doug. Thank you.
I put out a new 7 minutes of stand-up every week, and I put a beat on it, so it's like releasing a comedy mixtape.
You put music behind the new 7 minutes of stand-up that you write every week?
Yeah.
It's a 7-minute podcast.
Yeah.
Why don't you have music under your set at a performance like tonight?
If I could find musicians.
Wait, what is that rap musicians doing on your fucking podcast? Is it you?
I go out and I record my sets, and then I put music under it like a mixtape thing.
Yeah, so bring that music.
You want me to take a fucking boombox with me?
You can play it on your phone. Who the fuck needs a boombox? What are you talking about? You still using the boombox method, man?
I did not know that
You posting podcasts through your fucking boombox?
auditioners on this show have so much to learn about how, like, I'm fucking old and I could pull this shit off. You're a young man.
He's got a microphone,
Yeah.
quartz to wax cylinder, and then he puts a boombox next to that. And he plays his iPhone with his set on, right?
He edited it with 2 cassettes. Cassette player. You just.
That sounds really interesting. have like beats under whatever the fuck you were saying tonight. So I say go for it. I say make that happen. You know what I mean? Follow your artistic urges.
Yeah, what?
Fuck yeah, Andy. Anything else for Ian? What do you think?
Are you ever not high?
Okay, so it's crazy. A few weeks ago, he was on the show. He got pulled out of the bucket again. And he was stoned as fuck. He couldn't even talk. He just kept doing that little, like, giant 3-year-old giggle that he does.
I come to this show to have fun, so Monday.
I love it. Well, we have fun with you, too. Thanks, Ian Ellis. There he goes.
He doesn't like Mondays. Comes out, start his week off in a nice way.
I love it. You know,
he's not trying to further his career or do anything, learn anything. He's just having fun, just having a nice time, getting high.
Hey, dude, we're all just monkeys, man. I don't know.
I think monkeys can make decisions.
And I also think that
they can't just they can't eat every banana. They gotta be choosy.
You know, monkeys can do sign language.
And also, there's some gay monkeys.
And that's a choice.
I pulled another name out of the bucket. Put your hands together for Darren Chase, everyone.
I just turned 31 recently, which it's not that old, but it's old enough for like music I liked as a kid. I don't really relate to it now that I'm getting older. I'm now older than the artist was when they wrote the song. You know Coolio's Gangsta's Paradise? There's a lyric in there where Coolio goes, I'm 23 now, but will I live to see 24? The way things are going, I don't know. Now we all know. You made it. Not only did he make me older than 24, he made me old enough to have his own reality show and cookbook. Yeah, it's called Cooking with Coolio. Kind of discredits the whole Gangsta's Paradise movement he was doing 20 years ago. He could have kept it real. Could have called it Cooking Crack with Coolio. You guys, I'm a hamburger traditionalist. I don't know if you guys know what that means, but I think a hamburger should have only mustard, pickles, and ketchup.
I was like, why is he going into another bed? This has got to be close to time, and it's gone well. Let's start something else.
We're going to test it. Why not?
I already thought of something for the cookbook bit. How's it go? This is what I do to other comedians. I come up to it after the set, and I go, how'd that one bit go? Because I think I have something.
Coolio, he has a reality show.
Yes. And a cookbook. Yo. That's what you say. He's got Coolio, he's got a reality show and a cookbook, yo.
Okay.
And then it's not a huge laugh. It's not a huge laugh. It's just a grace note. It's just a little piece. And then then what's the next part?
You could call it Cooking Crack with Coolio.
Oh. Just add another O.
Yeah, But yeah, that's what I thought of. It's just
I love it.
I liked it, but I thought it was, you could have more fun with it.
Right.
I was trying to make happen.
Some of that awesome topical Coolio humor that we all have been craving for. A lot of people have been writing, like, I want more Coolio jokes. They write into this podcast and they say, I'm surprised none of these they write letters with their hands.
You're making things up now. But that's part of what, to me, that's part of the charm of a Coolio reference.
Yeah, of
is
course.
It's not,
right.
You're not hearing too much of them.
Right.
You're not overridden with Coolio references.
Have you read the cookbook?
I haven't.
But he really does have a cookbook?
Yeah.
I think he has a cooking show.
Cooking with Coolio.
Really?
Yeah. He has a reality show and a cookbook. It's called Cooking with Coolio.
Wow.
I see him like cracking eggs in like ice trays and putting them in microwaves and shit like that.
The best thing is
that sounds like a perfect bachelor solution.
I told Coolio that joke and he said it was cool. Like he said it was alright. I was hosting an event he was on and like he had no reason to
What was Coolio?
I tell you what, though, when you just go up to somebody and say, "Here's what I'm saying," and then say it, he's probably thinking it's easier to not have an argument right now.
I was thinking he's on the down
cool.
Yeah, he's not going to debate you on it. What was the event that you were hosting that Coolio was on?
It was a car show and a biker rally in Tacoma. And he went on at 3 p.m. in front of 30 people. He didn't perform a single hit.
Did he perform any songs?
Yeah, it was this new group called Space Ghost that no one knows. And he did a 30-minute rant.
Space Ghost?
And here's how he finished. He was like, he went on to the rant about, like, I mean, Obama said he's trying to help. Like, it went weird. It went weird. He said,
I think it started weird.
Dark.
Space Ghost, check out my new band, Robot Chicken.
He's like,
I have a band called the Eric Andre Show.
Yeah, he went to a rant about school and kids and education. It was dark. So, yeah. He's got a shaved head now, tattooed in the middle of his head, 2 little things.
Who? Coolio.
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing.
How many comics are on this show every time?
It's always different. It's a loose format, Doug.
I really liked it.
We've done a lot of talking with only 2 people.
That's a joke that you use a lot, right? Because it seemed very well perfected.
Yeah.
How long have you been doing comedy again? It's been a while.
3 years.
3 years? Yeah, you have great stage presence. That was a great, how you wrote it was really well written. Good job.
George Perez, anything on this guy, Darren Chase? What are your thoughts on him? You're standing close.
And quite a gangster, I like it.
Okay, finish the hamburger joke, and then we're going to send you on your way.
I'm a hamburger traditionalist. If I get cheese, I'll send it back because I didn't order a cheeseburger. Friends like cheeseburger, he's such a hot, I'm allergic. When my friends ask why I don't vote, I have to lie and say I'm a felon.
There you go.
Seriously, though, the I don't want cheese thing is the weirdest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Picky as fuck.
Yeah.
Very picky.
It's good that I asked you to go into that joke so that we can all tell you to never do it again.
Oh, no, he can do it if he really prefaces it with, "I'm a weirdo."
Yeah, I'd set it up more if I had more time, though.
Yeah.
Picky eater.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Good job.
Thank you.
Darren Chase, everybody. There you go. Darren Chase. It's on Twitter at Darren Chase. Ian Ellis, under his Twitter, just left another promo for that podcast he was talking about earlier. It's ianellis.podbean.com.
No, you pull it. But before you do, I just want to say something.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to say something positive to every person.
Okay.
Even if I have to lie.
I love it. Absolutely.
Okay.
But just one positive thing per person, right? At least.
Yeah, at least one.
Right.
At least one thing that's encouraging.
Okay.
No matter how much they fucking blow.
Okay.
Pull the next asshole out of that bucket.
Here you go. No matter how they do. Somebody.
It's the worst setup for comedy.
This looks like a new name to me.
Oh, a new name!
Put your hands together for Kane Holloway, everybody.
All right.
What's going on, guys? So like the last couple of months, I've been trying to figure out if I want to marry my girl. And this last holiday weekend, my mom talked me out of it. She didn't mean to. I'm over at the house. I asked her some marriage advice. This is her advice. She's like, "Honey, any good marriage is where the wife has all the control, and then the husband thinks he has all the control." I was like, "Jesus Christ, man. You realize Dad is sitting right there. He can hear you." She's like, "I know." And did you notice how he didn't say shit? I was like, whoa. I don't want to be in a loveless marriage. Anybody in one of those? Everybody? Dude, I don't know. I've seen pictures of my dad. I've heard the stories of before he met my mom. Dude, he was a grizzly bear. He was walking through the forest. He didn't give a shit. Starting fist fights with bees. Getting all the free honey and salmon that he wants. He has no idea where my mom is because she's this camouflage hunter in the brush just waiting for him to find a spot to hibernate. And when he finally finds it, like, this might be alright, there's a fucking dart in his neck and he goes down. Then he wakes up and all of a sudden he's in a cave. Shit.
Whoa, the bear came out in a minute.
You got close. And, for my money, mean, you're the winner of the Bill Burr, like.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
I mean, by the way, you're more Bill Burr than Ian Ellis was Mitch Hedberg. Like that.
Yeah, that was super cool.
It was very Bill Burr, but
You're
like,
a huge
you
Bill
got
Burr
the
fan,
look,
right?
and then yeah, there's some
Yeah.
similarities there. But that aside, you can lose that over time.
Yeah.
Watch some Hedberg.
Absolutely. I'd say in the early going, use like that, like you know, because the audience will sort of accept it at like open mics and stuff. They'll be like, "Oh, this feels familiar, so we like this." So I don't necessarily think it's a thing you need to drop right away.
Yeah, you got to stop watching his stand-up if you want to.
Yeah. Just try to be less like him.
You got to take
But
the
a little bit of it gets some audience respect, I think.
You got to take the posters off the ceiling above your bed of Bill Burr, and
That's super weird that you suggest that he has posters of Bill Burr. But
I know it's super weird and wacky to say something like that on this comedy show, Doug, but it almost seems like we're in the middle of it.
Is your normal conversation voice Burry? I mean, or are you like
this is Burry.
Right.
When I first started, I got a lot of Brian Regan was like my guy, the reason I started, and I showed somebody.
You got rid of that. There was no Regan.
I showed somebody a video of Regan. I was such a huge fan. He goes, "Well, he sounds a lot like you." So over time, I've just like my influences have been, and then I'm just like weeding them out slowly.
But those are going to exist. But the important part is like writing original jokes, which those felt like those were, and just sort of getting comfortable. And like sometimes the audience needs a little bit of that because it's comforting because they recognize the cadence.
Yeah.
So I'm not completely against it. I'm, definitely I brought it up so that you would maybe lose it at some point.
I think if you do it,
But
how
don't
long
be
you
too
been on
conscious
stand-up?
of it.
6 years.
6 years.
Wow.
Where at?
Seattle, Washington.
Wow. Interesting. How do you like it up there?
It's all right. Yeah.
How long are you in town for?
No, I moved here.
Wow. How long ago?
3 weeks.
Congratulations.
Bold ass move.
Yeah.
I wouldn't recommend to anybody to do stand up in LA unless they were like already had like a full like headliner set ready to go. But that being said, there really are no rules, and you can still make it. Why did I laugh at the end of that? That's so funny. You can totally still make it, dude. No, but it's absolutely true because that's what happened to me. Is I came here, I started stand-up comedy in LA, and that's why one thing that I regret about my career is that I didn't sort of work up to having enough material to show up in LA and sort of make a good impression immediately, instead of having to kind of convince people that the guy that they didn't think was that great because he was just starting out has advanced in any way. But I thought it was a good set. I mean, a good minute.
Yeah. The bird thing, though, is something I would really try to work on. I would really like to hear your normal voice. It might be hard to change. Put some rubber bands around your balls really tight. I don't know what you would do, but yeah.
I think you're using your voice. It's just more of a cadence issue and similarity of topics.
There was like a hand thing where you went like that at one point that he does.
I heard that back home, and so I
But
stopped.
see, just talking just now, if I wasn't looking, I'd be like, did Bill Burr just walk in?
Yeah.
Like it's natural for him. So
trust me, that's what I'm putting on this podcast. Is that when I put it out there in the cosmos, it's going to say Bill Burr was on this episode, just so that the people.
You got to watch out the comedy room.
Get Bill Burr to come in and do this.
Because one of the worst things is people over talking like Doug Benson. But the other thing is that comics.
I did what?
Comedians often attack other comics for stealing their essence that's been used a lot, which is one of the funniest
essence. That's some bullshit.
There is a lot of essence, though. Like you watched Bill's last special, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Like,
yeah, just when you walked out here, you look like you were in black and white.
You gotta. I could tell that you just watched Bill's new special.
Yeah. Are you recently? Yeah.
Right.
Do you do a lot of road stuff? Sorry.
But it happens to a lot of people. Like, if I hang out with one of my good pals, Brody Stevens, like, there's sometimes where I'll have lunch with Brody, and then all of a sudden we're at the same comedy club that night, something the next day. It's like, you're around Brody for 24 hours or more, all of a sudden you're like, you gotta go for it.
Positive energy.
You got it.
Cena, but the thing is,
I've been to the Comedy Store.
Believe in yourself.
it's funny that Brian Regan came up because I did a week with Brian Regan, and at the end of the week, he's one of the most, has his own personality thing going on comics of all time. And he said to me after working with me for a week, I caught myself during my set doing some Bensonisms. And I was just blown away that first of all, he's a fucking liar. He just has his own thing. But it was still nice of him to say that even entered his mind. It's really, you do pick up on things. So be conscious of stepping away from Bill Burr, record your sets, and just try to step away a little bit, but I don't think you have to step away entirely because he's got a delivery that works.
But also, do you do the road a lot?
Yeah.
You should make sure to go back home a lot. You know what I mean? I'm from Seattle. There's so many rooms up there.
Oh, yeah.
You don't want to fail like this in front of everybody constantly in LA because they have memories. You know what I mean? So you gotta go fail somewhere else and then come back and surprise everybody with how good you got.
Yeah.
I think I said that earlier, but much nicer.
Yeah, did you say you said your one nice thing, right?
What's your home club?
I started Giggles.
Giggles.
It's dead now. It was Jiggles for a little while. It became a strip club, and then it closed.
Really?
Was it really?
Are you
Those
serious?
assholes really just drive by. Well, if we gave you one letter on the sign, that won't cost much.
Dude, let's just turn the G upside down. Fuck it. Kane Holloway, thank you.
Thank you. Good luck to you.
He's on Twitter at Kane M. Holloway. He did it. There's great ideas into that Bill Burr delivery.
Yeah, I don't know. I sort of feel like that's the thing about this show is that if somebody does have the cadence of somebody, at least they've done some work.
Please
homework.
the Discord
They're inspired by somebody. Yeah, you know what I mean? It's not like they're coming to ripping somebody off.
to change the world. In addition
True.
to making you one extremely
What's the word?
It is weird that there's certain comics that always Ted Burry always stand home. It's always certain comics that you don't see somebody like, he's really ripping off Carrot Tops.
Well, if anybody had the balls to do props at this point, then they'd say that. But yeah, you're right. It's a different thing.
I always get excited when people don't leave their Twitter. They usually think that they're balls to the wall. Anything can happen. But I don't know.
Does that mean they're illiterate?
But it seems like a safe name.
Okay.
So we'll see what happens with their Amish.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
This is written in pencil.
The first Amish comic on Kill Tony, ladies and
Put
gentlemen.
your hands together for Tom Howard, everyone. Let's see what happens.
Amish?
Here he is. Tom Howard.
A buddy of mine once asked me, Tom, what's it like to be a strong, independent Latino lesbian in modern-day America? And I said, Kyle, I think you should lay off the acid. Because your wings are turning green. And then he flew away. I started sobering up and realized I was alone in my apartment. And I don't know anyone named Kyle. So I once had a girlfriend, a very long time ago, and a thief broke into her apartment. And the way she decided to wake me up was she punched me in the chest as hard as she could. And I weigh 140 pounds soaking wet. So I was dry. As I was dry heaving on the ground, she's like, Tom, you have to go out there and defend my stuff. I'm like, I'm not going out there. I'm a coward, okay? Were you not paying attention an hour ago when I turned off the lights and took a running leap into the bed? That way monsters can't.
Whoa, shit, the bear is out tonight.
Yeah.
Some nights we go a whole podcast without ever hearing the bear.
For months we haven't heard that.
Right, the bear, double bear tonight. People trying to finish
Trying to
this
get their stuff in.
That's it.
Grammy weekend.
I got
Grammy
lost. Yeah, it's a crazy weekend.
I remember the last Grammy weekend show we had. There was 7 West Hollywood bears at once.
Did you really do acid?
Several times, yes.
Was it like that?
That was like the first time. The second time I gave it up because I was at Future Fest. And
Ooh, what's Future Fest?
It's this band. It's this like dubstep. It's this dubstep festival in like the Midwest. And
Why?
I'm surprised I haven't heard of
You
this.
should have opened with that, by the way.
Why does what somebody weighs soaking wet come up so often? Like, does soaking wet add that much weight to, like, oh, it's most weight I could possibly weigh because I was soaking wet.
yeah,
There was maybe an ounce or two of water on the edges of my skin and hair. But other than that, I thought it was a good set.
You're sneaking in those one compliments.
son of a bitch.
I said I'd say
I
something
tried to
nice.
say something nice, and it was a good set, but yes. The soaking wet thing is interesting that still is an expression.
Right, I mean, it's a weird expression, like soaking
Yeah.
wet with like all your clothes on.
Yeah, you
because
should
then
be
you
like,
can hold on to a lot
I
of
weighed
water.
this much with a fucking suit on, or whatever.
And maybe
Or carrying a barbell that weighed 10 pounds. But saying I was this weight soaking wet is just like, well, why? What's your point?
Yeah.
Well, in what situation do you get on a scale soaking wet?
In your clothes.
In
He jumped in the pool in his clothes, and then he was like, now I'll be more.
Yeah, but you bring up the clothes would weigh more than the wetness.
And you said you don't weigh 140 soaking wet?
I weigh about 140-ish. Yeah.
Right.
See, we already fixed it. Next time you say it, I weigh 140-ish. We did? He said ish and soaking wet?
Kick her out.
You're an idiot.
What the fuck?
You know that first joke that was like when
He did say that thing that he did not say. That's what you just yelled out.
Because you look like you weigh more than 140. I forget what part of the joke that is.
It's when he's defending his girlfriend's stuff.
Yeah.
how long have you been doing comedy?
July.
You're very new. Is this one of your first jokes that you wrote? The first joke, was it one of the first ones you written?
Yeah, about.
It seems like something that I think a lot of new comics write the exact same thing where it's a trick, where it's like, oh, and it's not, the person's not really there, because I was on acid, you know, like that little trick. I honestly would throw it away and find something interesting about your life and add some tags to it. You can find a tag from that joke
True.
to throw in there. That joke is so old and used, the old trickaroo.
A lot of people use that acid joke in the very beginning, but you know, you can use this acid joke as a gateway drug to better jokes. And I think, and you can only really do that by dropping the acid joke first and starting with more new stuff.
Drop the acid joke.
We did it again. Tom, so where are you from?
Ohio.
Wow, look at that.
What part? Columbus.
No shit. What part of Columbus?
Grove City.
How did you find Columbus, Ohio?
Fair.
You were born and raised there?
Yeah.
Wow. Grove City, which is like south of Columbus, 45 minutes.
Sweaty girls, that's where we would fuck all that cheap.
Next to Grove Court.
Yeah.
15, 20 minutes due south from the airport.
Huge dubstep community out there.
Yeah, that's the only way I know about it. That's how I know about Grove City.
Yeah.
Grove City is where you go when you want to hear the, you know.
That's where Skrillex records.
Yeah. No doubt about it. Where was the Future Fest?
It was in the hills of Virginia.
The hills of Virginia, you think. But you went there.
A lot of acid.
Wow. Back in your day, how long ago was this day?
Like 3 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a memory.
Do you still listen to dubstep?
Not really. Once I dropped the acid, it kind of lost its appeal.
Yeah. Wow.
Once you dropping acid?
Dropping acid.
Yeah. Now, we used to call Grove City Grove Tucky because it was kind of like, you know, like the...
Yeah, it's a white one.
Did you...
Kind of conservative now.
Yeah. Did you grow up very religious?
No.
Farm boy?
Kind of. I mean, my dad was an atheist, and my mom just didn't give a shit, really. So
you say that like he was an atheist for a living. My dad was an atheist. My mom was a homemaker. You know. What did your dad do for work?
Didn't believe it.
What was it?
Didn't believe it. I made it.
He didn't believe in
I
work.
just wanted to remind you.
What did he do for work?
What did he do for work?
He was heating and cooling.
Heating and cooling?
Oh, clam member. Very boring.
Interesting.
Oh.
How long have you been in LA?
October.
You live here now?
Yeah.
October.
Well, welcome, man.
Yeah.
We're all
Thank
Ohio people over here, so you're automatically welcomed into our call.
Right. You're in the top secret group.
I think you got everything you need except for jokes.
It's true. It's true.
I'm saying he's fine, you know, like
Right.
Yeah.
I agree.
just keep doing it.
And the jokes will come.
Don't go too positive with him.
Yeah, I mean, you're new, man. You're new. Right now, it's just getting used to being on stage, honestly. Find a story that you tell people, your friends, find some jokes and put it in. Just make it a real story about yourself growing up in Ohio or Kentucky or whatever.
Talking to your friends is a great note. Do you have friends?
Yes, I have friends.
Oh shit, you're lying. No, that's cool. It's just
You're gonna be great.
just joke around and try to write down the good ones.
I'd rather hear what actually happened on acid. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the real shit.
Like, yeah, like,
Well, that kind of did happen, actually.
okay, well,
Well,
then other things that
Yeah.
happened on acid.
More exciting, funnier things.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah, don't make it kind now. If you're on acid, go ahead and talk about it.
yeah, I think you're gonna do great. You have a good look. You have,
That's what I said.
You have a Dexter look.
Great taste in
I
music.
didn't say Dexter look. I don't think he's a serial killer.
No, he's talking about the laboratory.
Yeah.
Oh, that Dexter.
You guys are out of control. You're not on Twitter. They don't have Twitter in that part of Ohio.
Get a Twitter!
I didn't get
What the fuck is wrong with you? Get a fucking Twitter.
Are you on Facebook?
Just until like the last few months. Yeah. Wow, what the fuck, man? What do you? There's something weird
There's
about
something
it.
you're not telling us, man.
You moved to LA to keep it Ohio? I don't.
Are you Tom from MySpace? I think it's Tom from MySpace.
You're the guy that rode the horse here.
You seem like one of those guys that maybe like right before you came out to LA, you killed your parents.
Right.
But I feel like nobody even checks in on them. Like they're just still rotting in the house, and you're out chasing your career in LA while your parents' corpses rot. Am I close to right on that?
Close.
I should leave.
Did you say?
I nailed it. I nailed it. Tom Howard, everybody.
Good job, Tom.
There he goes.
Stick with it, Tom.
You can find Tom on MySpace, myspace.com/.
Maybe that's why he's not on Twitter. He's that Tom. From
He's got a hot Friendster account.
Next comedian goes by the name of Kyle McFadden, everybody. Here we go.
Kyle.
McFadden. Yeah, Kyle McFadden, everybody.
So I actually am Kill Tony's first Amish comic. Has anyone in here heard of a depression beard before? At all? Okay, I'll explain it. A depression beard comes in a few steps. Step one is you get depression. That's the first step. And then step two is you don't shave, and then you have a depression beard. You're there. You nailed it. Thank you very much. The depression beard, it's a real thing, and there's a psychological effect. It's a natural mask that shields your face, covers your face from the world. However, there's nothing more depressing on this planet than a depression beard that doesn't cover your face. All I'm saying is I never asked for the Ginger Ham Lincoln. This is just where I'm at.
Fuck yeah! There you go. It's a real.
It's great.
That's what a lot of people say is impossible to do on this show, but that's how you do it. Kyle McFadden.
Yeah, I didn't laugh at anything you said, but I like you. I like you. I mean, I feel like a minute wasn't enough for what's going on with you.
Yeah, I think you were the first guy tonight that had just a very clear original voice. You seem like yourself up there.
Yeah, it was like a mission statement.
Yeah. And you were just staying in the moment, you know? You were just using actual timing instead of rushing, you know, trying to get a minute, 10 seconds of material out in a minute like everybody else seems to try to do. It seems like you took your time and did 59 seconds worth of material.
It's really hard to,
right,
at my pace, to get a joke out, let alone.
Yeah. But there you go. You did it.
You didn't compromise your pace. You were like, you know what? So what if I only get 2/3 of a joke in? I'm confident with my delivery, and that's a good thing.
And when you slowly said there's nothing more depressing than a depression beard that doesn't cover your, and then I think you said face,
I
right?
didn't even say it tonight. Sometimes I have to.
I thought, and I was laughing before you even said it, but then you didn't even end up saying it.
It doesn't even cover your
depression. Frown.
That's all he had to say.
I thought he was going to say frown, because I think it's
doesn't
funny.
matter. Everyone can write their own punchline.
Right. No, I know. But
frown is
not
he's going to go with frown.
Yeah.
Frown.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer.
Is this a real depression, or do you battle with depression?
I battle with anxiety. I just switch it for the bit.
When does the anxiety hit you the most?
Right now.
Really? Yeah. It's so weird, man. Like I don't get it here, but I'm just the weirdest at if I get out there like at a real place, like a Rite Aid or a fucking anything, like where it's just like, no, I'm not like safe at all.
It gets rock hard.
Well, I get a giant boner.
You get such a boner filling your prescription at Rite Aid.
My depression beard grows out immediately, like in Teen Wolf and
Teen Wolf's death.
Yeah, Teen Wolf's death.
Speaking of Teen Wolves.
Speaking of Teen
Is
Wolf,
this like are you committed to this look, or do you ever change it?
I'm willing to change it, but this is
We unlike Davis.
where I'm at.
No one's
I
watching
like that
him.
answer. I'm just saying because as a comedian, when you walk out on stage, it's very simple and obvious to do jokes about your appearance.
Oh yeah.
And ignoring your appearance tends to be
Hot
like
shit.
it becomes the elephant in the room if you don't do a joke about it. So I'm just bringing it up just out of curiosity. Not that I think you should change one way or the other, but fucking get a haircut.
Whoa!
I was joking at the end.
Hot
I had
shit.
to throw a joke in at the end because that was just a fucking speech. Here's what you should do, young man.
But you never know. Maybe it's worse underneath the hair. Who knows what's under there? You might have cauliflower ear and shit.
No.
Yeah, he might be from mixed martial arts and have cauliflower hair. That's what he wears.
Looks like a mixed martial arts guy to me.
He seems like an ex-wrestler, so that would make sense.
Yeah. What do you do for work?
I do nothing.
Wow. All right.
What does that mean?
Sounds like somebody's a porn star.
Yeah, you're lying to us.
I do.
You're off the dole. You're just getting what do you call it? Uninsurance.
Uninsurance.
Are you getting unemployment?
That's the British
on the dole. Yeah.
I saved up a bunch of money before moving here.
Oh, move from where?
San Francisco.
Did we cover that already?
Last week.
Oh shit.
This is a big San Francisco.
Why the move from San Francisco? I mean, why move from one expensive place to live to another expensive place?
Because it is surprisingly way cheaper here.
It really is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Crazy
All right.
cheaper.
I believe you.
Yes,
San Francisco is an expensive place to live. I hear that every time I go there.
I shared a room with someone, and now I have my own room, and I pay $300 less.
Wow. All right.
Yeah.
But now you have to make that money.
And less butt sex.
Yes. So what are you going to do?
I'm going to see how long my money lasts, and then I'll take it
Don't
from
do
there.
that. Get a little shitty job, like Jamba Juice or something for a couple days or something.
Yeah.
You don't want to just spend all your
Get
money.
Jamba Juice for 2 days, and you'll totally be fine.
He meant 2 days every few days.
It's gonna be a real game changer.
Work a weed store. What's something that you like or buy every day?
Well,
and just get a discount.
I can do I have a few gigs I can do up in San Francisco.
Wait, why did you guess that he should work at a weed store?
Because he looks like his face smoked weed.
Do you smoke weed?
I've never smoked weed.
Wow. I knew it!
You want to start tonight?
I totally saw a straight
How
edge,
will you do?
hippie looking motherfucker.
You let me just blow it in your mouth?
Maybe.
What kind of music do you listen to? Do you listen to...
I have the shittiest answer for this. I listen to all music. I'm not invested enough to be like jaded to be like, that's crap.
What did you listen to?
You seem like if you were in the back of a cab, you would get mad if they played the Eagles.
I forgot my slippers at home. Mumford and Sons.
What are you invested in?
Movies and stand-up.
Okay.
That's my favorite things.
Well, I think, I mean, as somebody, I have depression, and I'll tell you this, it's not going to help you much if you aren't invested in things. Right?
Yeah.
Because you got to have shit to talk about, which I think the depression shit was great.
Yeah.
But that's just like, a lot of people come here and they're dirtbags. They come to LA and they're dirtbags, and they're like, why is not more happening for me? And it's because you're a dirtbag.
Yeah,
you know? I don't want to work with dirtbags. So, but you had a great set. I'm not trying to besmirch you. Yeah.
Whoa. Sorry,
By the way, it's just saying, listen, dirtbag.
92 episodes of Kill Tony it took for besmirched to be said.
Sorry, I'm getting ready for the SATs. So.
I can't believe it's never been said.
Kyle, I love your style. It was good to,
And also, he loves to rhyme.
I loved you in Green
That was
Mile.
actually a complete coincidence. Kyle, I like your style.
You don't mean to pile.
See
it on.
See you in a little while.
Say Kyle.
Oh! Kyle McFadden, everybody. There he goes. I love that guy. He's got a funny look, right? I mean, if he did work in a pot store, that'd be good because people would think they were wasted, like walking into the pot store.
Also, if his beard hair fell on the weed, they would just think it was better weed. Fucking bravo.
I love it. Guys, this is the part of our show where our two regulars go up. We have two young comedians who have been doing a brand new minute ever since they started stand-up here on Kill Tony.
What's going on over there?
Josh?
He's fucking malfunctioning because the lady's going to come on stage.
Somebody called Tony and started
getting excited over there.
Yeah, boner alert.
Tony's anxious.
This is a horrible introduction for them, by the way.
No, it's great. And so they do a brand new minute every week, unlike the people who you saw tonight who sometimes get up and sometimes they don't, and sometimes it's the first time. These two do a new minute every single week. Going up first tonight, you know her as the Florida Dropout, everybody. Started here on Kill Tony, has been doing a new minute ever since for a year and a half. Put your hands together for it. It's Kimberly Condon, everybody.
Yeah, I'm kind of having a weird night because I came here and I just had to buy my own drink like an ugly girl. What the fuck is going on? I've been noticing some things. Like, have you ever noticed that only really ugly guys ask for hugs? Like, you walk by and you try not to make too much eye contact because they always turn around and they're like, I can't get a hug. That's like the ugly guy anthem. That's like what they say. Like, look around. None of the hot guys are hugging, you know? Girls are hugging them. What I'm saying is, everyone stop asking me for a hug. That's it.
Wow. 52 seconds.
Oh, wow. Nicely under the
allotted
amount of time, but seriously, I need a hug.
Her joke's correct. Kim, I talked to you earlier, and you were like, I don't have anything for tonight, and that's so amazing. That's one of my favorite weeks that you've had in months.
Thank
that
you.
was really great. Congratulations.
Thank you. Well, yeah, I was just sitting out front with Edie, and I was like, I have no idea what I'm going to talk about still. She's like, just talk about something. She's like, and then we started talking about how whenever I come here, I see the same people every night. I'm here a few days a week, and I always have to give them a hug because I'm a girl, and I'm like, I don't have to hug you every time. You guys don't hug each other every time.
That's a trick that we use just to feel your boobs.
No, I know, I get it. I know.
You should throw out the fist bump right away.
I do, and you know what? We talked about how sometimes we'll high five, and then guys will do that thing where they'll like.
You know
what I'm talking about? Like
they'll clasp your hand and lower to your vagina.
Yeah, you guys are fucking weird.
You gotta talk about that.
You should flag that guy. Put those guys on blast if they're doing that.
Don't let them do that.
They should
have to. They should have to report in like when you meet them. Like that's what they do. Like the law says that I have to tell you that I am a hand grabber on high fives.
Yeah.
And I'm that creep.
You should start wearing a baby Bjorn.
What's that?
It's like what you hold a baby in on your chest. Nobody will want to hug you. Right? You use the baby from American Sniper. And,
I can't risk killing your child just to get in really tight.
To feel those memories. Those are boobs for the idiots.
But it's really an issue, the hugging thing.
Yeah.
I feel like it
I'd say try to stop doing it.
Yeah, no, I try. I don't want to fucking hug everyone.
What animals are forcing a hug?
Everyone is always like, let me get a hug. And you can't be like, no, I don't want to hug you, smelly weirdo. Bye.
I hope at least one smelly weirdo's in this room right now getting the hint.
I know.
Like, you shouldn't have to hug people every fucking time.
You're asking Kim for a hug. She doesn't want the hug, right?
But I go up to people and I'll be like, yeah, and I'll hug someone. So if I want to hug you, I'm hugging you.
What if I do like a back hug from behind? I hug
Brian.
you.
What is that? What does that even mean?
Oh,
if I get on my
you
bend somebody over or something?
Oh my god!
I hug you around the waist.
I'd rather you eat more pork tenderloin than say anything like that. No, don't do it. Don't do it, please. That's the sound of Brian eating pork tenderloin for you podcast listeners out there.
Is there ever a woman on this panel? Does she have to put up with this every single week?
From Brian, yes, but
Brian's the only woman on this panel who understands what you're going through. But great job.
Yeah,
Thank you.
totally. Fuck yeah. What else? Anything else crazy?
I'm trying to wrap it up right there.
Why are you trying to wrap it up, Doug?
Because nobody else was.
It's
haven't you watched American Idol? People take turns wrapping it up.
Right.
Welcome to Doug Loves Kill Tony.
There she goes, Kimberly Congdon, everybody. She's on Twitter.
Yay!
Great job.
I could use another whatever I was drinking.
Check out that ass.
Josh. Did you see Jack have that ass as she walked away?
Your final comedian of the
They
night.
have to put up with.
The only other regular. She writes another new minute every single week. Usually about something like small that you can find in your kitchen and blows it up into a whole big thing. But she's got her own very cool style. Put your hands together for her. It's Sarah Weinshank, everybody.
Door stoppers. Who was like, fuck man, those doors, we gotta stop them. Fuck the fires, it was already the extinguisher. Fuck rapists, criminals, it's the doors. We gotta stop them. There's something bizarre about that. Because I feel like whoever invented the door stopper was like, you know what's an underserved population? Doors. There aren't enough accessories for the door. There's the lock, the key, the latch. But what's stopping them? And then they're like, oh, what could I use? What could I test? It's a door stopper. And I want to got some springs around, a little piece of rubber. I want to make something happen. Okay.
Fuck yeah. Door stoppers, instant classic.
Josh! Come on!
What the fuck?
I'm the guest.
He's such a bad producer.
What
He just wrapped up and poured water.
He was like, it was almost like it was a great emergency. Like I might have died if he hadn't gotten it here.
So anxious.
He's done that before.
Almost.
He's done that before. He poured a shot of tequila on me one night.
Yeah.
Just literally just
Did the exact same thing.
I appreciate that enthusiasm, but the thing I wanted to say
amazing
about
on the
that
door
performance was to be introduced. Like, here's someone coming out to do a set. They usually find minutia, like to be described so specifically before you come on doesn't generally happen in stand-up comedy. And then he said that, and you came out with, door stoppers. Like, it was amazing.
Yeah.
Like, you set her up and then she fucking dunked it. Well, that's all I have to say.
The way I look at it is, since they're writing a new minute each week, like, anything that I could do to since it's just a minute, get the audience in the mind frame of what they sort of maybe expect, then that's how it will work in a longer set when they already know that she's established. Like, imagine
you had to guess. What if you would have said, oh, she does these minute things, and then the first thing she said, let's talk about the UN.
No.
Like, then suddenly you fucked her with the intro, but she's a pro, and she switched it up.
92 episodes, and I guarantee you, there's no way UN's coming from Wine Shank. I know it too well. Maybe mayonnaise or like the dustpan.
The dustpan.
Anyway,
I just wish you would have talked about the noise a door stopper makes.
When they get the spring.
You can stretch out the front more, stuff like that. That fire extinguisher thing, you lost me for a second. There's more about and I moved the back to the front on that too. So everything with the door stop's great. It's another new minute.
And like, was that person angry? Slamming doors?
Right. There already is a door stopper. We know
There's
this.
something about a door stopper's there so that you don't have a handle-shaped hole in your wall.
Yeah.
Right.
There's something.
It was somebody talking about the doors and was just like, you know what? We need a door stop. Knob's been working double duty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The rationalizing the entire thing. Like, anyway. No matter what, it's another great new minute.
I'm tired of Val Kilmer. We need a door stopper.
Good job.
Sarah Wineshanks on Twitter at Princess Shank. Kimberly Condon's at Kimberly Condon. Those are the Kill Tony regulars. Guys, we did it again. The three of us are all going to be on the 311 cruise to Jamaica.
That's right.
Us and 311.
Three of us on this panel. I wish Brian could go because he would certainly fit in with that situation.
Yeah.
But yeah, the 311 cruise from Miami to Jamaica.
Yeah.
Are you going to be on it? Or now that I look at you, are you Jamaican?
I think he was just clapping for Jamaica.
Aren't you Haitian? You just like islands. All right, cool.
He just likes clapping. He just likes loud clapping whenever the opportunity presents
Doug
itself.
Benson on Twitter, guys. Give it up for Doug Benson.
Yeah, Doug Benson on Twitter. Thank you.
George Perez was the Patriot. Well, what do you want me to promote? George Perez is George P. Comedy.
Yeah, George P.
Comedy. George P. Comedy on Twitter. Andy Haynes. I am Andy Haynes.
I'm Andy Haynes on Twitter.
All right, guys. Live audience, thank you so much. We love you. Thanks for being here. Shout out to Cameron Gray, rapper extraordinaire from TMZ this
Check
week.
him out on TMZ.
Blue Kanye's Mind, at Josh Martin Comic, at Elise Lane, Stuart Thompson.
Yeah.
This is Redman coming to you live from the Road Famous Comedy Store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 2. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe!
Oh, shit. Here we are. We're doing it again. Ladies and gentlemen, Brian Redman is here, everybody.
Hi, guys.
Right to my left. My buddy old pal. We're so close. We'd like to say hello to both you, the live audience, and the hundreds and hundreds watching live on Ustream right now.
Yeah.
We are the only streaming podcast live at the Comedy Store. Welcome, everybody.
Yeah. That's a first in history.
It's true.
Yeah.
They've never done that before.
Yeah.
It's like technology meeting the oldest building in the world. It's very rare that both Wi-Fi signals and asbestos exist in the exact same room, but we're doing it. Guys, welcome to Kill Tony. We're going to have a lot of fun tonight. Fucking crazy here tonight. Very excited. Our only sponsor is here. She's Elise Lane. She's right over there. Gourmet chef Elise Lane for all your catering needs. She cooks us a meal every week, and it's always delicious. Brian always makes sure that I smell it really good. Tonight it's pork belly banh mi with pickled carrot, cucumbers, jalapenos, basil, cilantro, and Hassan aioli. Delicious. Stop that, Brian. Never again. Never again. I'll put you in a fucking booth like Robin Quivers. You hear me? Stop breathing on me. You want to end up in a fucking glass booth? She's at the girl with the pan and at Elise Lane on Twitter and Facebook and Instagram and all that great stuff. We got her work recently. She's now Russell Peters' full-time gourmet chef. So you might be wondering, I don't get it. Why does this idiot have a chef on as a sponsor? Think about it. Gourmet food every single Monday. It's always delicious. We love you, Elise Lane. Guys, let's jump right into it. Every week we have a brand new Patriot that comes and keeps us safe. It's always a very, very funny comedian friend of mine, and it's always just fun to have an extra pal on board the crazy ship. Put your hands together for tonight's Patriot. It's the second or third time doing it. One of my favorite people. We met on a Geico commercial shoot that we shot with the Caveman about 4 years ago, and we've been friends ever since. One of the funniest comedians, one of my best pals, Ryan Mervis. Fuck yeah. I love this look. It's like a lazy Sons of Anarchy. It's beautiful. How you doing, Merv?
I'm feeling great. What are you living?
What have you been up to lately?
I've been snowboarding a lot lately.
Oh, yeah?
Enjoying the fine California mountains.
Interesting. You snowboarding, huh?
Yeah.
Does anybody get on that lift with you?
Are
they willing to go on that diagonal ride of shame where they're just hanging onto a pole?
Yeah. It's like a slingshot.
Right.
It just flips right out.
Yeah, I'd imagine that when you got off the ski lift, everybody would feel that. Like there'd be something, right?
It's an added effect of fun on the mountain.
Oh, yeah. What's your second favorite thing about snowboarding?
My second favorite thing is the beautiful, pristine.
Yeah. It's a real answer. A lot of people would have tried to say something funny right then, but not you. You just went right with it, answered really honestly, straight from your gut.
It's a big place to choose from.
A lot of honesty in there.
Oh, yeah.
Merv, I'm happy to have you. This is the kind of guy that we go and we do our desert excursions. We've had a lot of fun together. We've been to music festivals. But we met on a Geico commercial shoot. We planted a commercial. We shot it with the Geico Caveman. And Merv and I got a little too high before the shoot. We thought we were all alone, and then nobody. We was up right before we got out of the car to go shoot the shed, and we thought we had time. We smoked pot. It was really, really good pot. Next thing you know, we were stoned to the gills.
Like 2 seconds later, we're like, we got tons of time.
Right. We're like, this is gonna be forever until we start. Have to go to hair and makeup or whatever. We smoked. We were blitzed. And then all of a sudden, we're in hair and makeup. I remember the lady at one point going, "Are you guys okay?" Because we were just staring at each other, cracking up. By the way, the Geico Caveman, if you're wondering what that was like, he pulled up to the shoot.
He showed up in full makeup. Left in makeup.
The Geico Caveman doesn't even go to hair and makeup. Alright, fuck you guys. You don't give a shit? Think about that. That means that guy's out there driving that car.
It's the Geico Caveman.
Oh, well, I guess some of this audience is too young to remember the Geico Caveman, Merv. So excited about tonight's show. We have two of our favorite guests ever. This is the show where we watch comedy and talk comedy with comedians. These two guests have two of my most used guests, two of our favorite guests, two of the funniest people at it. I'm so excited to have them both here. What's that? What, Josh? What are you saying? What?
He's saying that.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Fuck. Thank you. Perfect. That's why you're there, Josh. Beautiful. Every week we have a musical guest that comes and debuts a brand new song every single week. Put your hands together for him. It's Pat Reagan. With special guests tonight, Death Squad super regular, creator of Thunder Pussy, Jeremiah Watkins. It's Pat Reagan and Jeremiah Watkins. Two of my favorite talents, another two of my funniest friends.
Set back for more. This song, we're Reagan and Watkins, guys, and this song. Hey, guys. This is a song that we know how to play. and it is entitled Sad Puppy.
Look up at my master, look down at my paws, look inside myself. I have so many flaws, I'm a sad puppy. Sad puppy. Lying here just waiting for my life to end. Can't even get a flea to be my one and only friend. I'm too depressed to chase the cat, too gloomy to play fetch. Why'd you chop my balls off? I needed those for sex. I'm a sad puppy. Sad puppy. Hike up my leash a little more. I don't wanna breathe. Hike up my leash a little more. I don't wanna breathe. In a dark stream, I watch you there through the window and I stare. You wear nothing but you wear it so well. You walk by my house every day. You're a beautiful lady, dog that I would die for and lay with and make puppies with. Make puppies with my bottom bitch. In a dark stream. Jeremiah Watkins, ladies and gentlemen. Those are the only two notes he knows. I had some tasty chocolate, but it just made me sick. Why'd you chop my balls off and just leave me a dick? I'm a sad puppy. The same two notes again. Don't applaud. Sad puppy. Sad puppy. Arrow. Do we stay?
Wow! Unbelievable. Fucking complete awesomeness. Pat Reagan and Jeremiah Watkins, ladies and gentlemen, one more time. Every week, I have two of my funniest friends on as guests. This week is no different, as I mentioned earlier. Here they are, everybody. Two of the best. It's Kirk Fox and Tiffany Haddish. I could give their credits, but it would take absolutely forever. It would take forever. Tiffany from BET, Tyler Perry movies, Kirk Fox, host of The Test, coming in late like a pro. Look at this guy. I love it. Kirk Fox, everybody. Woo! Tiffany Haddish, Kirk Fox.
So, Tony, I said I was in the green room, man. I told you I was there. And
I love it.
And suddenly Josh is there. Like, where are you? It's like, I'm right here, man. Here I am. Good to see everyone. Nice to see you, sir.
Tiffany, how are you?
Good to see you. You know I'm trying to come on your show.
You're trying to come on my show?
Yeah, I was trying to get on your show. Well, somebody to
you
tell
seem
me
like you would have been perfect.
I know, right? Yeah. I'm like, tell me the truth. Tell me the truth. Is she in?
We'll be right back.
That's what it would have been.
That would have been my go-to.
I love it.
Well, Tiffany, we can do it anytime you want. on the show. We still have cameras and the stage is still set up. We'll get you out there.
Okay, cool. How you doing? You have a little casting couch left over, is what you're saying?
It's more of an easy chair.
Yeah.
I just sit there and they dance in front of me.
I'd love to see you on that show, too. That'd be perfect. What have you been up to?
Me?
Yeah.
I just shot a pilot with Gerard Carmichael.
Nice.
Yeah, the Go
The
Gerard
NBC
Go.
one?
Yeah, the NBC
Oh,
one.
I'm so glad
Yeah.
you're on that.
Yeah, me too. I'm glad too. I hope it gets picked up so I can have a regular job because I want to comb my hair.
Yeah, you have a great hair look this time around. Every time I see you, it's different hair. It's either Predator. This is like
Predator?
Well, last time you had Predator.
What the fuck is Predator?
Predator hair.
I have braids.
Oh, braids. Predator.
Braids.
Predator had braids.
Is this all you?
Yeah, he did.
Is this all you?
This is a part of.
I mean, you could slam your head into a wall and you wouldn't even know it.
I know. I don't even need a pillow. It's so comfy. Oh my god.
That's a calmed down version of it, right? Like when you first got that, it was a little bit more crazy.
It was super big.
Yeah, like every picture, there's people like it looked like that.
Does it get bigger when you're mad? Isn't there a lizard that puffs up a little?
I think so.
Yeah, the bearded dragon. I am that. I'm a unicorn.
I'm so glad you guys are here because you're two of my favorite savants. Both here, like fifth or sixth or seventh time. You're two of my most used guests.
Too many.
Our chemistry is so much fun. Every week, the Iron Patriot has a question for our guests on the show. So
you're the Iron Patriot today? Oh, yeah. Aren't they supposed to be in some gear, or is it changed?
None of it fits me, Kurt.
He can't fit me.
Honestly, Mervis, the gloves don't even fit Mervis. His hands are so fat that he can't fit into the gloves of the.
So large.
Oh yeah, large. Sure. Is that what we're calling
You
it?
would have had trouble at Camelot. If you was in Camelot.
Yeah.
More like Camelot. Look at this.
Camelot?
There it is.
What's your question for our guests?
I'll go with Tiffany.
Yes.
I have a question on what was your biggest, I feel, or
he doesn't know what he wants to ask.
I know.
Are you intimidated by the hair?
I'm intimidated by the hair.
But you got a gang of hair too. Your chin looks like the top of my head.
No one's ever said that to me before.
No,
what was the biggest thing you had to overcome as a female comedian?
The biggest thing that I had to overcome as a female comedian is not thinking of myself as a female comedian and just thinking of myself as a comedian.
I like it. Oh,
with some good pussy.
What do you got for Kurt?
Kurt, you've done a lot of different. You've done character acting. You've hosted shows and done stand-up.
Yes, I have. Thank you so much.
Of all the different tricks you have in your bag,
there are no tricks. This is just who I am. Rephrase that.
Of all the attributes you carry as Kirk.
That's better. What would you like to know?
What's your favorite thing to do out of all of your entertainment on something?
It doesn't really matter what I'm doing. I just want to be present and honest and love the opportunity and know that I can be dead in an hour.
So enjoy every moment, right?
So right now, this is it.
Yeah.
And I think every comedian tonight, when they go on stage, they should treat it like it might be their last time on stage.
Yeah, exactly.
And really respect the chance to go out strong. And if you tank it and you die on the way home, people will remember that you tanked your last set of comedy.
That's what they will remember.
So that's the theme tonight. Believe in what you're selling. You too. Just get your questions together before you come out next time.
Over 30 comedians signed up for the chance to do 1 minute on tonight's show. All the names are in a bucket. Comedians, you know your 60 seconds is up when you hear the sound of a kitty. That's what it sounds like. That means wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Oh, shit. Oh, traffic. Way out there. All right. There's a whole thing going on.
There's a lot going on here. Now, can I ask you one thing, Tony? Yeah. So this is streaming, so this is, people are seeing this right now?
Anything can happen. If there's a streaker that comes on at some point, right, but that would never happen.
Female streaker, Asian female streaker.
So then that would look like a little girl running around naked. That's not cool.
True.
Depends on what you're looking for.
Holding your driver's license in there. What's cool is that Tiffany actually, made friends with a 14-year-old who does stand up. And
I did that once. Dangerous.
And
I did.
So, and he wants to go up.
Yeah, I wanted you guys to
since
critique him and give him a chance.
Since there's people, normally I tell everybody who wants a special spot no, but since there's a very strict 21 and over rule here at the Comedy Store due to liquor license laws, he can only come on at a specific time and perform. So we set that for right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, you want to bring him up?
For 14
Yes.
You bring him up.
Please make a whole lot of noise for my little buddy, all the way from Seattle, Washington. Give it up for Deshay, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Deshay.
Deshay with the first minute of the night.
This little piggy had fun.
How you guys doing out here?
This little piggy crushed me.
Man, I'm a little frustrated, but I'm happy to be here. Other day I got a whooping. But have you ever gotten a whooping and during the whooping you feel like the whooping wasn't about you? Let me explain. My mom grabs me. Yeah. She throws me on the bed. Ah! That's how I felt. Ah! She starts tearing me up. Boy, did I tell you to stop playing around? Okay, I was playing around, but then she started saying things that made me realize the whooping wasn't even about me. Boy, did I tell you I ain't got the money? Mom, what money? On the other hand, my dad, he never was, because I think all dads are just lazy if you guys don't want to get off the couch. My dad just stays on the couch and just listens for stuff throughout the whole day while he's watching us. Y'all better not be on my Xbox! You guys did a little big thing with your belt? Don't make me get my belt! But you guys don't get up. Don't make me get my belt! Hey guys, my name's Deshay.
Fuck yeah, Deshay.
Deshay.
So cool. So Deshay.
Hey, stay up.
Deshay.
Stay.
You get to talk to us now. That's so cool.
Alright.
I love your style, man. How long have you been doing stand-up for?
10 months.
Wow. Were you 13 when you started? Oh my God.
I did his birthday party.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
She was twerking in front of 13-year-olds.
Wow.
I was not twerking like the 13-year-olds were. We're not going to talk about that more.
Did she do the art thing?
No. He don't know nothing about that. Shut up.
Did you hire her?
He looks at me as a respectable woman.
Did you hire her to twerk?
Did I hire her to twerk? No, we didn't hire me to No, it was a bonus. It was just something like...
It always is, my man.
They was playing good music.
Your stage confidence is ridiculous.
Yeah, you seem so
you,
smart.
You just owned every open micer in this room.
Well, I don't know about that, but I mean, relax, Brian.
Just stage presence for being so young. Your stage
You're 14,
Don't
but
insult
you have the
everybody in the
stage
room.
presence of a 15-year-old.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. It sounds like marketing to me because you seem way too smart for 14. I feel like you're just like a small 27-year-old that just fit in the next website.
I wish I could tell the ladies that. You don't know how
Wow. How did you feel up there?
Up here? Yeah, I feel great. I don't really get nervous. It's just when I feel people
Now,
laugh.
did you feel that you were talking with us or at us?
I feel like I was talking with you guys. I was telling you guys a story like I would tell my friends. That's what I always think of when I say comedy. I'm with my friends. I'm just telling you guys a story.
Wow.
What the fuck are you doing?
Will you hire us?
You brought this guy out first.
Will you please hire us in 7 months when you're the head of show business?
He's a great writer. He can set up your podcasts and your websites and stuff. He does great improv. And
did you kidnap him?
No, I didn't kidnap him. But
is this your boy?
Man, he's my boy now. I'm gonna go ahead and make him my boss.
I feel like going out and finding a hot 14-year-old and just market it.
He's gonna be a star though.
So you're getting beaten at home though? Is this?
Let's talk about this.
I mean, we might as well talk about it. We can help you. Is this a cry for help? Listen, I want to tell people what's happening to me, but I just gotta mask it as a joke. dad yell at you like that?
Huh?
Does your dad yell at you that aggressively with the belt?
He told me to say no.
Told you to say
What
no.
you should do is you should bring a 45-year-old home tonight to just talk to them. You can say, listen, I met this comic and Kill Tony, and I just brought him home, and he wants to see your belt.
He wants to see the belt.
How long, or how much material would you say that you had? Like, how long of a show do you think you could do? Wow. It's amazing.
I know.
That's all you needed, 14.
I just started, you guys.
Yeah, and he's really good, you guys.
But what's great is, what's really
I mean,
amazing.
especially after 10 minutes at your age, you'll grow out of it. I mean, in 10 minutes, that shit won't even fit you in 6 months. So don't get too much unless you can borrow. You have older brothers.
Yeah.
Yeah, use some of his.
Do you like
material.
Do you like tigers?
No.
Because he got a tiger on his shirt.
Oh, because are those your pajamas? Did you sneak out of fucking bed? God damn it.
What I love is that you came out and you performed and you put on a great show, but now during this part, you're still yourself and you're just right there in the pocket. Like, it's very impressive. Keep your mind, stay sharp through it all. You're probably going to be a really big star, so don't go all
He
Michael.
will be a big star.
Don't go all Michael Jackson on us, all right? Don't change colors.
Can I make one?
I will stay as dark as I
Can
am.
I make one suggestion? Just at some point, when you go out on stage, at some point, do your jokes the way you're talking to us right now. With that kind of strength, if you came out and just chilled, the room would freak the fuck out.
Yeah.
If you came out just like that and said, I'm having a bad day, I got my ass kicked. My mom, she hits me hard. You just fucking start mirroring it, and you have that poise. You will destroy. Because you were so animated and moving around so much that you blew through some of the laughter. So if you could just kind of slow it down and take in the laughter, because you said you were talking with them, but you weren't. You lied to me. You were just attacking them. And you know that, right? You were doing a goddamn monologue.
Yeah.
But it's funny. So imagine just slowing it down and feeling it. Because you say you have 10 minutes of material, I bet you have 20 if you just say it slow.
Boom.
On your first joke, you explained how you think your mom was taking things out on you, and then you kind of repeated it again when she was actually spanking you. You should listen to that in what you said tonight and try to combine that so you're not over-explaining that part.
Like
Because
just
be like my mom whips me, like she was whipping me, and I think she's taking it out on, you could just do it while you're
And here's a good tag while you're in there. When she's whipping you, have her at one point say your dad's name.
Yeah.
No, that is perfect.
No, and then you're like, wait, Mom, did you just? That's Dad.
You know, he has the same name as me too.
Oh, that's where
now
this
it's
is coming
starting to
from.
make sense.
Yeah, there's something to that also.
Yeah, he has a street name, so we don't call him by his real name. His name's Snow.
Snow.
You should call him by that. That's a good name.
Why do they call him Snow?
Because he's from Game of Thrones. He's a bastard.
No, because he moves a lot of cocaine.
He might be white.
We don't know. Don't yell at me with your hair. That fucking scared me.
Snow. Maybe just like the sneaker. Come on.
I think it's funny.
My last name's Frost, though.
Whoa.
I just guessed. I don't know for sure. He just said that friends called him Snow. I don't know why.
You can find out. You can sit him down, take off your belt, and fucking beat it out of him.
I've asked him for 3 years straight. He won't tell me. Like, he gets around it. He tries, and I just fall.
Because he don't want to tell you that he sell that cocoa.
With the hot cocoa. There you
You're
go.
funny. You're funny, kid.
Deshaun.
Deshae.
Deshae.
Yeah, that's it. That Deshae.
All right.
Don't correct us when we mess up your name.
Hey.
Just be happy we're talking to you, kid. You're still 14.
Anything you want to, anything you'd want people to go check out or see or do, follow on